Good morning, Mr. Ryback. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Singh.
Morning, Chair.
We are on our last mile of this journey. So, it's been a long journey. How many times have you appeared here now, Mr. Singh? Have you been keeping account?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Please administer the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Anoj Singh?
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No, I do not.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Ryback.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Mr. Singh.
Morning, sir.
Could I ask you, please, to turn to bundle 5C and to page 2011. 5C, yeah. Must be there, Pierre. Yeah.
Oh, this one. Sorry, sir.
So it's towards the end, page 2011.
(2011). I'm there, sir.
All right. So this is an affidavit of Craig Sumpton. And perhaps I could, you know that he worked together with Mr. Bester. Let me take you to page 212. Following the last proceedings, we obtained this affidavit. At paragraph 6, he says, "I watched the evidence of Mr. Singh, and in particular his evidence on Friday, 23 April 2021. I heard Mr. Singh deny Mr. Bester's version that he attended a meeting at Melrose Arch where Mr. Esser was present. Mr. Singh also stated that there was no confirmatory affidavits from me and Craig Simmer regarding this matter." He goes on to say at paragraph 7, "I confirm Mr. Bester's version that a meeting occurred at Melrose Arch in 2014 attended by Mr. Singh and Mr. Esser. I was present at this meeting." Paragraph 8, "As I recall, this meeting came about for two reasons. First, to discuss the reasons for delayed payment of Hatch's invoices and the new multi-pipeline project, NMPP. And secondly, to have a discussion about Hatch's approach to supply development on Transnet projects where Hatch was involved." At paragraph 9, "As I understood it, at the time the supply development was a relatively new concept and everyone was learning in that process. Hatch was of the view that it had done a relatively good job insofar as supply development was concerned, but if Transnet, in particular Mr. Singh, had any issues, we were more than willing to have a discussion because Mr. Bester had suspected that Mr. Singh's issues with Hatch regarding supply development was one of the reasons causing a delay in the payment of Hatch's NMPP invoices." And then perhaps I can get to the nub of it. He says that as far as he was concerned at paragraph 3, he addresses the intention of the meeting. In paragraph 11, he deals with your evidence that you felt it strange that Mr. Bester was involved in the meeting. At paragraph 12, he deals with the fact that on the morning of the meeting, he was requested by Mr. Bester to attend it. And then, if I can get to the heart of it, at paragraph 13, he says, when I arrived at the restaurant, Mr. Bester was already there, and I got introduced to a gentleman by the name of Salim. To the best of my recollection, the restaurant where we met was the meat company, and Mr. Simmer also attended the meeting. We engaged in some small talk and basically just waited for Mr. Singh to join us. I was not briefed about who Salim was, and I did not ask. Later, after the Gupta leaks became public, I came to know that Salim was in fact Mr. Salim Essa. Mr. Essa said that he would call Mr. Singh. I cannot say whether he in fact called Mr. Singh because I did not hear the telephone conversations. I remember Mr. Essa making about 3 or 4 calls, but I cannot confirm that these were all to Mr. Singh. What I recall is that shortly after Mr. Essa made these calls, Mr. Singh arrived. I heard Mr. Bester's evidence that Mr. Singh arrived, quote, literally a few seconds later, but my recollection is that Mr. Singh arrived a few minutes after the call. In his statement, Mr. Bester does state that Mr. Singh arrived a few minutes after the call, which is the same as my recollection. If I were to guess, I would say it was approximately 5 minutes from the time Mr. Essa made the calls to when Mr. Singh arrived. Paragraph 14, during the meeting I sat next to Mr. Singh, quite apart from the fact that I did not understand the presence of Mr. Essa at the meeting. Mr. Singh's behavior was also extremely odd. My understanding was that Mr. Singh would be in charge of this meeting since he was the CFO of Transnet and the meeting related to Transnet business, but in fact Mr. Essa dominated the meeting. Paragraph 15, as I've said, Mr. Essa was running the meeting, and while I thought we were there to discuss non-payment of invoices and issues with supply development on the existing programs, Mr. Essa wanted to discuss the next phase of the MEP. He discussed the need to bring in specific supply development partners in the next phase, but he was very vague and did not mention any names, as though he wanted us to read between the lines. Paragraph 16, since Hatch had prior experience with receiving pressure on which supply development partners to appoint on projects, I was very wary of where the discussion was going. In paragraph 17, when it came to the discussion about outstanding invoices, not only was it a very short discussion, but Mr. Singh was extremely non-committal on when our invoices would be paid. I did not push the discussion about the payments because, quite frankly, the entire meeting was strange, and it was clear that, at least to me, Mr. Singh did not come armed with detail to be in a position to answer specific questions. You want to comment on that before I get to the last 2 paragraphs?
Maybe you can conclude the 2 paragraphs. And then...
Sure. Paragraph 18, Mr. Singh left the meeting before all of us. When the rest of us left the meeting, I heard Mr. Essa say that Mr. Malefe, who was then the Chief Executive Officer of Transnet, would become the next Chief Executive Officer of Eskom. I found it bizarre that he would make such a statement, but I thought that perhaps Mr. Essa had received this inside information from Mr. Singh, given that they seemed to know each other quite well, or from some other source who would be privy to such information. And then the last paragraph 19, I'm aware that in his evidence before the Commission and in his statement, Mr. Bester testified that Mr. Essa told him about Mr. Malefe being appointed as the Chief Executive Officer of Eskom at a subsequent meeting. However, I remember distinctly that Essa mentioned this in my presence after Mr. Singh left. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Myberg. Chair, I think from my perspective, I deny the meeting once again. As you recall, Mr. Chair, this meeting was premised to have taken place at Melrose Arch with Mr. Bester, and I did, on a previous occasion, provide my views on this meeting. And at that stage, I also denied the meeting having taken place. Mr. Chair, I stand by that denial in terms of the meeting taking place with myself. I'm not too sure if there's anything else to say in this regard, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Could I then take you to page 2017? This is an affidavit from Ms. Takani, your ex-secretary, is that correct?
That is correct.
And she deals with two things in this affidavit. The meeting that Mr. Gama spoke about in your office in July, August 2015, and then an earlier meeting. If I could just paraphrase for the interests of time what she says about the meeting that Mr. Gama alleged. She says that she deals with the configuration of the offices. She makes the point that she wouldn't allow somebody to go into your office unannounced. And at paragraph 9, she speaks about her core working hours are from 7:30 to 1600. However, there were occasions where she would leave the office around 1700. She says at paragraph 11, I cannot recall a meeting between Mr. Singh and Mr. Essa taking place during July and August 2015 in the boardroom situated in the GCFO's office. Further, and for reasons explained here under in respect of the incident alluded to in paragraph 4.2 above, I do not recall seeing a gentleman resembling Essa exiting from the boardroom after having a meeting with Mr. Singh. In addition to the visit alluded to in paragraph 4.2 above, Mr. Essa was at that time in 2015 mentioned frequently in newspapers, so I would have been able to notice him. And she says at paragraph 12, Mr. Singh left Transnet for Eskom SOC Limited in August 2015. Paragraph 13, I wish to stress to the Commission that my evidence only pertains to the periods within which I would have been at my desk during my core working hours during July and August 2015. I cannot provide any insight as to what occurred outside of my core working hours. You wish to comment on anything there?
Mr. Chair, other than the fact that this is confirmation of my testimony that I had given at my previous session regarding the visit of Mr. Essa to my office, as alleged by Mr. Gama.
Unless the meeting happened outside of her core working hours.
According to her, yes.
Then she deals with an earlier interaction. There's a heading, Mr. Essa's visit to Transnet offices in Colton Centre. Paragraph 14. Mr. Essa visited Transnet head offices in Colton Centre in late 2012, whilst Mr. Singh was still the acting Group Chief Financial Officer. During this meeting, his office was situated on the 44th floor as the 49th floor, which was reserved for executives, could not be occupied as it was still undergoing renovations. Next paragraph, whilst I'm unable to recall the exact date of Mr. Essa's visit, I am able to recall the events of the day, which included the visit as follows. Sub 1. In the morning in question at around 09H50, Mr. Singh came out of his office and gave me a document facing down. He asked me to get an envelope and put the document in it. He further instructed me to address the envelope to Mr. Salim Essa. Sub 2. I took the document and kept it in the way that he gave it to me and typed, quote, Mr. Salim Essa, for purposes of printing it onto a sticker label to put on the envelope. Sub 3. As I was putting the document into the envelope, without intending to do so, my eyes picked up some information. I recall seeing that it was a memorandum addressed to the Board Acquisition and Disposal Council of Transnet. Further, I recall seeing the words, quote, Hedge Goba. I did not read the document beyond noticing what I have stated. Sub 4, at approximately 10:00 hours 15, Mr. Singh came out of his office and told me that he was going to the bank. Sub 5, between 10:00 hours 30 and 10:00 hours 45, Mr. Essa came to collect the envelope from me. When he arrived at my desk, he asked for an envelope addressed to Mr. Salim Essa. I handed over the envelope to him. Whilst I did not verify with this gentleman if indeed he was Mr. Essa, I believe that it was him for the following reasons. One, the gentleman did not seek to confirm if I was Mr. Singh's personal assistant or whether he was at Mr. Singh's office. He was aware of where he had to collect the envelope from and to whom the envelope would be addressed to. Two, in 2015, when I saw Mr. Essa in the newspapers, I could not help but realize that he had somewhat aged from this encounter in 2012. I have no doubts that this was the same gentleman who had collected the envelope from me in 2012. Subparagraph 6. Mr. Essa took the envelope and left. He did not sit down or wait, neither did he inquire about Mr. Singh. On the day in question, I recall that he was wearing a white T-shirt with a cartoon character on the front. Sub 7. When Mr. Singh came back from the bank, he did not inquire as to the whereabouts of the envelope. He never spoke about it again. Paragraph 16. The reason why Hedge Goba perhaps caught my eye was because previously Transnet had had dealings with them. As far as I know, Hedge Goba was mainly used by Transnet Capital Projects for the various projects that Transnet undertook. In the course of compiling meeting packs for Mr. Singh, I would see documents referring to Hedge Goba. Now, before I ask you to comment, there's just two things. Firstly, I just want to point out that this affidavit was obtained from Ms. Takani after the issuing of a Regulation 10.6 notice by the chairperson. And secondly, that Ms. Takani is represented by Bowman Gilfillan attorneys. We are advised that a supplementary or correcting affidavit has been produced where the term Hedge Goba is corrected to reflect Hatch Goba. That affidavit is apparently on its way, and we'll provide it to you, Mr. Singh, as soon as we get it. Do you want to comment then on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, firstly, the allegation relating to Mr. Essa collecting a document in my instance is denied. Mr. Chair, the reason for me denying this is the following issues. Mr. Chair, if you have a reference to the name, which is now corrected, thankfully, to Hatch Goba, else I was going to say Hatch Goba did not exist or does not exist, but we now know it's Hatch Goba. Mr. Chair, the first point to raise is that Hatch and Goba were actually individual companies and became Hatch Goba subsequent to a merger. That merger, Mr. Chair, actually only occurred in April or May of 2013 from media articles that we've been able to research. So for Ms. Takani to have reference to a document that existed in 2012 that references Hatch Goba is a bit of a mystery, because Hatch Goba did not exist in 2012. Mr. Chair, secondly, like with Witness 3, it is improbable that Ms. Takani would meet Mr. Essa once, not having identified himself as Mr. Essa, and then 3 years later actually identify or recall the person that she saw once in 2015 as Mr. Essa. Equally so, Mr. Chair, if you look at her affidavit, she does not recall the timing other than to say sometime in late 2012, that this incident occurred. Mr. Chair. However, she is very exact about the times at which this alleged collection occurred, referencing paragraph 15.4 and 15.5, which refers to 10:15, 10:30, and 10:45. Mr. Chair, also, in terms of Mr. Kani's version of events, the 44th floor of the Carlton Center equally had access control, like the 49th floor, which she describes, maybe not as, let's say, as sophisticated as the 49th floor, but it certainly had access control. So you wouldn't have been able to get access to the floor had you not identified yourself or actually had a Transnet access card. And if you're visiting the, or let's say my office at the time when I was, and actually, Mr. Chair, in 2012, I was actually not acting CFO, I was actually CFO at the time. I'd been appointed in July, sorry. So, Mr. Chair, it's highly improbable that Mr. Takani's recollection of events is probably correct.
So, Mr. Singh, just to ask you this, I mean, you said in your earlier testimony that the Commission should approach your secretary to see whether or not she could confirm the meeting Mr. Gama spoke about, correct?
That is correct.
So I take it she was your trusted secretary, someone who you had trust and faith in.
I do, sir.
So a meeting was had with her. She was asked about the Gama meeting. She then volunteered this other knowledge of this other meeting. Is this a case where you say that she got some of the detail wrong? Or is it a case where you say, well, I never asked her to put a document and address it to Mr. Essa, and he would never have come to fetch such a document?
Mr. Chair, in response, I think the latter supposition from Mr. Myberg is probably my response, is that this sequence of events never happened, Mr. Chair. I never requested Mr. Essa to collect any documents from me. I had no interaction with Mr. Essa.
Then when you compare her to witness 3, who put her name to a face years later, I want to suggest to you that a fair reading of her affidavit is she always assumed that the person that collected the affidavit was Mr. Essa.
Sorry, I don't understand, sir.
It's not a matter of her putting a name to a face later, as witness 3 did, as you say. Mr. Kani assumed that the person who collected the envelope was Mr. Essa. And later on, she says, well, she couldn't but notice that he had aged.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but that was 3 years later, Mr. Chair. And having seen a person once, I would still hazard to say that it's highly improbable that you will remember a person 3 years hence.
Well, let me take you to paragraph 15.5. Between 10:30 and 10:45, Mr. Essa came to collect the envelope from me. When he arrived at my desk, he asked for an envelope addressed to Mr. Essa. I handed over the envelope to him. Whilst I did not verify with the gentleman if indeed he was Mr. Essa, I believed that it was him for the following reasons. Sub 1. The gentleman did not seek to confirm if I was Mr. Singh's personal assistant or whether he was at Mr. Singh's office. He was aware of where he had to collect the envelope and to whom the envelope would be addressed to.
As I said, Mr. Chair, if you look at the 49th floor, there's no way you can access the 49th floor if you were not allowed access. So there was no way that Mr. Essa would have gained access to the 49th floor to be able to walk to my office, engage with Mr. Kani, and basically pick up any document that purportedly was left there to be collected.
But we're not talking about the 49th floor.
I mean, sorry, 44th floor.
So could he have gained access to the 44th floor?
No. My point is that the 44th floor had access control as well. So there's no way that he would have had free access into the 49th floor to access Mr. Kani's office as she alleged.
Chairperson, I seem to lose some of the evidence of my client. You
Yes.
must please try and speak
Yeah.
up.
Yes,
We can't hear him very well this side.
No, that's true. You seem to swallow some of the words or you drop your voice. So try and speak up.
Let me make some cosmetic adjustments to the seating arrangements here, Mr. Chair. I think this should be better.
All right, do you have any other comments on this affidavit?
No, Mr. Chair, other than to just say that I would never, paragraph 17 and 18 relates to her personal safety and concern, Mr. Chair. I would just want to say that I would never, in any way, shape, or form, ever threaten or have any safety issues relating to Mr. Khan.
Of course, there is a connection between this and the evidence of Mr. Bester and Mr. Sumpton, because the meeting that they say they attended, where you were present, was a meeting attended by Mr. Esser and related to Hatch.
Mr. Chair, if I can respond, clearly the alleged document that Mr. Kani was referring to was a Hatch-Gober document, which we now know Hatch-Gober didn't exist in 2012. The meeting that Mr. Bester and Mr. Sumpton refers to was a meeting that happened in 2014. In between all of this, Mr. Chair, in 2013, you will recall that there was an MEP phase 1 that was happening with Hatch-Gober, and the meeting in 2014 related to, I would assume, according to, if you want to take Mr. Bester's version of events, it was only to discuss outstanding invoices, whereas if you take Mr. Sumption's version of events, it was to discuss outstanding invoices as well as supplier development on MEP phase 2. So, Mr. Chair, if you look at the events, if you look at Ms. Takani's standalone, there was nothing happening in 2012 with Hatch-Gober. If you look at Mr. Bester and Mr. Sumption, if they were actually trying to clarify issues, they've actually created more of an issue, because Mr. Sumption directly contradicts Mr. Bester's version of events, directly, on numerous accounts.
Is your version that they are making all this up?
Mr. Chair, I would find it very hard to find any other reason as to why this is happening. Mr. Chair, from Mr. Kani's perspective, she may have known about Hatch-Gober through, as she says, the fact that she was exposed to documents that would have flowed from her office in terms of compilation of packs. But that would have only happened post the merger, which would have been April, May 2013, when MEP 1 was actually happening, if indeed documents did go. And BADC would have been engaged in MEP 1, I would assume, sometime in June, July, August 2013, there or thereabouts. So this sequence of events about a year later, or a year earlier, on Ms. Takani's version of events. In terms of Mr. Bester and Mr. Sumption, Mr. Chair, we had occasion to go and try and verify whether these invoices that they say were outstanding were actually sent to me. We were not able to verify the emails that they alleged to have sent to me. So my emails don't reflect any emails that would query these outstanding invoices. the curiosity of why Mr. Samshin would now try and condense two meetings that Mr. Bester alleges happened into one, Mr. Chair, I'm not too sure. Because as you would know, Mr. Chair, if you look at the sequence of events in terms of the timing, you will recall that MEP 1, which happened in around 2013, was subject to an issue relating to SD. And the issue relating to SD, Mr. Chair, supply development. And you will recall that the issue was whether 30% SD was more appropriate versus 50% SD. And you will recall again, Mr. Chair, that Hatch actually accepted Transnet's proposition in that regard for 50% SD. So on Mr. Samshin's version as to the second objective of that meeting being SD issues that needed to be resolved with Transnet, and particularly myself, Mr. Chair, there was nothing to resolve because Hatch had more than exceeded the expectation in meeting the 50% requirement that Transnet had already issued in MEP phase 1. So the second issue in terms of Mr. Samshin's objective for the meeting with Mr. Essa, or alleged meeting with Mr. Essa, in my view, does not hold any credence, Mr. Chair.
With regard to Mr. Kane, you think she's just mistaken about this other information she has volunteered? Or you think that she too is making this up?
Mr. Chair, I would think that she would be making this up for whatever objective and whatever motive, Mr. Chair, I would not know.
So you accept that you don't know of any reason why she would want to make this up to prejudice you?
Mr. Chair, other than the following the previous line of reasoning around the fact that, Mr. Chair, it's very coincidental that you have an issue with Hatch Goba with Mr. Bester and Mr. Samshin. And Mr. Kani then also has an issue with Hatch Goba. But yet Hatch Goba didn't exist at the time. So the question comes about as to where did Ms. Chakani get this Hatch Goba in 2012 from?
Isn't the position, Mr. Singh, that if she really wanted to make up something, she would have confirmed, she would not have confirmed your version in regard to the other meeting that Mr. Kamat spoke about?
That is true, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So why is it that when she confirms your version in regard to that meeting, you have no problem, but when she happens to then say something that doesn't go with your version in regard to the other meeting, then suddenly she's making this up?
Well, Mr. Chair, in one instance it's the truth, in the other instance it's not.
But you are not even saying, no, she must be mistaken, she would not make this up, she's not that type of person. You're not even saying that, you're saying she's making it up.
Well, Mr. Chair, from what I know of her, Mr. Chair, it's very unlike her to have done something like that.
Yes, so what is the basis for saying that she's not even mistaken? She's fabricating this.
Well, Mr. Chair, maybe she is mistaken. But, Mr. Chair, I don't know how she would have mistaken Mr. Essa, because she's directly making an allegation that I instructed her to get a document for Mr. Essa. So in that case, I don't know how she's mistaken. That's why.
Well, it seems difficult to think that she'll be mistaken about the name of the person that she says you said she had to put on the envelope. And of course, on her version, a certain person came and asked for this envelope and took it. And she assumed it was Mr. Essa. When you came back, you didn't ask whether Mr. Essa came and took the envelope. It appears you would have understood that Mr. Essa had come and taken the envelope, or you would have known that if it wasn't him, he had sent somebody to take them. Because otherwise you would ask and say, has he arrived? Something like that.
But Mr. Chair, we're back in the same situation as we were with Mr. Gamba, in that if this is a complete fabrication of fact, then none of this would have happened, which is the case.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, Mr. Singh.
Mr. Chair, you are saying...
Obviously, a fabrication is something that never happened.
But that is this is what I'm saying, Mr. Chair. This could have never happened. Because as I said to you, Hatch Goba did not exist in 2013. I mean, 2012.
Would it make any difference? Well, we're told that there'll be a supplementary affidavit, but would it make any difference whether this happened in 2012 or 2013?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because as I said, Hatch Goba did not exist in 2012.
Yeah,
There
but
was
it
no
happened in
transactions.
2013.
There was no transactions, as I recall, that would require, that needed to have gone to the BADC in 2012 relating to Hatch.
Mr. Maibach?
Thank you. I perhaps just want to put one thing to you. Mr. Carney didn't want to give this affidavit. We had to issue a summons to get it from him. Want to comment on that?
No, sir.
All right. I want to go back to the locomotives and to pick up from where we left off on that topic before. You might remember that essentially the only thing that we had dealt with in any detail was the role that you played, specifically in the acquisition of the 1064 locomotives. We went through the various roles that you played. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes, I seem to recall.
All right. I just want to pick up on the one piece of evidence that you gave and just want to clarify something if I can. You recalled saying that you weren't involved in the tender evaluation process part of the acquisition.
That is correct.
I'm sorry, there must be an issue with the sound because I can't hear
You can't
Mr.
hear.
Myberg at all.
Is that so? Maybe try again, Mr. Maibach, let's see.
All right. Mr. Singh, can I ask you please to take out Exhibit BB4F? Can you hear me now?
How was that, Stefan? Can you hear that? Could you hear that? Yeah.
Sorry, maybe the sound can just be,
If the
Put up a little-
technicians could attend to that, so that the sound is clearer. Okay, all right.
This is Mr. Leher's exhibit. And you should find a divider in the front, first statement.
Yes.
Could you go to page 87, please? I just want you to assist me with two documents.
87 of this.
87, yeah. YIL 87.
Oh, Mr. Leher's thing. So YL 87.
YIL 87.
I'm there, sir.
All right, so that's in the first statement. Are you there?
Yes.
So there you have,
1 second, how is it going? Okay, all right.
there you have a memorandum to the Transnet Board of Directors dated the 17th of January. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And the subject is request for approval to negotiate an award of business to shortlisted tenderers for the supply of 599 Cocoa new dual voltage locomotives for the general freight business. You will see that you signed this memorandum. That's at page 95. You signed it on the 21st of January 2014. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I just wanted to take you through this. If you look at the purpose of the memorandum at page 87 is to provide an update to the Transnet Board of Directors, the progress on the tender evaluation process. Note and approve the tender evaluation process from step 1 up to step 6 to the Transnet Board of Directors. Approve the recommendation of the shortlist of tenderers as a result of the tender and evaluation process for the negotiations and award of business. Delegate all powers to the Group Chief Executive to sign, approve and conclude all necessary documents to give effect to the above resolutions, and note that the above resolutions are subject to the recommendation of the Board Disposals and Acquisitions Committee to be held on 24 January 2014. And then you will see, if you go through the memorandum in background, go to page 88, it explains the evaluation methodology through 6 different steps. And if you go, for example, to page 92, there you will see the scoring and what was being measured. And ultimately at page 95, what was recommended to the Transnet Board of Directors was to note the updates on the progress of the tender evaluation process. Note and approve the tender evaluation process from step 1 up to step 6 to the Transnet Board of Directors, and approve the recommendation of the short list of tenderers as a result of the tender and evaluation process for the negotiation and award of business as contained in paragraphs 49 and 50. I take it you accept that you were apprised of those various things and that you supported that recommendation.
That is correct, sir.
So it wasn't that you were, and I'm not being critical of your evidence, I was trying to get a sense. As I understand then, you yourself were not physically involved in the evaluation process, but you were obviously advised of it. You analyzed what the situation was, and you were in a position then to support this recommendation.
Mr. Chair, I think it is a fair summary of my involvement. I think if I just needed to elaborate, Mr. Chair, in terms of the evaluation process, in terms of up to this point in time, in terms of the preparation of this memo, the tender receipt, the tender opening, the tender evaluation, and all of those type of adjudications would have been under the directorship of Mr. Gianni and Mr. Gama, together with the cross-functional evaluation team. And we would have relied on the reports from the cross-functional evaluation team as well as the internal audit evaluation of those processes to make this recommendation to the board.
And then, so this relates to the electric locomotives.
Sorry, sir?
This memorandum related to the electric locomotives?
Mr. Chair, just give me 1 second.
The 599.
You see, Mr. Chair, also,
Where it talks about dual voltage.
yeah, it should be
locomotives.
Dual voltage, yes.
All right.
Well, actually, it says 599 right at the
Yes,
top.
correct.
Yes.
So I then wanted just to take you to the corresponding memorandum in relation to the diesel locomotives. Could you go to page 100?
I'm there, sir.
There you will see, and obviously the content is different, but the format is the same. A similar memo relating to the new diesel locomotives, you'll see that you signed that memorandum also on the 14th of January, on the 21st of January 2014. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And the recommendation read with the necessary changes brought about by change in context is essentially the same. Would you confirm that?
That is correct, sir.
And this is really then, after those decisions were taken, that you became involved in the negotiation process.
Mr. Chair, yes, this then led to the shortlisted bidders, being the two electrics and the two diesels, and then it culminated in the, what we called it, the post-tender negotiation process.
Would I ask you, please, just so that we can go backwards one step in relation to this issue of Hatch Goba. Would I ask you to turn up Transnet Bundle 4A.
This is 4A?
4A?
Yeah.
No, it's different to the Lahore bundle. My colleague will assist you.
We're good.
You have it?
Yes.
Okay, could we go to, you should have different tabs there. Go to tab BB20, exhibit BB20.
Mr. Adom.
Yes. You know Ms. Stratham, do you?
Have you got the page number, Mr.
It starts at 131, DCJ. Ms. Stratham's affidavit itself is at 133. You know Ms. Stratham, do you?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And what do you know her to have done? What was her job?
Mr. Chair, she was involved in the capital project space, and I think she was, from the time that I recall, she was the program manager, program director, responsible for the MEP, or
The MEP, yes.
manganese expansion project.
So that's what she worked on, the MEP.
Yes.
And you're right, because at page 135, she says there she's the program director. You see that?
Yes.
Now, could I take you, please, to paragraph 32. Just above that, above 31, she deals with phase 1 of the MEP. You see that?
30, yes, paragraph 31.
And then at paragraph 32, she says, during 2011, Hatch Goba, in brackets Hatch, was appointed by the TCP on behalf of the ODs via task order under the Hatch-Mott McDonald Goba contract to conclude the FEL 2 and 3 rail and port studies supporting the MEP. You see that?
That is correct.
You want to comment on that?
No, sir.
Well, I note in that paragraph, Mr. Singh, that Ms. Stratham, in the context of 2011, also refers to Hatch Goba.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this I would think is a, the two companies would probably have entered into some sort of joint venture and then submitted a task order or a work order to work as a consortium.
But of course, if she could refer to it as Hatch Goba in the context of 2011, you or your secretary could also refer to 2012 as Hedgecover
Mr. Chair, probably
in that context.
in that context, yes.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Myback.
Thank you. So, going back to the locomotives, we've dealt with your role.
Mr. Chair, just to point out, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
If you would just have reference to paragraph 32 on page 144, you would see that this was appointed by TCP, which means it was appointed by Transnet Capital Project. So this would have had no impact at coming to group or coming by this office of the CFO in any way, shape or form, because this decision was taken by Transnet Capital Projects at their level. As you can see, it says on behalf of the OD.
What's the importance of that?
Mr. Chair, if we are trying to make a connection between, let's call it Hedgecover, and Mr. Kani's allegations in 2012.
Yeah, which is what I was
Yes.
putting to you. Yeah.
I'm saying that this appointment that we refer to, that refers to Hedgecover, occurred by, or was made by, Transnet Capital Projects, which is a division of Transnet. And they would have done that independently of us. When I say
Yes.
us, meaning the people that sit at group.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't have had access to this information.
Yes.
Or there would have been no need for us to have access.
Yeah. But why does that matter in terms of what I was putting to you? What I was putting to you is Ms. Takanya, your previous secretary, when in her affidavit, she mentioned Hedgecover in the context of 2012. Your reaction was there was no Hedgecover in 2012.
Yes,
There was only Hedgecover in 2013.
yes.
So what I was putting to you is, here is somebody else referring to Hedgecover in 2011, when on your version, there would not have been a Hedgecover. So I found it interesting that somebody else does that, uses the same name. And of course, you said there may have been a joint venture. But I think the fact of the matter is somebody else uses the same term, same name, even a year earlier than Ms. Takana.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Myback.
Thank you. Going back to the locomotives,
Oh, Mr. Myback, you have no assistance of a junior today. You have no assistance of a junior.
no, I don't. There's no one hiding behind my boxes, DCJ. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if it's disruptive. I'll just put the files down.
Yeah, no, that's
Sort
fine.
them out later.
That's fine.
Going back to, I just wanted to ask Chairperson if you intend to take a short break for tea or you want to carry on.
Let's take it at past, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Going back to the locomotives, we had discussed it. I think I've completed my leading of you in relation to your role, seen what you did. I just want to also then sketch for you the Gupta-linked corruption that appears to have been at play in relation to...
Do I put away this file?
Yes, you can, DCJ.
Yeah. And which one do I take? The Lahare one must also go away? The BP4F that we used?
Yes, both of
earlier?
those can be put away, DCJ. Both
Okay.
Lahare and Stradum's files.
Okay. You may continue.
I just want to then sketch for you the Gupta-linked corruption that appears to have been taking place. Firstly, in relation to all contracts where McKinsey worked alongside regiments, including the 1064 transaction advisor contract that you were involved in. Mr. Essa, in the form of his shell companies, was paid 50% of regiment's fees, with laundry payments then having been made to the Gupta enterprise. As you know, McKinsey have accepted that these contracts are tainted, and I think it was a day or two ago that it was announced that they had upped their offer from, I think it was 650 million, which would have included SAA, to 850 million payback in relation to Transnet alone. So you accept that you were instrumental in appointing these transaction advisors?
Mr. Chair, well, I guess we would need to define instrumental, but yes, I did play a role in appointing McKinsey.
And you would accept, even if you might not be sure about instrumental, you would accept that you played a significant role.
Well, Mr. Chair, there was a business need that was required,
Yeah.
and the need required for us to appoint advisors to be able to satisfy that need, and the advisors happened to be McKinsey.
I'm not to quibble about language, but we could go to one of your affidavits. I mean, you made the point that you decided that these were your advisors, you needed them, it was your call. You recall that?
Well, Mr. Chair, the issue of a business need came into play, and also an element of understanding who would be best placed to be in a position to execute the business need in the time in which it needed to be executed. And in our view at the time, McKinsey was probably best placed because of their significant history at Transnet, as well as their international expertise, to be able to execute the projects in the time that was required.
So one must accept on that evidence that every time that you met with McKinsey and regiments were present, do you understand that what it means is that 50 cents in every rand that regiments was billing was going to Mr. Essa?
Well, Mr. Chair, I was not aware of that.
Must come as something of a shock.
That is correct, sir.
All right. Then, secondly, what the evidence reflects, and let me make myself very clear, I don't make any decisions in this matter, the DCJ does. So I'm putting to you the evidence that has been presented in the money flow stream. Whether that's going to be accepted or not is something that the DCJ will decide on in time. But what that evidence of money flows secondly reflects is that Mr. Essa concluded so-called business development services agreements. These are essentially kickback agreements with CSR in respect of 359 electric locomotives that had a contract value of 18 billion rand, where he was to secure a commission of 21%. He then concluded a similar kickback agreement with CNR in relation to 232 diesel locomotives that had a contract value of 9.9 billion. So Mr. Essa had more than half of the 1064 locomotives covered, and he had a 21% interest in their acquisition. Do you want to comment on that?
Mr. Chair, other than to say that I have no knowledge of any of these contracts or any of Mr. Essa's dealings.
So when, for example, we come to discuss the increase in the ETC, he had a 21% interest in that.
Mr. Chair, again, when we discuss the increase in the ETC, you will see it was a completely justifiable increase in the ETC, Mr. Chair. Who got 21% thereof, Mr. Chair? I was under the impression that we were paying the justified increase to the OEMs.
What Mr. Essa also had was a BDSA, Business Development Service Agreement, in respect of the locomotive maintenance contract as well. You want to comment on that?
Mr. Chair, I was not aware of that. I have no knowledge there.
And Mr. Essa had concluded similar contracts with CSR in respect of the acquisition of both the 95 and 100 locomotives?
Similarly, Mr. Chair, I have no knowledge of Mr. S's dealings with CSR.
Then thirdly, you were involved as well in the relocation of CNR South Africa from Pretoria to Durban. Do you remember that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Here, a BDSA was concluded between CNR South Africa and a company called BEX, similar kickback agreement. BEX received and pocketed 67 million as a result of that contract. BEX is also a Gupta-linked company, and those monies were laundered to the Gupta enterprise.
Mr. Chair, again, I have no knowledge of this agreement or the laundering of the money.
So, Mr. Essa, from the 1064 advisory contract through all of the locomotives, including maintenance agreements and even including relocation, each one of those things you were involved in.
To a greater or lesser extent, yes.
Yeah. And then, fourthly, perhaps something that I must bring to attention is Mr. Sharma, the chairperson of the BADC. The evidence is, and further evidence will be led, had a matrix of business relationships with Mr. Essa.
Mr. Chair, I was not aware of that.
You confirm, though, that Mr. Sharma was the chairperson of the BADC, certainly at all material times, in relation to the acquisition of the 1064 locomotives.
Yes.
Then let's get to the funding of these locomotives. In relation to the China Development Bank loan, where regiments were paid a success fee of 198 million. 147 million of that was paid to Albertine, with 122 million of it having been laundered to Sahara Computers. Know that?
No, sir.
You were involved in that transaction.
As a CFO, I would have been, yes.
And then sixthly, also as part of the funding of the locomotives, there was the ZAR club loan, correct?
I've heard of that, but I don't think I was there when that was executed.
So this, I think, was at the time when you had left or just about to leave. What happened there is that Trillion was paid 93 million for arranging the ZAR club loan, with Mr. Essa having been a 60% shareholder in Trillion. And 4 days later, 74 million of that was paid to Albertine, Gupta-linked money laundering company.
I'm not aware of that.
So, Mr. Singh, what I just want to put to you is this. I mean, on that evidence, assuming it was to be accepted, the Guptas really pulled off something of a heist, didn't they, in relation to these locomotives from the beginning right to the end.
If the allegations are true.
Yeah. And in fact, just as when I'd got my head around the 3.5 billion, you would have read in the press that Mr. Holden gave evidence that I think it was, the chairperson will correct me if I'm wrong, it was 50 or 60 billion rand was laundered through the Gupta enterprise. And 85% of that actually derived from funds from Transnet. So we're dealing with just 3.5 billion of what was 45 or 50 billion. I hope I have the sums right.
The total was 49 billion. 49 billion was the total, and I can't remember the percentage, but Transnet is where they got the bulk of that money.
So what is your, I really would need to understand what you say about this. I mean, whilst this was going on, you were the Chief Financial Officer. You were, we know, signing and authoring very important documents. We will come to them in a moment. And you were involved in all of these things other than the club loan. What we've heard evidence from people like Mr. Malefe and Mr. Gama have said these are complicated financial documents which they knew you were drafting and they relied on you. Is it your case that you knew nothing about this?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Is it your case then that you were really scammed by Mr. Essa and the Guptas? They pulled one over you.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think from my perspective, Mr. Chair, we followed all the required policies, procedures, and internal processes of Transnet, which, as we will see when we go through the transactions, resulted in justifiable expenditure. There was value added, there was work performed, and payments were made.
Was Mr. Singh, you might be able to assist me to think of another scenario, but it's difficult to think of any scenario other than that if this is what they achieved to do, the Guptas at Transnet, while you were CFO and you were involved in these transactions, either you were party to their agenda or you were so incompetent that you couldn't, see all of this. Now, it may be that there's another scenario other than those two, but those are the only two I can think of. So, Mr. Maibek's question is really to say to you, which one is it?
Well, Mr. Chair, I don't think it's either of those.
Yeah, which other scenario could it be?
Mr. Chair, I certainly do not advocate that I was party to any of the agendas or assisted in any of the agendas in any way, shape, or form. Secondly,
Well,
Mr. Chair.
Then how does one explain this massive looting?
Well, Mr. Chair, again,
In circumstances where there is a CFO who got involved in approving or recommending a lot of these transactions, and it's a lot of financial matters involved.
well, Mr. Chair, if we're allowed to engage with the transactions and understand and see the justification for the transactions and the value that was derived and the conclusions that were arrived at, maybe then we can engage on this. If we engage with it on this basis where you are coming to a conclusion before we engage on whether the allegations have merit or not, it's difficult to engage on that basis.
You see, we are inquiring, okay? There is evidence of what has happened.
Yes.
The evidence, the commission has been collecting evidence for 3 years. So there is evidence of what has happened. You are getting the opportunity to say, don't accept that evidence, not true, don't accept that evidence, not true. You are getting that opportunity.
Well,
So now the question is, one of the things we have got to ask is, how did this happen?
no, Mr.
In
Chair.
order to be able to make recommendations as to what measures should be put in place in the future to avoid a repeat of this. So that's where the question comes up, whether people who occupied certain positions were party to this and knew what was happening, or whether they just were incompetent and didn't do their job properly.
Well, Mr.
And
Chair.
I said there could be another scenario, and I invite you to tell me it could be that it's not a question of them or you in your case being party to these people's scheme. Two, it could be that it's not a question of incompetence. There is another scenario, and this is the scenario.
Well, Mr. Chair, that's what I was getting to.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chair, again, if it comes to my competence or otherwise, I would suggest to say that it is not incompetence on my part. If it was incompetence on my part, I would assume that Mr. Molefe would have said that when he came and gave evidence. And I don't think he actually indicated in any way, shape or form that that was the case. Secondly, Mr. Chair, in terms of it being my incompetence, at the end of the day, these transactions were not approved by me alone. I did not originate these transactions alone. Neither did they conclude these transactions alone.
Well, you see, there is evidence which suggests that you may have been involved with the Guptas more than you would like me to believe you were. Okay? I'm not saying that I've accepted that that is the case, but I'm saying there certainly is evidence which, if true, would suggest that. Okay? Mr. Brian Molefe has himself admitted in this commission that he had a relationship with the Guptas. I can't remember whether he put it at a friendship level, but he said he had been to their residence several times, and I think some of them had been to his house for dinner once or twice, and he said that his interaction with them had stretched over a certain period of time. There has been evidence of that his appointment as Group CEO of Transnet seems to have been known to the Guptas before he even applied for the job. That's why the New Age published an article in December 2010 where it was suggested that he was going to be the next Group CEO of Transnet. And indeed, he became Group CEO of Transnet. And I am aware, on the basis of information before the Commission, I'm aware that the board of Transnet gave Minister Gigaba, I think, 3 names for the position of Group CEO of Transnet. And that in terms of the points that had been allocated in the interviews to the 3 candidates, Mr. Molefe was not number 1. It was another candidate. He was number 2. Nevertheless, Mr. Gigaba, went with his name. And of course, there is the evidence of the drivers who have given evidence about yourself, about Mr. Gama, about who was the other one? I can't remember whether Mr. Bramleffe was involved. And of course, there is some evidence from Travel Excellence about Mr. Salim Essa. Now, I did say that the evidence of the 2 witnesses from Travel Excellence coincides with your evidence to a very large extent, but there is evidence which suggests that, at least in regard to 1 transaction, maybe 2, I'm not sure, Mr. Salim Essa may have paid for your trips. So this commission, if it is to do its job properly, it has to ask the question, if all of these things are true, if these things, this looting happened, how did it happen? You know, were people sleeping on the job? Were people who were in the SOEs, were they working with the people whose agenda was to loot the SOEs? So it has got to ask those questions. And obviously, somebody like you, against whom there are all kinds of allegations, must get an opportunity to say, this is what happened, this is what I think happened, this is how I think it happened. That's why one puts these propositions to
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly do not believe that the propositions are unfair. Hence, I was responding to the proposition.
Yes, okay.
And I was getting to a point where I was saying, Mr. Chair, that as I was alluding to the fact that the transactions didn't happen by myself in isolation, Mr. Chair, there were circumstances as to why there was a business requirement for these services or assets to have been acquired in the manner that it was acquired. Transnet internal audit was integrally involved in most, if not all, of the transactions that Mr. Meyerberg has alluded to. I think we've actually, in one of the annexes that we've just seen, there was an internal audit report that was attached to it, which was a high-value tender process. So those, we took significant assurance from those processes that occurred. Mr. Chair, in terms of the Board Acquisition and Disposal Committee, they reviewed documents, they've reviewed the interrogated submissions. To the extent that Mr. Molefe and Mr. Gama approved documents, the interrogated documents, they reviewed the information that was presented before them. To the extent that they didn't believe that it was justified, the prerogative was theirs as to whether they approve or not. The board, for example, Mr. Chair, on the locomotive transaction, I think there were 14 to 16 non-executive board members that were sitting on the award of these, as Mr. Meyerberg read out. The submissions went to the BADC, then went to the board. If I was at any point incompetent in dealing with these matters to the board, Mr. Chair, the board had the prerogative to say, Mr. Singh, you are talking utter nonsense, please leave. And Mr. Chair, the justification of how actually is in the detail of the transactions. And I'm hoping that Mr. Meyerberg, during the course of the day, will take us through the detail of the transactions, that I may be able to then demonstrate to you that from my perspective, I did what was required of me to be done. And each of the transactions can be explained in the circumstances that occurred at the time.
I just,
I don't know if you still want to take tea, or can we push on through to lunchtime?
I think we must take at least 10 minutes adjournment.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's take a 10 minutes adjournment.
the money flow evidence, then it seems that there are three possibilities. The first is that you were party to these nefarious dealings. Secondly, that you were incompetent. Or thirdly, that you were deceived, stroke scammed. As I understand, well, let me ask you, you've denied being party. You say you were not incompetent. So it seems that you must have been deceived or scammed. Is that correct?
It would seem so, sir.
In relation to transactions that you were involved in some instances intimately, correct?
Sorry, sir, your question?
In relation to transactions that you were involved in and in some instances intimately,
Yes, sir.
and you accept that what I've sketched to you is a program of looting in relation to all of the elements of the 1064 transaction. I mean, from the consultants in the room advising on business cases, right through to the funding, a program of looting.
Mr. Chair, I wouldn't categorize it as a program. I would, well, it's a logical sequence of the evolution of the transaction.
So what is the logical conclusion of what?
No, Mr. Chair, I said it would, Mr. Myberg put a proposition to say that it was a, sorry, you said again, it was
A program of looting.
program of looting.
Yeah.
And he used the example of the business case through to the funding of the transaction. And my view, Mr. Chair, is that it was it is not automatic that you get to a point of saying it was a program of looting. It was just a manner in which the transactions involved. You get from a business case to contracting, from contracting to funding. You can't do funding before you do business case, for example.
Do you say that it was not a program, even though you say your view is that you were scammed?
Chair, in the context of the example that was used by Mr. Mike.
So, Mr. Singh, perhaps then I can ask you, because I mean it's an important piece of evidence that you give. Yeah, you were the Group Chief Financial Officer. On the money flows evidence under your watch, you were scammed. Now, what do you think you could have done differently? I mean, presumably you've agonized over this. What is it that you think you could have done differently or better, perhaps, so that this might have been avoided?
Mr. Chair, I think if you, in my view, Mr. Chair, I'm again thinking of the fact that these issues are best dealt with if we deal with the transaction detail. If you look at the transaction detail, Mr. Chair, you would then be in a position to understand what could have been done better. But Mr. Chair, if you ask me to answer the question at this point in time, Mr. Chair, on the locomotive transactions, Mr. Chair, I think it was quite a significant achievement for Transnet to acquire 1,064 locos in the time that it did. I think it's probably one of the transactions that would probably be quite significant in South Africa's history, if not in globally. I think you don't have a company that orders 1,100 locomotives at any given point in time. If you look at the transactions relating
You think people will remember that more than the corruption
well, Mr. Chair,
connected to it?
Again, Mr. Chair, the corruption, but as we said, it's an allegation.
That's the first thing that comes to people's minds when you talk about those transactions, is the corruption.
That is true, Mr. Chair, but again, this is without having afforded me the opportunity to provide the justification relating to the transaction.
But Mr. Singh, you see, what are we going to get to the transactions? I'm quite sure you're able to justify them in your own mind, and there's many ways these things can be argued. But despite that, there was still this looting. So, I mean, you may come and tell us, well, I can justify the increase in the ETC, and so we go on. But despite that, on the money flow evidence, there was the looting, there was the heist, there was the 21% kickback.
So, Mr. Chair, let me answer the original question in terms of saying what was my view in terms of the transactions. I think if you look at the advisory transactions, Mr. Chair, again, the advisory transactions, if anything needed to improve, I think it is a case of the vetting by the main contractors in terms of the subcontractors that they are required to be able to use. And I think to that extent, McKinsey has already in some way acknowledged the fact that their vetting processes on regiments and trillion maybe were not completely up to scratch, and that may have been the reason why they've decided to pay back the money. Mr. Chair, in terms of those are the two broad categories of transactions, I guess, that we deal with.
All right. Well, I mean, you make a very important point, because the Commission also will have to reflect on how to prevent something like this from happening. And something that definitely has come to light is the rigor with which the appointment of supply development partners, consultants, is analysed. But just on that, before we'll get to the transactions, but I just want to make sure that I understand that when you are in the room and you're negotiating, you were assisted by McKinsey and Regiments.
Sorry, which room on which
So
transaction?
during the negotiations, during the acquisition phase, they were assisting you. They were your transaction advisors.
Not McKinsey at the time.
Yeah. Well, Regiments was.
Regiments were, yes, transactional.
So just so that the public understands this, you were relying on the advice of an organization that was paying 50 cents in the rand to Mr. Essa. I mean, do you understand how radical that is?
I do, Mr. Chair, and that's the reason why we're here trying to explain our role in this transaction.
So when you say, well, you can easily justify these transactions, those were your advisors. The transactions and the contracts are tainted.
Well, Mr. Chair, they may be tainted, but at the end of the day, the transactions and the transaction advice that was given to us at that point in time, Mr. Chair, was evident and relied on market indicators that existed at the time.
Well, let's go then to
And they were appointed without any competitive process, isn't it?
The transaction advisor process, Mr. Chair, was a limited confinement. I think there were 5 companies that were invited to tender, if memory serves.
Well, we're going to come to that now. Let's start off by looking at these the procurement of consulting and advisory services, and start with the 1064 transaction advisors. So I think you may have touched on this before, but I suppose it's important just to reflect on why it is that Transnet needed advisors, transaction advisors. And perhaps I could just ask you to comment on this. It seems to accord with the documents and the evidence. Given the magnitude of the 1064 locomotive transaction, Transnet procured transaction advisors to provide advisory services in respect 1, the validation of the business case, 2, technical evaluation and optimization of bids, 3, deal structuring and finance, and 4, procurement advice and legal services. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So those various elements are important. So you appoint these 1064 transaction advisors to advise on the validation of the business case,
That is correct.
on technical evaluation and optimization of bids.
Yes, sir.
But that's the part of the process that you were not personally involved in.
No, Mr. Chair. So that technical optimization of the bids part would have actually happened prior or should have happened prior.
I think speak up, Mr.
Sorry, sir.
Singh. I think your voice is
That
going down.
that aspect relating to bid optimization, Mr. Chair, would have happened prior to the bids actually being, or prior to the RFPs being issued.
Yes.
There would not be an opportunity to optimize the bids once the RFPs have been issued.
And then deal structuring and finance,
Deal structuring and finance would be the funding and the.
that comes afterwards.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And procurement advice.
That would also have been prior to the.
But just to pick up on the chairperson's questions, I want to get to the key issue that I want to discuss with you now. What the chronology shows is that on the 30th of May 2012, Transnet issued an RFP to 9 consortiums on a confinement basis. You've made that point. Then on the 26th of July 2012, the contract was awarded to the McKinsey Consortium. It was led by McKinsey as the main bidder, together with, amongst others, Letsema as a co-bidder, McKinsey's supply development partner. Would you confirm that?
That is correct.
And then I want to get to what happened on the 22nd of August 2012. Could I ask you, please, to turn to page 882 of Transnet Bundle 5B.
I'm at 5B.
Are you there? Bundle 5B, page 882. All right, so
Yes, I've got it.
you'll see at 882, this is a memorandum to Mr. Molefe from yourself, the subject being appointment for transaction advisors on the 1064 locomotive tender. And if you go to page 885, you will see that you recommended it on is that the 20th of August 2012.
It would appear so, sir.
All right. If you go back to page 882, at paragraph 1.1, under the heading Purpose, it says, for the Group Chief Executive to note that McKinsey would be advised to partner with another firm with equal or better credentials than Letsema for the procurement elements due to a potential conflict of interest with Barlow World and Letsema. You see that?
I do, sir.
And then at paragraph 14, it says there that the tender evaluation process was concluded whereby the McKinsey consortium consisting of McKinsey, Letsema, etc., were evaluated as the preferred bidder. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then at 15, the Transnet Acquisition Council awarded the McKinsey consortium the complete advisory services and split the award regarding legal advisory to Weber Wenzel. You confirm that?
That is correct.
And then at paragraph 17, the estimated value for locomotive advisory services required is 50 million. The percentage split of work is anticipated to be as follows: McKinsey 35% and the procurement partner 20%. You see that?
That is correct.
And then UTHO and Nedbank 10%, Weber Wenzel 20%, and Advanced Rail Technologies 15%. You see that?
That is correct.
And then the recommendation was as per the purpose. It's recommended that the Group Chief Executive note that McKinsey will be advised to partner with another firm with equal or better credentials than Letsema for the procurement elements due to potential conflict of interest. So, what we know is the contract is awarded on the 26th of July, and then a month later, less than a month later, we have this recommendation. Correct?
That is correct.
Could you please just explain what potential conflict of interest, or potential conflict, I see it's referred to, arose as between Letsema and Barlow World?
Mr. Chair, I am not completely recall, but I would assume, I think that Barlow World was a potential partner with one of the OEMs. And hence there was a conflict there, and I think there was Letsema was in some way, shape or form involved with Barlow World.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said Barlow World had a relationship with one of the potential suppliers
OEMs, right?
for the locomotives. And Letsema had some relationship with Barlow World, if I recall.
That's what you can remember.
That is correct.
So why is that conflict not set out in this memo? I mean, it's just assumed there's a conflict. Why is it not explained and dealt with?
I'm not too sure, Mr.
And I raised that with you because I'd like to get your comment. When I asked Mr. Malefa about this, he really had very little idea, if any actually, as to what the conflict was. Yet you
It
recommended this to...
can't be that the CEO and the group CEO and the group CFO don't know.
Well, Mr. Chair, these, as you would have seen, if you look at page 886, Mr. Chair, these matters are actually dealt with by the procurement team, and it actually gets looked at by the Transnet Acquisition Council. And these matters of conflict and looking at potential conflicts are dealt with by the procurement team.
Dealt with by who?
By the procurement team.
I'm sorry, but you would ask the questions. You'd ask the type of question that Mr. Mabik is asking. To say, what's the conflict?
Well, hence, Mr.
Because you
Chair,
don't want to exclude somebody who should be included. You don't want to include somebody who should be excluded.
well, hence, Mr. Chair, my response in terms of what I understood the conflict to be at the time.
But you are not confident that that was as I understand your evidence, it's more speculative.
No, Mr. Chair, there is no other reason that is in my mind, so that is the reason from my perspective.
Yeah, Mr. Maiberg.
I just wanted to point out to you that 886 was actually the original decision of the Transnet Acquisition Council to appoint the McKinsey consortium that would have included Letsema. You see, that's a decision taken on the 27th of July.
No, I agree, Mr.
Meeting was held on the 26th.
I agree with you, sir. I'm just using it this as an example to say that these issues are...
Yeah, because what's
Don't
important...
lower your voice, Mr. Singh. Don't lower your voice.
Oh, sorry, sir.
So why it's important is, we'll go into the chronology, but one doesn't see anything where the Acquisition Council is approached to approve what was a fundamental change in the composition of the McKinsey consortium.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You don't see that, do you?
No. Mr. Chair, I think that we would need to understand whether there was a requirement for that to happen. And in my view, if there was a requirement for that to happen, Mr. Chair, Mr. Peter would have been in a position to advise us if that was required.
But do I not understand you to have accepted a little bit earlier that you agreed that this is one of the potential areas of weakness, not so?
Sorry, which areas?
Did you not accept that the appointment ultimately of regiments, which we're going to come to, is a potential area of weakness? It could have been done better.
In hindsight, yes, sir.
Then we know that on the 6th of December, Transnet and McKinsey conclude a letter of intent which reflected that regiments had replaced Letsema. Could I ask you to turn to another bundle? That is Exhibit BB3B, Mr. Mohammedi's annexures.
What is the bundle called?
Exhibit BB3B. It's one of the very early files.
Oh, okay.
And could you please go to page, I beg your pardon, MSM 354. There's two sets of numbers, but could you take the one at the top right hand, MSM 354? Are you there?
That is correct.
You'll see this is a document at MSM 354 dated the 30th of November 2012. It's addressed to McKinsey and it's a letter of intent. And that's what you see in the second paragraph. The parties to this agreement are Transnet SOC and McKinsey Incorporated, and other members of the consortium, namely Regiments Capital, Advanced Rail Technologies, Nedbank Capital, and UTHO Capital. Do you see that?
That is correct.
So this is a letter of intent that you sign, as I can see, on the 4th of December 2012. Is that correct? And then it's signed by McKinsey on the 6th of December.
That is correct.
Between the, well, were you involved at all in the replacement of Letsema by regiments? Were you involved at all in that? Or was that left entirely to McKinsey?
Mr. Chair, I don't recall being involved in the replacement. I may have, well, let me start here, Mr. Chair. I think the choice of subcontractor is always the choice of the main contractor. So we do not dictate, or the principle is that we do not dictate. In this case, I did not in any way, shape or form dictate to McKinsey that regiments would need to be a subcontractor to McKinsey for the transaction advisory services. There may have been occasion for me to meet with the regiments once it was proposed, or once McKinsey had proposed that regiments would be their subcontractor. I don't recall that.
I may be asking you something that doesn't belong to what we are dealing with now, but let me put this question. Do you know why, in relation to supplier development partners, it seems both at Eskom and Transnet, and you were both?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do that is now Transnet and Eskom. Things were not done in such a way that if you tender or put in a bid for a job, you bring your SD partner there and then. When you put in your bid, it's known who your SD partner is going to be if you get this job, so that that partner gets scrutinized itself as well, rather than have a situation where you have a particular entity bidding, getting the job, and then it is told to go and get a partner. It can get whatever partner it wants. That partner who has not been subject to the scrutiny to which it would have been subjected if there had been a disclosure at the time of bidding for the job that if we get given this job, this is our partner. You can scrutinize them as well. You know why things were not done like that?
Mr. Chair, I don't, I could only speak from a finance perspective. I'm not a procurement expert. I'm not too sure what the procurement rules are relating to that. But one of the things that one would consider is, as I explained to you before, Mr. Chair, from a let's call it from a Eskom or a Transnet perspective, we wouldn't want to assume any subcontractor risk.
Yes, you might not,
Yes.
but if your interest is that there should be transformation in the relevant sector
Yes.
that you are in, and you want big companies that have been around for some time, you don't want to have them continue to enjoy monopoly and so on. You want to develop other people as well and other entities. You say, by the time you put in your bid, you must have spoken to the entity that you want to partner with, put that in the bid, let's scrutinize them, all of you, before we decide whether to give you a bid, to give you the tender, rather than we say, you can come on your own, put in a bid, and we will grant you the job if we grant you the job or give you the tender, but it will be on condition that you can go and look for an SD partner, and as long as you have got an SD partner, that's fine.
Mr. Chair, I think, again, I'm speaking from memory and I stand to be corrected, but it is my understanding that that is a requirement, that once you submit your partner, your bid, for example, you have to disclose who your SD partner is. Let's say, for example, the locomotives, for example. Each of the OEMs had to submit who their BE partners were. And that, as you quite correctly states, gets evaluated in some way, shape, or form. If you have regard for the memorandum that Mr. Myberg referred to previously, where the 22nd of August memorandum, Mr. Chair, you will see the words that we carefully put there. We said we will replace Litsema with a alternative supplier with the same level or better credentials.
Yeah, but that's not what I want, the identity.
No, so I agree, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is I think it is a general requirement that the identity of the supply development partner is part of the tender.
Yeah.
And it
but
gets evaluated
with
as part of
regard
the
to
tender.
some of these transactions, my impression is that they were allowed to get an SD partner, both at Eskom and Transnet, but I think almost certainly at Eskom. It's like it's your business to get an SD partner, as long as we are giving the job to you. Whereas the concern should be, the interest should be giving the job to this entity, and we know who they are going to work
Yes.
with. We have scrutinized them, they are fine.
I think, Mr. Chair, and, from what I can recall, I think the Transnet case is probably the former, and maybe the Eskom case is a bit different. I'm standing to correction, but based on what you have seen thus far, I think you're probably correct.
Mr. Myberg, I'm sorry,
Yes, thank you.
I took the inquiry off to something else, yeah.
Mr. Singh, I just want to go back to what interaction, if any, you had with regiments and/or McKinsey during the period 22 August 2012, when Mr. Molefe approved your memo, and the time that this LOI was concluded on the 6th of December 2012. In short, did you have any interactions with McKinsey over the replacement of Letsema by regiments during this period in time?
Well, Mr. Chair, if we look at the way it would have probably unfolded, and I don't have a complete recollection of the events, I would assume that this conflict would have been picked up post the award of the tender by the Transnet Acquisition Council in July. It would have been picked up between July and, let's say, August, when the memo was sent to Mr. Molefe.
Yes.
Hence, it declared it in the memo. And then between, let's say, August and December, McKinsey would have been in the process of identifying an alternative to Letsema. Whether they engaged with me or not, Mr. Chair, I'm at a loss to remember that, but I would have assumed they would have told me, or they would have told procurement, at least.
You would have assumed they would have talked to you.
I don't recall completely, but I would have thought they would have had to at least declare that to the procurement team.
Yeah. All right. When you dealt with McKinsey, as you say you did, at this time, after they were awarded the contract, did you deal with Mr. Segal?
Yes,
sir. Now, just going back to this LOI, it's unfortunately not a very good copy, and there's a better copy somewhere else, which I'll find in a moment. But can I just ask you to go to MSM 355? It's the second page. You will see at the top that it says some words that aren't clear, but it goes on to say, will remain in effect until the agreement is signed by both parties, or 90 days have elapsed from the date of the issue of this LOI, whichever event should occur first. Do you see that?
I see that.
And then, if you go to paragraph 3.1 at page MSM 356, you will see here that the fees were capped at 35 million. Is that correct? Excluding disbursements.
That is correct.
As I understand it, you must correct me if I'm wrong, what had happened is initially the budget was 50 million, but then the legal services were spun out of this. And that's how one gets to 35.
That is correct.
Now, before we go on in this chronology, perhaps I could just deal with the fact that there was then another replacement on account of a conflict of interest a year later. You'll remember that Regiment's Capital replaced Nedbank. You recall that?
That is correct.
Let me take you to that document. I could ask you to go to your exhibit, Transnet Bundle 5B. That document you'll find at page 881.
Black or red number, sir? Black.
Black number?
Black number.
881.
And this.
So a year after Regiment's Capital replaced Letsema, what then happened is Regiment's Capital also replaced Nedbank. Now this letter you'll see at 881 is dated the 19th of November, and it's headed, it's addressed to Mr. Close from McKinsey, letter confirming a conflict of interest, Nedbank Capital, and the recommended alternative Regiment's Capital in regard to advisory services. Says that one, that McKinsey and other members of the consortium were awarded the business to provide advisory services. Two, McKinsey was awarded the business and Nedbank Capital was its partner to provide financing, funding, etc. We've seen that.
And that is correct.
Then you say at 3, in May 2013, a potential conflict of interest was raised with McKinsey concerning Nedbank, to which a response from McKinsey confirmed the conflict, and an alternative solution to provide the services to Transnet was proposed in terms of Regiment's Capital to provide the service. And then you say at 4, the 1064 locomotive tender is entering phase 2, which will now include the funding and deal structuring work envisaged by Transnet for the acquisition of the 1064 locomotives. So now one was moving into the fundraising part of it, correct?
Not completely, but yes.
And it's phase 2.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. The funding and deal structuring. That's when Nedbank was going to play its role, presumably.
That's correct.
And at that point in time, it's replaced by Regiment's Capital. It's thus in the best interest of Transnet and McKinsey to confirm the proposed alternative of Regiment's Capital. This letter serves to confirm confirm Transnet's agreement to McKinsey's request for Regiment's Capital to provide the required services. So you say this was a request by McKinsey.
That is correct.
And did you again liaise with Mr. Sagar in this regard?
Mr. Chair, I don't have a complete recollection, but I would assume that he was the lead partner at Transnet at the time, so I would have, yes.
So, different to the first conflict of interest and change from Letsema to Regiment's Capital, here you didn't seek the approval of Mr. Molefe or anyone for this change.
Mr. Chair, I think if you look at the original memo that we saw, I think Mr. Molefe had delegated to me the award of this contract. So this was done in terms of that.
So you had the delegated authority.
I would assume so. Yes, that's my recollection.
Okay. When you talk about the original document, are you talking about the one you find at the next page, 882?
Yes, this is, I think, is the one that we've seen, yes.
All right.
This is the one, yes. But there was another one that actually delegated me authority to conclude these transactions, which I don't see here, but I'm sure we can find. Okay, it's the one at 888.
At what page?
888. Same bundle, Mr. Chair. So if you see, to answer your question, Mr. Myberg, at 1.3, there is a request to ratify the amendment in the makeup of the transaction advisory consortium from Nedbank Capital with Regiment's Capital.
Yes, to ratify.
Yes, sir.
And then you say, and we're going to come to this document because it's forward in time. So this happened in April of 2014.
That's correct.
Perhaps can you just tell me where you are, what paragraph you're referring to, and I'll come back to it.
It's document page 888.
Yes, I'm there.
And then paragraph 1.3.
1 point?
3. It's on the first page.
To ratify the amendment and
Yes.
make up. Okay.
And then, of course, 1.5 talks about the delegation of authority, is it right?
Yes, that's forward-looking, as Mr. Myberg has correctly pointed out.
So we'll come to that. So going back to this page 881. So just so that I understand this, we initially, you've got McKinsey, you've got Letsema, and you've got Nedbank. What happens is Regiment Capital replace Letsema as the supply development partner. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And then a year later, Regiment Capital now replace Nedbank.
That is correct.
What happened to UTHO?
I have no idea, Mr.
So in terms of the initial structure, the supply development partner would get 20% and the banks would get 10%.
If I recall you correctly.
So now regiments went from nothing to a 30% stake in the 1064 advisory contract.
Well, if we look at that, where was the LOI again, Mr. Chair? Mr. Myberg?
That was in Mr. Mohammedi's bundle. I can take you back there, but otherwise...
Well,
Yeah.
it's a fact. If you look at 1.5, paragraph 1.5 of that LOI, McKinsey actually nominates regiments as their procurement
Yes, I accept that.
service provider, as well as their supply development partner
All right.
in that LOI.
All right. But I just wanted to then ask you something else, because it's obviously important for our work to understand this. So the same organization was acting as a supply development partner, it's rendering general consulting services. Or perhaps you can explain how did they have two hats, or what's happening? So, that's what I'm
In
struggling
terms of
with.
regiments.
Yeah.
In terms of regiments itself.
So
Yes.
what happens is regiments replace Letsema.
Yes.
Perhaps you can address what it is that they did, regiments. And then a time later, regiments also started to do the work of the bankers. That's really what I want to discuss with you. And perhaps you can just explain to us how that worked.
Yes. So, Mr. Chair, I think as one would appreciate the issue of supply development, there would be areas where a supplier would need to develop. And that is the reason behind supply development. So, regiment's capital, I think at the time, was made up of a number of business units. They had property, they had, I think, an advisory business, they had funding and debt capital markets business and the like. So the debt capital markets business was obviously the issue where they replaced Nedbank. And the advisory business, I would think, is the area where they agreed to take over from Letsema and build that business as part of the supply development process with McKinsey.
Okay, but just that I understand it, what work did regiments do before this? During the course of that year, as the supply development partner, what did they do?
I think they partnered with McKinsey across most of the work streams that was undertaken at the time, the business case development, the procurement strategy.
So they worked hand in hand alongside McKinsey.
For most of the part that I interact with.
And then a year later, they also stepped into the shoes of Nedbank.
Yes.
And now they were going to advise you as well on, as it's put here, funding and deal structure.
Yes.
Now, so this is in November of 2013. We had been talking about what happened between your memo to Mr. Molefe advising of the conflict in relation to Letsema and the 10th of December, that 3-month period when the LOI was concluded. I just want to put to you what some of the evidence indicates what happened during that 3-month period. According to what was reported to a Mr. Ian Sinton of Standard Bank, this is how our regiments came to be appointed. In October 2012, Mr. Kabun Mudli arranged a meeting between regiments and McKinsey in the form of Mr. Cigar and Mr. Esser. And at this meeting, regiments were informed that Transnet required McKinsey to appoint a black-owned supply development partner for 30% of the fees earned. McKinsey offered to appoint regiments as its supply development partner, provided regiments agreed to pay 30% of audited income from Transnet to Esser and 5% to Woodley. And Money Flows has determined that that 30% then increased to 50%. You want to comment on that? So that's what was going on in this 3-month period, behind the scenes, so to speak.
Mr. Chair, I was not aware of any of these happenings.
All right. Did you know, or have you ever met Mr. Kabun Mudli?
No, sir.
I think his name has arisen once before in our evidence. You'll remember, might not have arisen directly, but you remember when you thought that witness 3 may have got wind of your, or been told of your safety deposit boxes at Knoxville because it was in the media that the Commission had seized some boxes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Well, the person that was involved, the boxes that were seized, actually belonged to Mr. Kabun Mudli. You not come across his name in the context of your reading the press in that regard?
Yes, sir.
You did.
Yes.
But you'd not met him before?
No, sir. Certainly not at this time or ever.
I beg your pardon?
Certainly not at this time or ever, for that matter.
Yeah, well, you've never met him.
No, sir.
And then after that, perhaps I could just put to you, the rest, of course, is history. We know that regiments are appointed as McKinsey's skills development partner and on other contracts. And ultimately, according to Money Flows, in excess of 200 million rand was transferred from regiments to the Gupta enterprise. You want to comment on that?
I think, Mr. Chair, I cannot comment on well, I know that we did award other contracts to McKinsey, where regiments was a subcontractor. So that, yes, I can confirm. The exact amount of those contracts, Mr. Chair, I cannot confirm.
We're going to actually come to those contracts where you're right. You were involved in awarding other consulting contracts to McKinsey and regiments.
That's correct.
And in fact, in some of those contracts, as we'll come to later, regiments appointed Homex and Albertine as their supply development partners. Did you know that?
No, sir.
You did?
No.
Well, we'll come to the documents. And Homex and Albertine are two of the Gupta money laundering companies.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I was going to end this off by putting to you what I think or asking you what I think the DCJ has already asked you. And that is, and I think you have accepted that this is a potential area of weakness, but what potentially is a challenge here, Mr. Singh, is how does regiments come to be appointed and replace Letsema without any, on the face of it, form of vetting, any form of reevaluation of the bid? And it's only a month after the contract was initially awarded where the problem arose. How does it happen?
Well, Mr. Chair, in this regard, I think I would refer the Commission to Mr. Mizala's evidence that was presented before the Commission, I think on day 322. And I think the transcript page reference is page 185, where Advocate Cheskelson basically put to Mr. Mizala that the regiments was basically brought to Transnet by McKinsey, and in more particular, Mr. Sega. And that's how I think regiments ended up at Transnet. I certainly didn't have, I actually didn't know about regiments before this contract. I had no interactions with regiments before this contract. And secondly, Mr. Chair, if we have regard to the money flow workstream evidence as well, you will note that Mr. Sega was in receipt of a business profile of regiments sometime in July of 2012, I think, if memory serves. So from that perspective, Mr. Chair, it would seem that Mr. Sega was the person that actually introduced regiments to Transnet. And I think McKinsey has accepted that based on the money flow workstream evidence that has been presented to them. Mr. Chair, in terms of the Transnet side, I can only assume that at some point between August and December, regiments would have been proposed by McKinsey as a alternative to Letsema, and some sort of review of McKinsey's credentials, sorry, not McKinsey, regiments' credentials would have been done by the procurement team, because the memo of 22 August basically says that we will replace Letsema with a alternative that has the equal or better credentials than Letsema. So I can only assume that that work had been done between August and December.
But we can find no record of that. Mr. Singh, I mean, you don't know whether that happened. Doesn't the very sentence that you're referring to now in the memo indicate that McKinsey was simply given carte blanche to do what it wanted to?
Mr. Chair, I wouldn't say so. I think the LOI document is prepared by procurement itself. So I would assume that they would have done what they needed to do to enable us to issue the LOI. And I think one of the reasons for the delay between August and December, which is a period of 4 months, it's normally not that long a period that you have an award and a LOI that's then issued 4 months later. It's indicative of something that actually was happening during that period of time.
But Mr. Singh, there was a scam going on behind the scenes.
We were not party to that, and we
Yes.
had no idea of that, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
And what I also want to put to you, I asked the same questions of Mr. Molefe. And my recollection is he accepted that this was a weakness, that he wasn't aware of any re-evaluation.
Mr. Chair, he would probably not been aware of any re-evaluation. Being the GCE in his position, he would rely on the documents that he submitted to him.
He would rely on you.
Yes.
Can I take you, please, to Transnet Bundle 6? Can you turn, please, to page 380? 380.
Which numbers, sir? There's
All-
3 references, yeah.
Yeah, black numbers, left-hand side.
Three eight oh. I'm there, Mr. Chair.
I just want to take you through a few paragraphs. At page 380, from paragraph 2.4.6, it says the appearance of Regiment's name as a member of the McKinsey consortium and accordingly a service provided to Transnet at this stage of the procurement process was irregular for the following reasons. One, Regiments was not a member of the McKinsey consortium when it submitted its proposal for the 1064 transaction advisory tender. Two, the 1064 transaction advisory tender was awarded by the TAC to the McKinsey consortium based on its stated composition at the time of submission of its proposal, the capabilities of the McKinsey consortium members to perform the various aspects of the 1064 transaction advisor tender, and accordingly the McKinsey consortium's eligibility for the award was assessed based on the verification and evaluation of the claims made by its constituent members, of which Regiments was not one. And three, Transnet has a statutory duty to ensure that when it contracts for goods and services, it does so in accordance with a system that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. And then at 2.4.7, it's apparent that the inclusion of Regiments as a member of the McKinsey consortium in the LOI, that after the adjudication and award of the tender by Transnet, the McKinsey consortium was permitted to change its composition and to introduce a new member, viz. Regiments. As such, the capabilities and other credentials of Regiments were not subject to the rigor of the verification, evaluation, and adjudication process inherent in the tender process. You want to comment on that?
Mr. Chair, these aspects relate to aspects that would have been looked at by the procurement department and would have been vetted by the procurement department prior to us being given, or me being given the LOI to be able to sign on behalf of Transnet.
But as I understand it, Mr. Singh, you don't know that as a matter of fact.
No, I know as a matter of fact that the LOI was prepared by the procurement department.
Yeah.
And in the LOI, Regiments was mentioned.
Yes,
as a
because
replacement
McKinsey had said, well, that's our replacement.
That is correct, sir.
Yeah. And you can see that in the course of the preparation of this report by M&S, they obviously didn't come across those documents by procurement, and nor have we been able to.
Well, Mr. Chair, in this regard, I don't think M&S has actually afforded the procurement department an opportunity to comment, and I'm not sure. But in terms of the commission, we've requested the affidavits of Mr. Edward Thomas, Mr. Gary Peter, and in this regard, we've been informed that the commission has not obtained affidavits in these regards from Mr. Peter or Mr. Thomas, or for that matter, any other people that were involved in these, in the procurement of Regiments and or McKinsey on the transaction advisor contract.
Chairperson, I see that it's on the stroke of 1 o'clock, if this would be a convenient time to adjourn.
Yes, it is. Let us take the lunch adjournment and we'll resume at 2. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Singh, before lunch, we were dealing with the replacement of Letsema by regiments and the conclusion of the LOI on the 6th of December 2012. I'd like to just go forward with the chronology, if I may. Could you turn to Transnet Bundle 6, page 382. So what you'll see is that M&S at paragraph 2.4.10 on page 381, they deal with the LOI. We know that's 6 December 2012. Then at page 382, the first addendum to the LOI was on 4 March 2013. And they say in the third line at paragraph 2.4.11, as at 4 March, the MSA was still not finalized and therefore the LOI expired on 6 March. To avoid the expiry of the LOI, Transnet and McKinsey concluded the first addendum to the LOI, which extended the validity of the LOI from 6 March 13 to 15 October 2013. Do you see that?
I see that.
And then came the second addendum on the 14th of October. They say the day before the expiry of the LOI, on 14 October, Transnet and McKinsey concluded the second addendum to the LOI, which extended its validity period from 15 October 2013 to 30 November 2013 to allow the parties to conclude the MSA. They go on to say, as at 30 November 2013, Transnet and McKinsey had neither concluded the MSA nor an addendum to extend the validity period of the LOI, and as a result, the LOI lapsed due to the effluxion of time. And then in the next subparagraph, they say there was no valid agreement governing the relationship between Transnet and McKinsey as at 1 December 2013. You want to comment on that?
Mr. Chair, the matters of the LOI and the addendums there too, Mr. Chair, would have been taken care of by the procurement department. As you would see, Mr. Chair, the first addendum was concluded, I think, a day or two before the LOI expired. The second addendum as well, Mr. Chair, was concluded a day or two before the first addendum expired. And I would have assumed, Mr. Chair, that the third addendum to the LOI would have followed a similar process. So, Mr. Chair, the procurement department within Transnet Corporate Center would have been taking care of these details relating to the LOIs.
Well, if they did, they didn't do a very good job.
On fact, Mr. Chair, I would agree.
Didn't you sign these addendums?
I did, sir.
All right, well, I'm going to come back to the third addendum, which you see was signed on the 4th of February. But before that, I want to, and you can leave this open, I want to take you to something that happened in between the second and third addendums. And that's a document that you'll find at Exhibit BB3A. It's Mr. Mohammedi's bundle. BB3A.
3A. It's got a 3B.
Exhibit BB3A. And if you could please go to page MSM 177. So this is a letter dated the 20th of January 2014. And perhaps I can just take you to the end of the document at MSM 180. you'll see, and we'll come to the handwritten annotations in a moment, but you'll see that it was signed on the 20th of January 2014 by Mr. Pillay on behalf of regiments, and it was signed by you, it seems, on the 23rd of January 2014. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, let us deal with this document. If you go back to 177, you'll see at the end of the first paragraph, there is the line, third last line reads, there was a conflict of interest arising from engaging Nedbank Capital has made the reallocation of the tasks that were originally thought to be handled by Nedbank to other members of the consortium. This document is therefore intended to clarify the updated scope of transaction advisory work that Regiments Capital will perform in relation to the acquisition of the 1064 locomotives. So that's upon the replacement of Nedbank by Regiments Capital. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You go to paragraph 2, it deals with 2.1, fees. Deliverables except for actual fundraising must be executed for a fee of 15 million over a period of 12 months. And then sub 2, a performance fee equal to 20% of the savings achieved against the benchmark interest rate. You see that? A performance fee.
That's correct.
And then if we get to the end of the document at MSM 180, you confirm that you signed this document after, on the face of it, Mr. Pillay.
Yes.
And it was then,
Based on the dates.
then you signed it. You'll see where it's designated Group Chief Financial Officer, then you've got the date. To the right of that, you see the word subject to items listed below. Is that your handwriting?
No, sir.
Whose is that?
I do not recall offhand.
Well,
It seems like it's the witness. I don't recall offhand, sir.
but these are presumably your conditions.
It wouldn't make sense for the witness to make that kind of note, Mr. Singh.
Sorry, sir?
It would not make sense for a witness to make that kind of note.
I'm
Because
not
the
sure who the witness is, Mr. Chair, but if I recall, these notes would probably have been made by Mr. Edward Thomas from procurement at the time, who was dealing with this matter. If I
Yeah, you see,
recall.
a witness is only signing to say they saw you sign. They are not signing to say they agree with the contents of the document.
Hence, Mr. Chair.
Whereas somebody in your position would be signing to indicate agreement with the contents.
Agreed, sir. Hence, I say I don't recognize the signature of the witness. It may or may not be Mr. Thomas. I am not too sure. But if I recall, this aspect of this transaction was being handled by Mr. Thomas at the time.
All right, so whose conditions are these? Or items? Because they're very important.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would assume it's Transnet's conditions, which we
Yeah.
agreed to. So,
I mean, you agreed with them.
yes. Sir.
I mean,
By
whoever
some-
wrote this, you agreed to these conditions or these items.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the first point at the foot of the page, the contract for the supply of these services is with McKinsey, and Regiments Capital is contracted to them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In terms of Section 2, there will not be a performance fee for fundraising. Thus, 2.1.2, which we've read, will be removed as well. Is that correct?
That's the correct in terms of what's stated.
So there will be no performance fee equal to 20% of savings.
Yes, sir.
So let's just go through what was excluded, if you don't mind. 2.1. Fees and related costs are quoted in South African currency and are exclusive of VAT. Expenses will be capped at 10% of the value of the total retainer. Sub 2, a performance fee equal to 20% of the savings achieved against benchmark interest rates. So there was going to be a performance fee, but one of the conditions or items that were inserted at the foot of page MSM 180 is that effectively that clause was to be removed. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And then if you go to the foot of 180, expenses will be capped at, I don't know what that is, at 10. Are you able to decipher that? And paid on approved actual costs in terms of Transnet's policies and procedures. Do you know what that figure is?
I would assume 10%. It seems
10%,
like
right.
the stroke is missing between the two dots.
Payment will be made to McKinsey, and costs and payment against the scope may not be made above 9 million without specific approval by Transnet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Singh, I mean, on the face of it, this is a counter offer, really, that you're making.
That's right.
Well, did regiments ever agree to this?
I am not too sure, sir. I would assume so.
But, so, in other words, when you got this document, it had already been signed by Mr. Pillay on the face of it. You didn't agree with your own document. I mean, this is a Transnet-generated document. It's not this didn't come from regiments.
Well, you will see that it's actually a regiments and a Transnet document, so I would assume that it has a Transnet reference number, for example.
I beg your pardon, yes. All right.
So I would assume this is a joint document was prepared between Transnet and regiments, and I would assume the procurement department would have been engaging with regiments to be able to prepare this.
So you can't tell us whether this was taken back to regiments and whether they agreed?
No, sir. Okay. But to provide context in terms of the Section 2, or item, in terms of Section 2, there will not be a performance fee for fundraising. This item was excluded from the scope of this assignment at this stage.
Yeah.
Due to the fact that at this stage you would understand that we had not awarded the contracts for the locomotives at this stage. So there wouldn't have been a need for us to engage in fundraising just as yet.
Sorry, speak up.
Oh, sorry. There would be no need for us to engage in fundraising just yet.
All right.
So it would form a separate mandate that we would engage with later on.
I see. All right, let's go back then to the MNS report, sorry, at page 382, bundle 6. And that brings us to the third addendum. So this was document that you've seen, 20 January. The third addendum is the 4th of February. And we'll come to the document now, but it says that in May 2013, Transnet raised a conflict of interest involving Nedbank Capital. We've gone through this.
Have you got the page number?
Page 382. So at 382, we were dealing with the third addendum, and paragraph 2.4.16 just gives you the context about regiments having replaced Nedbank Capital. And then at 2.4.17, it says, despite the LOI having lapsed, we know that it lapsed on the 1st of December, Transnet and regiments concluded the third addendum to the LOI on 4 February 2014. Do you see that?
That is correct, sir.
Now, that document, the third addendum, you find at Transnet Bundle 5, your exhibit, 5B, page 906. You see that is signed at 9:08 by you on the 4th of February 2014, and it appears to have been signed by Eric Wood on behalf of regiments. Is that right?
Sorry, that is correct.
But the document itself says it's a third addendum between McKinsey and Transnet.
That is correct, sir.
And at paragraph 3.1, talks about the deliverables. It says in the third line, the object of this work-specific project is to conduct all the necessary studies and preparatory work, and it sets it out, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a whole lot of other deliverables. If you go over the page, perhaps I can take you to 7, evaluating all potential funding sources and mechanisms to select the most appropriate avenues. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the variation of the contract price at 4.1. As a result of the additional scope of work required on the financial phase of this contract, the initial price of 35 million, we know where that comes from, will therefore increase by 6 million. This increase will bring the total contract value to the fixed amount of 41,200,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, why did you not conclude? I mean, the intention clearly had been to conclude this addendum the intention had been to conclude this addendum with McKinsey, correct?
Mr. Chair, I think at this point in time, there was an intention for McKinsey to cede all of the obligations under the Transaction Advisory Services contract to regiments. And I think this was the mechanism with which that was achieved.
So
if I'm not mistaken.
that came later, Mr. Singh. You were advised of that in April. We're going to come to the chronology.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but that I think was backdated in some way, shape, or form.
But the intention, the session hadn't been affected as of this date, had it? As of the 4th of February, or do I have it wrong? You hadn't been advised of the session.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, sir.
You had not been advised of the accession from McKinsey to regiments as at the 4th of February.
Mr. Chair, as I understand it, there were issues that McKinsey were dealing with during that period of time between February and April, when the actual session actually occurred. And the intention was always that from a period in February, McKinsey would cede the actual contract on the transaction advisory services to McKinsey. That was later confirmed in a session agreement that was then signed and backdated to sometime in February.
Yes, but my question was simple. As of the 4th of February 2014, had you been advised of the session from McKinsey to regiments?
We were aware of the session, Mr. Chair.
But had the session taken place?
In terms of the discussions between Mr. Wood and Mr. Sega, yes.
Yes, but what about the discussions with you?
Oh, yes, I was aware of that.
You were aware of it?
Yes.
So that's why you conclude this, because it should have been concluded on the face of it with McKinsey. If you look where Mr. Wood signed, he scratches out McKinsey and he writes regiments.
Yes,
You were comfortable with that because you had been told that there was a session
that was, yes.
in the pipeline.
Well, they said that they had agreed that they would see the work as of a date in February. I
So
don't know
you-
what the date was, but that was then later confirmed in this actual session agreement.
But you had been told that, you hadn't been advised of that formally.
In terms of a formal agreement, that came in April, I think.
So you had just been told that verbally?
Yes,
That it might
that they had
happen,
agreed.
it was in the pipeline.
Well, actually, physically on the ground, McKinsey had demobilized their team, so they were not, because during this period of time, the contracts for the, let's say, the locomotive, the post-tender negotiations on the locomotives was occurring, and McKinsey didn't play any part in it.
But is the position that you did not satisfy yourself, as a matter of fact, that there was a session and it had been completed, it had been done?
In terms of a formal
In terms of
piece of,
seeing the
piece of
actual
paper,
session.
no, that came in April, Mr. Chair.
But that shouldn't be like that, isn't it? You should see the session itself to be sure, isn't it?
Well,
Because
Mr. Chair, I think
you
there
are
were-
transferring, you may be concluding an agreement with somebody with whom you shouldn't be concluding an addendum.
Mr. Chair, I think there was, and I would have to go and research this, but there were emails to that effect that the session had been effective as of a date in February.
Yeah, but it's a very strange way of doing things, Mr. Singh. I would think that somebody in your position would want to be given all relevant documents, including the session, before signing an addendum such as this with regiments when it had been intended to be with McKinsey.
Well, Mr. Chair, if you have a regiment's official and you have a McKinsey official at senior levels of the organization that we were operating with Mr. Sega and Mr. Wood, and they agree, I would assume that is an intention that the parties are willing to cede.
It's
And
not a
hence-
question of willingness. You know, you are involved in a very big organization,
Yes.
Transnet. You're talking about big amounts that are involved. So the proper thing is that if rights were held with a particular entity or contract was held with a particular entity, before somebody in your position can sign something like this, somebody should place before you all relevant documents and say, now you can sign this document, this addendum, because the following requirements which needed to be satisfied have been satisfied. Here is the session, here is this, here is that. Not on the basis of word of mouth, when you getting involved with such big amounts, with such big transactions.
Mr. Chair, as I said, I don't think it was just word of mouth. I think there was written communication in this
But you
regard.
didn't see a session, that's what you have told me. I thought.
A session agreement, yes, I agree, Mr. Chair, was signed in April, but I'm sure there was email communication in this regard between McKinsey.
And what if it was not signed? Something happened and it didn't get signed. What would happen? You have already signed the addendum.
Mr. Chair, we would rely on the email communications that we've had.
And why was this addendum signed by you and Mr. Herrick Wood without any witnesses signing? Where were you when you signed this with Mr. Wood?
Mr. Chair, if I recall, I think I was at my office, not.
But if you were in your office, you could easily have called your secretary or some other personnel of Transnet to come and witness the signing of this agreement,
I agree,
of
sir.
this addendum. So where were you when you signed it? Where were the two of you?
Well, Mr. Chair, I don't recall, but I certainly would have think that it was in the office.
Mr. Maybeck?
Thank you. Why don't you refer then to the session in the preamble and introduction to the agreement? Because the preamble and introduction refers to McKinsey.
I note that, sir.
I see.
Now, with regard to this addendum, who prepared it? Do you know?
It would have been the procurement department.
of Transnet.
Yes, sir.
Would that mean that it did go through lawyers? Do you know?
These are normally done through the procurement department. There is legal expertise within the legal department, but not Transnet legal per se.
Yes, but of course, if you have a special legal department, I would imagine that even if some other department has got some lawyer involved, you would need to involve that legal department because that's why they are there. They are there to vet certain things.
Yes, sir, Mr.
You see, we were looking earlier on, now I can't remember, Mr. Maibek, it might be one of the other bundles, that, was it an addendum, that agreement that you signed that had got that annotation at the bottom, Mr. Maibek.
Yes.
Now, something is strange, looks strange to me with regard to that, because when you look at the first page, it's like a letter to you. You remember? It's like
yes,
it's a letter addressed to you. Do you remember where it is, Mr. Maibek?
Yes, that is in Mohammedi's bundle.
Yes.
Page 177. DCJ Exhibit BB3A. Page MSM, you'll find the annotations at page 180.
Yes, you see at page 177, it looks like it's on the letterheads of Regiments Capital and Transnet. It's addressed to Transnet and it says, Dear Anoj Singh. So you think it's a letter and you think you are going to come to the end and find the conclusion of a letter, but says thus duly signed at and blank, Transnet Stock Limited, name Anoj Singh. So you say, what is this? This is a letter to Anoj Singh and he's writing to himself, or what is going on here? And then you say, oh, it's an agreement, but why is it not in the form in which an agreement normally is normally formulated? Who prepared this document? Do you know?
Mr. Chair, as I said originally, I don't recall who prepared it, but on the face of it, it would seem, if it is addressed to me, it would have been coming from regiments to me.
But as you can see, you are the first signatory there.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think this...
At the end, on the last page.
No, we are the first signatory, but the date of the signature, we've signed second.
Yes, but in terms of, if any, excuse me, you are the first, immediately after the content of this document, you are the first one there. And
Yes.
then there is Pillay there. So, I don't know, it just looks very strange to me. Did this go through lawyers?
Mr. Chair, as I said, this would have went through to procurement, and procurement would have made these annotations relating to the handwritten notes at the bottom. I would assume that they would have probably got input from legal, but I cannot confirm that.
But wouldn't you have sought to make sure that before you signed you knew that it had gone through the legal department and they said it's fine?
Mr. Chair, in these type of cases, one would not specifically, given the fact that the procurement department has legal expertise within it, you wouldn't specifically request the corporate.
But why then have the legal department? Because otherwise, if everything that is legal goes through the legal department, then if anything goes wrong, you know who hold responsible and they are paid to do exactly that, vetting contracts, and not procurement.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but in this case, given the fact that it was a procurement-related, let's say, document, it would normally go into procurement. Procurement would do the necessary requirements. If they deemed it necessary for it to go to corporate legal, they would then engage corporate legal on it.
And going back to the third addendum, why would you not have made sure that there was a witness who witnessed the signing of this addendum between you and Mr. Eric Wood?
Mr. Chair, as I said, I think from my side, it was just an oversight.
Mr. Myberg?
Yes, thank you. May I then, that was on the 4th of February, 2014. On the 21st of February, 2014, Transnet and McKinsey then enter into a master service agreement. Do you recall that? And that agreement, you find, I'll take you there, bundle 5C, page 2167.
To 167.
1267.
Black number.
Yes, always. So I beg your pardon.
5C.
2167.
Oh.
There's a whole lot of numbers on this document. So Transnet 05-2167. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
So this is an agreement between Transnet and McKinsey Incorporated for the provision of services relating to the acquisition of the 1064 locomotive. Do you see that?
That is correct, sir.
If I could take you, please, to... No. Sorry, if I could just have a second. I may just have a second. If I take you to the end of this document. Unfortunately, Chairperson, this is a very poor quality reproduction, which is causing me to try and get instructions from the investigators. But if I could take you, please, to page 2195. And we'll produce a more legible copy. As I have it, and I'm now relying on my notes, you signed this on the 11th of August 20. I have it as it having been signed, the last signatory being the 21st of February 2014.
Well, my 2195 doesn't have a signature page.
Sorry, it's
Should it be a signature page?
it must be 2194, DCJ. I do beg your pardon, I've got mine in landscape.
2194.
219. I have it being signed, the final signature being the 21st of February 2014.
On my page 2194, Mr. Singh signed on 11 August 2014. I can't see another signature.
There's also signatures on page 2190, it looks.
Yeah, I think I'm indebted to my learned friend. Yeah.
Please don't forget what you have in mind,
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Maibek. Mr. Singh? Mr. Singh?
Yes, sir.
I'm taking you out of what we are looking at now, just for 1 second. You see at page 2202 of the same bundle, 2202.
2202.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You see, that's the first addendum to MSA. You signed there, and one of the witnesses who's witnessed is Nobahle Takane, who I think was your PA.
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, so that must have been probably in the office. Okay, all right. Mr. Maibek?
Yes, thank you. I'm indebted to my learned friend. In fact, the signatures and the dates appear more clearly at page 2190. Are you there, Mr. Singh?
2190, I am, sir. I am, sir.
Are you there?
Yes.
So you'll see, and perhaps you can help us, we can see on the left-hand side, it's not very clear, but you sign on the left-hand side, Mr. Fine signs on the right. The date under his signature appears to be 21 February 2014. The date under your signature is that 11 August 2014.
Seems like it, Mr. Chair.
I beg your pardon?
It does seem like it.
If you go to page 2166, you'll see that the commencement date is 15 January and the expiry date was 31 March 2014. You see that?
That is at what page?
At page 2167, DCJ.
2167, yes.
2167.
That is correct.
You see the commencement date, 15 January 2013, and the expiry date, 31 March 2014.
That is correct.
So Mr. Fine signed this contract shortly before the assignment was going to expire, and you signed it after that. Is that right?
Yes, sir. But there is a memo in between this, I think, that effectively extends the delivery date or the contract date of this agreement that was approved by Mr. Molefe, I think.
All right. So we see here fine on 21 February 2014. Now I want to take you to the session letter that you spoke about earlier. That you find, again, we're in the Mohammadi bundle, exhibit BB3 in brackets A. Page 175. Are you at page 1? Can you go to 175, please?
On exhibit BB3. 8.
DB3A. Now, this document, MSM 175, this is dated the 16th of April, 2014. See that?
Yes.
And it says pursuant, and this is a letter addressed to you by Mr. Sagar, correct?
That is correct.
So it says pursuant to our discussions and agreement on 5 February 2014, we hereby confirm that the mandate awarded to McKinsey Incorporated and all rights and obligations created thereby was, on 5 February 2014, ceded and or delegated to Regiment's Capital in accordance with such discussion and agreement. You see that?
That is correct.
On account of and pursuant to the aforementioned session and delegation, all work related to and in respect of the mandate was conducted by regiments and not by McKinsey Incorporated. You see that?
I see that.
What does that mean? On account of and pursuant to the above-mentioned session and delegation, all work related to and in respect of the mandate was conducted by Regiment's Capital and not by McKinsey.
Mr. Chair, I can only understand that to be that once the session had been agreed to between ESCOM and Transnet, McKinsey and regiments, the intervening period, whatever work had been done, was basically done on behalf, was done by regiments and not McKinsey. As I said to you, there was a period of time, once the session had been agreed to in principle, that work had still need to be done on the, let's say, the post-tender negotiation for the locomotives. And that work was then done by regiments instead of McKinsey.
So can I then take you back to the M&S report? So at paragraph 2.4.20 at page 383, the M&S report reads, with reference to the session, that this session was invalid on the basis that at the time when McKinsey purported to cede the contract, McKinsey's rights in respect of the transaction advisory services had lapsed. We've gone through the fact that they lapsed on the 1st of December 2013. You want to comment on that?
No, sir.
All right. And then another thing that they pick up on is at paragraph 2.5 at page 384, dealing with the master service agreement. Subsequent to the purported session on 21 February, Transnet and McKinsey concluded an MSA. Now, that may not be correct because it appears that you and Mr. Fine signed on different dates.
That is correct.
But what they do go on to say at 252, if the purported session between McKinsey and regiments was valid, then McKinsey didn't have legal authority to conclude the MSA, as it had ceded its rights and obligations in terms of the cession to regiments.
As you would have seen, Mr. Chair, the MSA was actually signed by Mr. Fine, and as I had discussed and previously, the discussions around the MSA or the session relating to the session between regiments and McKinsey was being discussed by Mr. Sega. But having said that, Mr. Chair, I would think that Mr. Sega would have been communicating with McKinsey in that regard.
But you signed the MSA later in the year, after having learnt of the session.
Yes, sir.
So you signed it, we've seen in August. You came to learn, or let me say formally, on the 16th of April of the session.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, this would have been a document that, the MSA, for example, this would have been a document that would have been brought to me by procurement, and they would have then said, listen, this document needs to be signed. And having regard to the fact that
Sorry, this document is?
this document would need to be signed because it was unsigned at that time, and I would have then signed it.
You see, Mr. Singh, I mean, so you were aware that there was a session with effect from the 5th of February, you've told us that.
Yes.
The McKinsey MSA was signed by Mr. Fine after that, on the 21st of February.
Yes, sir.
And you signed it in August.
Yes.
All along, you knew that there was a session with effect from the 5th of February.
That's correct, sir.
I see. So what I just want to ask you one thing again, because it's important for us to try and get a sense of this. If you go to MSM 175, what is it saying here, this session letter, where it talks about all work was conducted by regiments and not by McKinsey? During what period?
Mr. Chair, this relates to the issue of the nature of the reason why McKinsey decided to, how can I say, abandon the project, if I want to call it, because this is basically what it means, is that McKinsey came to a decision that they didn't want to be, or they didn't want to be part of the project anymore.
Why was that?
I don't recall completely offhand, but I think there were some issues relating to a disagreement between Transnet Freight Rail and one of the McKinsey, I think it was Mr. Pine, that there was some animosity between, or there was some disagreement around numbers or something or the other, and that's what led to this.
Just to locate the chairperson, correct me if I'm wrong, this is at the time following the conclusion of the LSAs, locomotive supply agreements.
No, this was prior to that.
Okay. When were those agreements concluded?
That was, I think, March 2014.
Yes, but I mean, this letter is dated the 16th of April.
No, hence I'm saying the discussions and the.
What I want to get at is that you got this letter in between the conclusion of the LSAs and approaching the board to increase the ETC.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes.
Right. And now you're told that all the work that's been done has been done by regiments. That relates also to the business case and the assistance that they will be giving you in relation to the increase in the ETC, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
But having said that, Mr. Chair, I think this is in a way of speaking, McKinsey wanted to distance themselves from having had input into the business case, but I think at the end of the day, the business case was developed jointly between regiments and McKinsey. Else we would have paid McKinsey for no work.
But just, you know, I know you've kept close tabs on the evidence given by McKinsey. We can find the transcript if my memory is incorrect and doesn't accord with yours. But didn't Dr. Fine testify that McKinsey, they fell out, they ceded, and it was in that short period of time that there was this huge increase in the ETC, that regiments was at the helm, and he considered they're completely unjustifiable. Do you remember him giving that evidence?
Well, that may be his view, sir, and I'm again saying, hopefully when we get to the transactions, we'll be able to understand the real reasons as to why the increases occurred.
Yes. But Mr. Singh, we are dealing with the transactions here.
No,
And
no, I'm saying
this
but-
is one of the, these are your advisors who are tainted, who are assisting you with the transactions, but this is a transaction that we're scrutinizing, this
Yes,
one
I
here.
understand, but you are leading evidence relating to the increase in ETC, which is a
Yes.
separate
What
transaction.
what I'm trying to get at though is, I want to track the timeline, and I think that we've agreed that there was a conclusion of the LSAs in March. There was an approach to the board to increase the ETC. This letter comes in between, and I've paraphrased for you the evidence of Dr. Fine.
Yeah, so if we're dealing with that, then let's deal with
All
that. Then I say that the increase was completely justified, and if you want to know the reasons, let's deal with them.
What I'm struggling with is to work out what work are we talking about? Because if McKinsey are saying all the work that's been done on this contract, okay, is regiment's work, then why on earth do you go and conclude a contract with McKinsey? McKinsey are saying on the face of this letter that we haven't done any work. Regiments have done all the work.
As I said to you, Mr. Chair, it was an attempt from McKinsey to distance themselves from the business case for whatever reason that they thought they needed to do it at the time.
I'm sorry, just.
I'm saying, Mr. Chair, this,
The question is, why conclude an agreement with McKinsey when McKinsey says for such and such a period, it's regiments who did the work? That's the question. So what is your answer to that?
well, Mr. Chair, the agreement needed to be signed, regardless, because there was going to be a ceding of the work that they had been awarded. So the award of the tender needed a contract, which then subsequently would be ceded. You can't cede a non-existent contract. You had to inherit the rights to that and then cede.
Mr. Mybeck?
Yeah. I think that's the point made by M&S. This was not a valid session because there wasn't a contract and the addendum had lapsed.
Well, Mr. Chair, as I said, in terms of the letter, you will see that pursuant to our discussions and agreement on 5 February, so there was an agreement that had been reached on 5 February, and that is per the session letter.
All right. Now, this session letter, as you call it, is dated the 16th of April, correct?
That is correct.
You received it on that day.
I do not recall, sir.
Now, that brings us to what I really want to get to, and that is something else that happened on the 16th of April. Can I ask you, please, to go to page 888 of bundle 5B, your exhibit.
Five B.
Yes.
Did you say 5B?
Yes,
Mr. Mybeck?
Chairperson. 5B. And by that I mean Transnet Bundle 5B.
Oh. Okay. And what's the page number?
The page number is 888. So, Mr. Singh, if you go to page 896, would you confirm that you signed this on the same date as the session letter, the 16th of April 2014?
Sorry, one second. That is correct.
So let's go back to the beginning.
I'm sorry, you referred him to what page, Mr. Mybeck?
888, Chairperson.
Yeah.
888.
I thought you referred him to a page with his signature as well. Is that at 896?
Yes, I beg your pardon. So the document starts at 888, and then you're absolutely correct. At 896 is the signature, and there you will see that Mr. Singh signed it on the 16th of April 2014, the same date as the session letter.
Yeah, okay.
If we then go back to the beginning of the document, Mr. Singh, and in fact you have referred to this briefly already, the purpose of the submission, note the deliverables executed by the transaction advisor on the locomotive transaction compared to the original scope per letter of intent, ratify the amendment to the allegation of scope of work from McKinsey to regiments, ratify the amendment in makeup in the transaction advisor consortium from Nedbank to regiments, approve a change in the remuneration model of the transaction advisor compared to the original remuneration model, and delegate power to the GCFO to give effect to the above proposals. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then you say, or what is said at paragraph 2, is the GCE approved the appointment of McKinsey-led consortium to provide complete advisory services on the 1064 locomotive tender. The letter of intent was signed by the Group CFO on 4 December for 35.2 million, excluding VAT and disbursements. Agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And then what it talks about at page 894, change in remuneration model at the foot of the page. Regiments implemented extensive intellectual property and complex techniques and methodologies to achieve the above benefits to Transnet, thereby mitigating the risks identified above. You see that?
Sorry, where are you, sir?
And you
Right, where were you reading?
Sorry, what page
from,
are you on, sir?
Mr.
I'm reading at
Mike?
paragraph 20,
Oh, page 894.
894. And the work that's being spoken of is paraphrased in paragraph 16. As a result of the work done by regiments, the delivery schedule was accelerated, thereby ensuring that the locomotives arrived earlier, and there was a consequent saving. Is that correct?
Part of it, yes.
Yes. So then we go over the page at 895. The regiment's operating model for such engagements is usually based on a risk-sharing model, 25% of value created. In this case, regiments was transferred a mandate and remuneration model already accepted by McKinsey. Is that right?
Yes.
You see that?
In terms of the session, yes.
Yes, so that's in terms of the session letter of the 16th of April, the same day that you signed this. Correct? So, regiments was transferred a mandate and remuneration model accepted by McKinsey. That remuneration model was a fixed cost model, correct?
Yes, and in terms of the LOI that we...
Yeah, well, it was 35 million.
Yes.
And that's not just 35 million to McKinsey or to regiments, to the whole consortium.
Yes.
So paragraph 23, regiments' initial indication were that they would have preferred to be engaged on a model consistent with paragraph 21 above. That's a success fee. Correct?
That is correct.
The initial request was rejected. However, based on the significant value created / saved, as well as risks mitigated as noted above, a request to amend the remuneration model was submitted. A request by who?
This is we regiments.
By regiments. By Mr. Wood.
Yes, sir.
And he submitted it to you.
Yes.
Yes. And then you say, consequently, an additional fee of 78.4 million, excluding VAT, is recommended to regiments, representing a 0.04% of the total savings. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So then if we go to page 896, it's recommended that the Group Chief Executive note the deliverables executed by the transaction advisor on the locomotive transaction compared to the original scope of the LOI, ratify the amendment in the allocation of the scope of work from McKinsey to Regiment's capital, ratify the amendment in the makeup of the transaction advisor consortium from Nedbank Capital with ratify the amendment in the makeup in the transaction advisor consortium from Nedbank Capital with Regiment's capital, approve a change in the remuneration model of the transaction advisor compared to the original remuneration model, and delegate to the GCFO to give effect to the above proposal. Is that right?
That is correct.
And ultimately we know that regiments were then paid this success fee of 78 odd million, correct?
That is correct.
Now, I put this to Mr. Molefe. Of course, you didn't have to pay this money. I mean, they came cap in hand to you.
That is right, sir.
Because what happened here is as you've said, the entire 1064 transaction advisor contract, the value was 35 million. You acknowledge that they were transferred a mandate and remuneration model already accepted by McKinsey. And here, on the same day as you receive the session letter, you effectively authorize payment of twice the value of the 1064 transaction advisor contract, which was going to be split along amongst a whole lot of partners to regiments. Correct?
That is correct, sir. However, Mr. Chair, this has to be seen in the context of the value that was derived through this process. Mr. Chair, had we not had the transaction advisors on board, you would have seen that the locomotive contracts would have ballooned to a number in excess of about 68 billion. And that number was untenable, Mr. Chair, in terms of being able to deliver on the market demand strategy. And that is the reason why I thought it would be
But it didn't balloon.
Sorry?
It didn't balloon.
Sorry, can you?
It did not balloon into that amount, isn't it? That didn't happen. It didn't go up to that amount.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but had we continued on the basis that we were going, the 55 would have been 68. That's the point.
Yes.
And this 68, Mr. Chair, was not known to anybody,
Was not?
was not calculated or envisaged by anybody. So the risk that was identified was another 20 billion rand worth of risk that was mitigated through this process. And that was the reason why they had come and motivated to say they had added significant value in this process. Our original mandates would have required us to enter into a risk-sharing basis. And Mr. Chair, to be honest, you remember we did recall where we had the handwritten notes that said that the remuneration model was going to be risk-based. But we rejected that. And we make note of that we said the original intention relating to that was rejected. However, based on the performance in terms of being able to demonstrate a 20 billion rand mitigation of risk, it is deemed prudent that we consider this. And again, Mr. Chair, I think if it were to be, it was at Mr. Molefe's discretion to say no. And based on the value that was created, he thought it was reasonable for them to be remunerated on this basis.
But you were recommending this to Mr. Molefe.
Yes, I did.
Mr. Singh, so the day that McKinsey advised you that they're walking away from the contract, same day you recommend that regiments, the mandate and the model must be changed and they should be paid a success fee of 78 million.
No. You will recall that I said the day on which McKinsey actually advised us that they were walking away from the contract was in and around February. if not before that.
So that's just a coincidence. Well, of course, you couldn't recommend this until you were advised of the session
That's
formally.
correct. Yes.
Right. So did you have this on the back burner, or what was happening?
No, Mr. Chair.
Or did you also, then did you draft this on the 16th of April,
Which one?
this document?
I don't recall when it was drafted. Now I would be guessing if I had to say so.
Isn't this a case simply of regiments having done their job?
Sorry, sir?
Isn't it a case of them simply having done their job?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think it's one version could be that they certainly did their job, but from my perspective, Mr. Chair, it was a case of understanding. You'd need to understand the history that we've already alluded to in terms of the risks associated with the market demand strategy. And with the 300 billion rand capital program, Mr. Chair, the last thing you want to happen is that you actually have capital overruns. And again, when we come into the 38 to 55, you will see why this again plays out. Had we not done this, the 55 would have been 68 without anyone knowing. And that is the backdrop within which I saw value.
I see. Let's go to the M&S report. Could I ask you, please, and this is in Transnet Bundle 6, could you go to page 386?
Sorry, sir.
386 of Bundle 6. So if you go towards the foot of the page, paragraph 2.5.13, on 17 April 2014, Mr. B. Malefe approved the request to pay regiments on a risk-sharing basis. On 23 April 2014, Mr. Edward Thomas, the person that you've referred to during your testimony, drafted a memorandum further opposing the proposal to amend regiment's pay structure. The memorandum reasoned as follows. The benefits that Transnet obtained from the transaction advisor contract was as a result of the contracted for deliverables being provided in terms of the current fixed fee agreement Transnet has with the service provider. Next paragraph, the fact that Regiment's capital operating model is based on a risk-sharing model or success fee is irrelevant. Regiment's capital willingly accepted the rights and obligations of an existing contract whose fees is fixed fee for the delivery of the deliverables. Regiments also agreed to an increased fixed fee for the detailed deliverables that they delivered on. Next paragraph, based on the above, notwithstanding the GCE's approval, we do not agree to the implementation of the change in remuneration model as the service provider has been sufficiently remunerated for the services provided as per the agreement. You want to comment on that?
Mr. Chair, I think it's in line with the discussion, with the question that Mr. Myberg asked previous to this indication. I think Mr. Thomas has the right to his views in terms of saying, basically he's saying, listen, there was a fixed price contract and these services fell within that. Mr. Chair, in my view, as I said, the issue was what did they bring to the party that actually no one else was seeing? And
You
that
were
was
saying, although we are not obliged to give them more money, let's give them more money.
not on the basis that it was just for free, Mr. Chair. There was in my view, there was a full justification for the fact that there was an alternative remuneration model that was required. And Mr. Chair, in the memo to Mr. Molefe, I made it very clear that there was this fixed piece. Because of this value that was added, we are now requesting that we, how can I say, review the remuneration model. So
Yes, but I was saying the difference between you and Mr. Thomas is that the one says, and that is Mr. Thomas, as I understand what he's saying here, is there is an agreement. We've got what we've got. We have no obligation to pay more. You are saying, as I understand it, I accept that we don't have an obligation to pay them more, but let's pay them more because of ABCD
That is correct.
you are giving.
So what I did note is if you go page 896 of Exhibit 5B, the memorandum, you recommended it to Mr. Molefe and he approved. There are no other signatories here.
That's 895 of
896 of bundle 5B. Chairperson. You see that?
Yes, sir.
You didn't canvass the view of your procurement people.
Sorry, sir.
You didn't canvass the view of your procurement people. You write to Mr. Molefe and he approves it.
Mr. Chair, in this instance, I think the issue relating to Mr. Thomas's reservations, I did not see the memo, Mr. Chair, that Mr. Thomas, or paragraph 2.5.1.4 refers to. I think Mr. Peter did have a discussion with me at the time, advising that, maybe we do, these type of services are probably included in the original scope. And I then had the very same discussion with him in terms of saying, listen, I understand that it is there, but in terms of the work and the deliverables that I've seen, I believe this is something we should consider. And hence the, let's call it omission of the signatures of Mr. Thomas and Mr. Peter in this regard. But we do cover the general principles of the procurement procedure manual that enables this type of amendment to be made.
You had a discussion with who?
Sorry?
You said you had a discussion with who?
With Mr. Peter.
With Mr. Peter, but he's also not a signatory.
Yes, yes.
Well, what I'm struggling with, have a look at page 885.
885. 885.
Here's the memorandum where regiments replaced Letsema.
Yes.
He signs that.
Yes.
Why is he not party to 896?
Because as I've just explained, sir.
Yes, but Mr. Singh, as I understand, you realize this is a procurement issue.
Yes.
Now, you have a discussion with him, but he's not party to the memorandum.
Because he didn't agree with the fact that we needed to be remunerated differently.
I beg your pardon?
I said because he didn't agree that he was of the same view that Mr. Thomas was.
Oh, so he didn't want to sign the memorandum.
Well, if he didn't agree with the recommendations, why would he sign?
Did you tell Mr. Molefe, because this is really very important evidence, did you tell Mr. Molefe that Mr. Peter was opposed to this?
Well, Mr. Chair, as I said...
So did you tell him?
No. Because
Why
these
not?
things...
Why
Sorry?
not?
Well, Mr. Chair, these things happen by virtue of the fact that you prepare a memo and it goes to the recipient for them to sign. So I don't take this and go and sit with Mr. Molefe and say, listen, can we please sign this thing? This happens on a basis of you prepare the document, you submit it to whoever you need to submit it to, and based on what you read and what you are confronted with, you then sign or don't sign, or you approve or don't approve. By virtue of the fact that Mr. Peter's signature was not here, I can't see how Mr. Molefe would have been able to say, okay, Mr. Peter was aware of this or was happy with it.
But was it not important that if somebody occupying as high a position as Mr. Peter did at the time, in regard to a procurement matter, that if he did not agree with your view that the group CEO should be alerted that this is not just one view, there are different views, so that he could take a decision with the benefit of different views.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think in preparing the memo, it makes it very, we've disclosed the fact that we are changing the remuneration model. We are making it quite clear that there was a original contract in place that was on a different operating model, and I thought that was adequate disclosure to be made at that time.
How is that adequate when it doesn't, how is that adequate to tell him that there are different views? Because it doesn't tell him, what you have read doesn't tell him there are different views at senior level.
Well, Mr. Chair, there was not a different view. There was not a different view in terms of procurement. There was a different view in terms of whether the services were value adding or not.
No, as I understand you, you said Mr. Peter disagreed with your view for paying more, isn't it?
Yes, as Mr. Edward is saying here, that the contract the contract basically was for a fixed fee, and in their view, these services were included in the fixed fee contract.
Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, thank you. So if
So
we
we're
go,
just dismissing this explanation, or? So I'm trying to explain this to you.
I thought you were done. Were you not done? Have
No,
you not
Mr.
finished giving the explanation?
No, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then continue. No, I thought you were done.
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, no,
Because you had
that's all right.
requested me to
Yes.
explain if this was important or not.
Yes, no. I thought you were done, so I wanted Mr. Mybeck to continue. If you were not done, finish your explanation.
No, I thought you were dismissing me, Mr. Chair.
No. I'm listening to it.
Okay. No, Mr. Chair, I was trying to explain that the issue of difference comes about in terms of the interpretation of the contract. We did not disagree with that. Where I saw value, I said, listen, let me approach Mr. Molefe to understand whether he agrees whether there was value or not, and if a new remuneration model could be accepted. The procurement procedure manual actually allows for it, which is quoted in paragraph 27 of the document. So it was not a procurement issue. It was an issue of whether value was derived and what was the appropriate remuneration that needed to be made, if recognition needed to be had for the value that was received.
Okay, Mr. Mybeck?
but I suppose what the difference of opinion boiled down to is Mr. Peter didn't think that you should disburse 78 million of Eskom's funds, or of Transnet's funds, in favour of regiments. That's what it boiled down to.
And if Mr. Peter was the decision maker, then yes, he would have not signed
So
the document.
you had a different view, but I just want to confirm, you didn't tell Mr. Molefe of
No,
Mr. Peter's view.
No.
Why not?
Because as I said, these memos, I was not sitting in front of Mr. Molefe and saying, please sign this memo for me, sir. These memos happen, as you can see.
But Mr. Singh, I'm not sure that I understand, and I don't want to quarrel with you. I just need to understand the facts. So is it before you sent the memorandum to Mr. Molefe, did you know of Mr. Peter's concerns?
Well, based on the date, 23rd of April, Mr. Thomas prepares the memorandum, which is a draft memorandum. Given the fact that he has not signed on the 16th, Mr. Chair, I would have thought that I did know, yes.
You did know.
Yes.
So then I'm not sure that I understand when you say you weren't in front of Mr. Molefe. You knew of his concerns, you nevertheless prepared the memo and you sent it to Mr. Molefe.
Yes.
And you didn't think it was necessary to alert Mr. Molefe to the fact that Mr. Peter had a different view.
At the time, no.
All right. So if we carry on with M&S at 387, what we know is, if you go to paragraph 2.5.16, just continuing with the chronology, on the 24th of
Sorry,
April,
sir, what paragraph you at?
2.5.16, so pretty much in the middle of the page.
Yes.
On 24 April 2014, Transnet and Regiments conclude the first addendum to the MSA, which provided for a fixed fee of 78,400,000. Is that right? I presume that should be a success fee.
Yes.
All right. You confirm that?
Yes.
It says on the 23rd of April, Mr. D. Smith sent an email to E. Wood stating that. Now, you know Mr. D. Smith?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is his position?
He was a deputy treasurer back office.
And I'm not going to read the whole of this email. I'd like to take you to the third last paragraph on page 387. On the costing and hedging, I fully agree that different alterations have been done by you guys to calculate the possible cost of hedging should we consider the various option structures at different participation levels. You'll recall that a decision was made not to pursue this route and to rather go the FEC structure, as options remain expensive and does not create some risk for suppliers. Does create some. The idea of transferring the FS risk to the balance sheet of the suppliers was a Transnet idea and was included in the conditions of the RFP, and as we have done many of these in the past. Then over the page, the cost of calculating forwards on FECs is a simple technique. Brackets can get directly from Bloomberg or Reuters, and similar information was obtained from our dealers as well. And he goes on to say, I'm not 100% sure why you guys are saying the FX, it resulted in significant savings to Transnet, but please help me if I'm wrong on this one. On the performance guarantees, we did not achieve any savings as only one small amount was involved. I fully agree that you guys did do a benchmarking exercise and the majority of the bond costs were market related. The main reason for me trying to summarize my observations is to try and ensure that ultimately all costs can be audited by our auditors once payments have been made and we get challenged. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any comment on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I did not see this email because I don't think I was copied on this email from Mr. Smith. But what is significant here, Mr. Chair, is that you will see that Mr. Smith at paragraph 2.5.17 says, Eric, it is extremely difficult for us to consider signing off on it as we have not been seen the engagement letter, and I'm not sure if Anoj has requested this. And if yes, please let me know so I can have a detailed discussion with him. So I don't recall the detailed discussion that happened, Mr. Chair. What is of interest is that, Mr. Chair, he does acknowledge that there were significant work done in developing the cost escalation models and assisting in discussion principles with the suppliers and understanding the cost curves in different markets. It also assists the team in making a decision to decide on the economical amounts of locos that needed to be assembled by TE and the cost of the perspective. Niven also came forward with a very practical approach to determine the indicative cost of fixing escalations. Now, Mr. Chair, if you look at that 20 billion that we spoke about in the memo, that 20 billion emanated from all of these things. So the value that was derived was quantified by the 20 billion, notwithstanding the fact that Mr. Dani Smith does and is correct in saying that the issue of transferring risk from a balance sheet we did before. So we didn't derive much value from it. Yet they did propose it. So in the motivation that they had sent to Transnet to say, please agree with our motivation, Mr. Smith said, but I can't agree with this because we did it on our own before. Similarly, in terms of looking at the FX rates, for example, on page 388, FX rates, Bloomberg, you look at the screen, you get the rates. So it's not significant amount of value that they added in. So they didn't get remunerated for that. The bulk of the remuneration related to the 20 billion risk that was identified by them through looking through the escalations and the forward-looking stuff. So that is what they were remunerated for, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'd like to then turn to a different transaction. And that relates to the China Development Bank loan. It's also dealt with in the M&S report. We'll come to that. I just asked you to confirm that after the 1064 locomotive contract was awarded to the 4 OEMs, Transnet, of course, needed to secure funding for the 50 billion rand odd expenditure, correct?
That is correct, sir.
The Chinese bidders, as I understand, CSR and CNR, had included letters of funding support from the China Development Bank, which then brings us to the China Development Bank loan. What we know is that Regiments was then paid another success fee, this time of 166 million, for its role in securing the funding facility and the advice in splitting the capital raising between China Development Bank loan and the ZAR CUB loan. Would you confirm that?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is dealt with by M&S, and if I could ask you please to go to page 389. At paragraph 2.6.1. On 28 April 2015, Transnet Group Treasurer, Mr. Ramasabudi, compiled a memorandum which was recommended by Mr. Singh as well as Mr. Gama and submitted to the BADC. See that?
That is correct.
The memorandum provides the following: a request for the BADC to approve the contract extension from 99.5 million to 265.5 million for the appointment of Regiments Capital for transaction advisory services and support to Transnet on the 1064 locomotive transaction. See that?
Yes.
And the difference between those two figures, I think, is the 166 million, excluding VAT, correct?
That is correct.
Summary of the services provided by Regiments in relation to securing the China Development Bank loan in the amount of US dollars 1.5 billion, and sub 3, a motivation for the risk-sharing basis payment of 166 million excluding VAT to Regiments on the basis that the services provided by Regiments for a period of more than 12 months were at risk. You see that?
That is correct.
Then, at paragraph 2.6.3, on 29 April 2015, the BADC approved the recommendation by Mr. Gama, and on 11 June 2015, Transnet paid Regiments 189 million, that's including VAT. Confirm that?
That is correct, sir.
Then they go on to say at 2.4.6, pursuant to the approval of the memorandum by the BADC, Transnet and Regiments concluded the second addendum to the MSA. Do you confirm that?
I will take it, I don't recall, but I will take it as correct.
And it says on 14 October 2014, but it actually was on the 16th of July 2015. I can take you to that. Could I ask you please to go to Exhibit BB 28?
I've got it, sir.
And could you please turn to page 250? Point 306.
250.306. And this, sir.
So that's the second addendum, which you see was actually signed on the 16th of July 2015 by Mr. Wood for regiments and Mr. Gama for Transnet. You see that?
I see that, sir.
Now, the point that is made by M&S, and I just want to get your comment, is that there was no legal cause. This is at paragraph 2.6.6. There was no legal cause for this payment. This is the 166 success fee for arranging or facilitating the China Development Bank loan. Due to the fact that on 4 February 2014, Transnet and Regiments concluded the third addendum to the LOI, which we saw earlier, which allocated a fixed fee of 15 million rand for all the funding and financing services.
Mr. Chair, this is one of those issues that, again, if you had to go back to that 4th of February LOI, I think we de-scoped through those handwritten notes.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said through the, on that 4th of February 2014 LOI is the one where you had the handwritten annotations.
Where you had?
The handwritten annotations.
Well, no.
And we de-scoped the funding and the risk portion.
I beg your pardon?
You recall the February 2014 LOI
Yes.
was where you had the handwritten notes. And you that handwritten notes de-scoped the funding and the risk share or the risk basis for the funding activities.
And allowed for this.
Sorry?
And then allowed for this.
I'm just responding to this portion.
Yeah. So, sorry, I interrupted you. So the handwritten notes rescoped,
No, de-scoped.
descoped.
Basically, remember, there was an element where the document referred to funding and a consequent 20 basis point remuneration on success. That
Right.
handwritten note removed that.
Yes, I remember that.
And
yeah.
remember, I then said it was not the appropriate time for that to have actually happened at the time, therefore it was de-scoped.
Yes.
So the 15 million fee related to the other activities that memo, that document related to,
Right.
or the residual activities that it related.
So in other words, this activity of, I mean, and perhaps you can help us with the language. I mean, here they were actually executing a transaction.
Yes,
Whereas, if I understand you correctly, that addendum related to simple advisory
yes.
services.
In terms of planning and identifying sources and
Is,
so on.
is that what you're saying?
Yes, this was actual fundraising.
Yes. So this is fundraising.
Yes.
So perhaps I could just, whilst we are in Mr. Gama's documents, and we're talking about the third addendum, just have a look at page 250.380. This was signed on 4 February, the third addendum.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying it was on that document, and I'll take you to your handwritten notes. Is that right?
Okay, so, yeah, I'm looking for the handwritten notes.
Okay, just give me a second. Those handwritten notes we find at MSM 177, Mr. Mohammadi's documents,
Yes.
BB3A,
What number is that, sir? 177.
MSM 177. And the actual annotations, Mr. Singh, you find at page MSM 180.
Yes, sir. So if you look at MSM 178, you will see that 2.1, it says deliverables except the actual fundraising will be executed for a fee of 15 million over a period of 12 months.
I'm sorry, you are reading from
Sorry, Mr.
2.1.
Chair,
Just raise your voice.
on page MSM 178, paragraph 2.1.1,
Yeah,
deliverables in bracket except the actual fundraising must be executed at a fixed fee of 15 million. A performance fee equal to 20% of savings achieved against the benchmark interest rate. Basically, this is now for actual fundraising. So what the handwritten notes on page 180 did was it took out 2.1.1 and consequently 2.1.2, which only left the 15 million. But we still needed to do the actual fundraising, which is what the memorandum to the BADC was about.
All right. So if I understand what you're saying, and of course M&S have a different view to you, but if I understand what you're saying is this was a new, there wasn't a contract that regulated this. This was a new deal and it required a new contract. Is that right?
Well, Mr. Chair, the activity required a new.
a new,
Sorry, sir.
required a new.
Mr. Chair, the activity was obviously de-scoped from here. So when the activity happened, it needed a new home.
Okay.
So the home that then was placed in the existing contract that existed at the time. Therefore, we requested a contract extension for the activities that then happened.
So let's go then to the memorandum that dealt with this. I've already referred you to 28 April memo to BADIC. That you find in bundle 5B.
5.
And could I ask you to turn up page 1039?
Just one second. 5B page?
1039.
103.
You'll just have to repeat that, Mr. Maybeck. The page,
Page 1039, Chairperson.
okay.
And let me just take you to the signature page quickly, Mr. Singh, 1047. You see that you sign it.
I'm sorry. Transnet Bundle 5B, my one starts
Transnet
at
Bundle 5B, yes. Page
My one,
1039,
1039.
yes. Mr. Singh, you'll see there's the subject, request to appoint JP Morgan and Regiments Capital to conclude on the China Development Bank loan. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then I've taken you to the signature page. That's at 1047. And it seems that everybody signed on the 28th of April 2015. You agree with that?
That is correct.
If you have a look at page 1043, at paragraph 67, it reads, regiments have been working together with the risk management stroke middle office of Transnet Treasury for over the last 12 months to achieve the outcome below. You see that?
Yes.
At paragraph 73, at 1044, the financial advice and negotiation support that regiments provided through this entire process, which took in excess of 12 months, was done at risk with the expectation of compensation only on successful completion. See that?
Yes.
And then it sets out the fees, and the proposal is 166 million. Fee, success fee. Is that
That's
correct? And then if we go to the end of the document, 1047, the recommendation is approve the confined appointment of JP Morgan to hedge the financial risk that we don't need to deal with now. Approve the confined appointment of JP Morgan, and then the important one, approve the contract extension from 99.5 million to 265.5 million for the appointment of Regiments Capital for transaction advisory services and support to Transnet on the 1064 locomotive transaction. Is that right?
That is correct.
So, just the points that I've put to Mr. Gama, let me put them to you as well. And that is, if this was something different to that covered by the addendum, it's not advice, it's actually execution, then surely it would have been irregular to allow regiments to have worked, as it appears on the face of this document, for 12 months without there being any contractual provision at all.
Mr. Chair, as I said, the contract required, or the services required a home, and the home that was then found was the existing contract, and therefore the existing contract was extended. And
But it was done after the event, Mr. Singh. I mean, they worked on this for 12 months, on the execution part of it, not advisory, because we're saying this is different to advisory. My concern is, and I just want your comment on it, that here you have regiments now performing a different role, not advisory, but they're executing. They're working on this for 12 months, but there's no contract at the beginning of that task regulating this very sizable piece of work on the face of this memo.
yes, Mr. Chair, and I think it comes back to that exclusion that we had discussed, the handwritten annotations. It was always envisaged that they were going to be doing this work, and they were going to be doing it at risk. And as I said, once it came to the point of where we executed, the activities of the work needed a home. And the home that was then found was this contract, and the contract extension that was then reviewed and motivated by procurement.
But you accept that was done ex post facto?
Because the work had been continuing for 12 months.
Yeah. The other thing, of course, is that you again had no obligation to pay regiments this money.
No, Mr. Chair, well, in my view, we had an obligation to pay the money because there was an understanding that this work was actually being undertaken at risk.
When you say an understanding, was there any contractual obligation?
I think one of the addendums did allude to the fact that we needed to...
And when you talk about an understanding between who and who?
Mr. Chair, if you give
Well,
me...
let's start with a confirmation of what I thought Mr. Myberg wanted to confirm with you. Do you agree that there was no contract for a number of months when the work was being done?
Mr. Chair, I have not read this document. I think it would be...
Come closer to the mic.
Sorry, I said, Mr. Chair, I have not read the memorandum
Yes.
that supports this. So maybe it would be worthwhile if we could just come back to this after the break so that I can have an opportunity to peruse this memorandum.
Yes, but as things stand, your recollection is that there was or there wasn't subject to checking?
Mr. Chair, I think it would be better served if I read this and then give you a proper answer. Otherwise, I'll have to change it again.
Okay, all right.
Fair enough. But, okay, and so we can come back to the question of whether there was a contract. I suppose that would then answer the question of whether they worked at risk and what the understanding was and whether that had been provided for. But let me put the rest of my proposition. So the first one that I put to Mr. Gama is, it seems, what I suggested, is that it appears irregular that they were allowed to perform this work without there having been a contract in place. So there they were for 12 months doing this. There were no performance targets. Surely there were huge issues of confidentiality and the like. There's no contract from what I can see. Allied to that, and we can kill two birds with one stone once you've gone through this, is that on the face of it, it seems there was no obligation to pay regiments this money. I mean, the fact that they may have been working at risk doesn't mean that you were obliged to pay them. And then perhaps I could ask you to deal with this if you can. On the face of it, Mr. Singh, this appears to be a different procurement event. Where was there any procurement evaluation or analysis here? So what you have is you have regiments providing you with advisory services, etc. But now you're going into the Chinese Development Bank loan. Now you're going into the execution of the deal. You want to comment on that?
I think it's linked to the first one in terms of the contract extension.
The other thing that I've explored with Mr. Garman, I want to put it to you as well, is did you not ever think that there was a conflict here with regiments? In the sense that they were your advisors, they were, in terms of that addendum, if you read it as that just being purely advisory, they were advising you on deal structures, transaction structures. On the one hand, they're advising you what you should do and what you should explore, and on the other hand, at the same time, they're actually executing the transaction. And that's on the face of it, there's a tension, is there not?
I think well, let's put it this way. When we, let me see, how do you put it? Okay, the actual execution of the deal, okay, basically was with China Development Bank. Okay, so Transnet executed a loan funding facility with China Development Bank. So that was the one leg of the transaction. In raising that funding between China Development Bank and Transnet, regiments played an advisory role relating to that fundraising activity that was happening. And in that fundraising activity that was happening between the parties, they had given advice as to how the cost of funding for that facility could be reduced. So that was one element. The next element, Mr. Chair, is the actual, how can I say, the cross-currency swap that would needed to have been executed to mitigate the exchange rate risk and interest rate risk relating to the China Development Bank loan that was between Transnet and China Development Bank. In executing the hedge for the underlying loan that we had now agreed to enter into with China Development Bank, we then also got advice from regiments in terms of how do we actually optimize the cost relating to the interest rate swap and, well, the hedge structure relating to the hedging of the risk relating to interest and foreign exchange on the loan. So when you see the elements of the transaction in that manner, there is no conflict because they didn't participate in the actual fundraising. Neither did they actually participate in the actual hedging. So the hedging was actually done by JP Morgan.
Brother, what did they do?
Sorry?
What did they do?
So that's what I'm trying to allude.
Yeah.
If you look at the memo basically outlines exactly what they did and what value they added in terms of the negotiations between China Development Bank on the one hand and JP Morgan on the other hand.
But surely that's just advisory services. We can go to that addendum. That's what they were supposed to help you with.
And that is the reason, I guess, the contract extension was a route that we actually adopted for the procurement event.
All right, but you're going to have a look at this perhaps overnight, and we can deal with it when we resume.
Sure.
The other thing that I put to Mr. Garma, and you can comment on this, is Dr. Bloom testified that the fee he considered excessive. He felt there was a 90 million rand overpayment. He said that they got 0.15% on yield, presumably that's the 15 basis points, whereas in his view, market convention and Transnet practice for a lead arrangement fee was 0.06% on yield. Are you in a position to comment on that?
No, not at this stage.
Now, you do know that this payment of the 189 million to regiments was part of the Gupta money laundering. I've told you that.
Sorry, sir?
This payment was part of the Gupta money laundering.
I was not aware of that, sir.
I just want to then take you to the next document. So this is the memorandum that's signed by everyone on the 28th of April 2015. Then there's another memorandum, if you have a look at page 1048. Now, you'll see that this actually deals with the same thing. If you go to the recommendation at the end, 1052, you see there that it's recommended that the acting group chief executive approves the following. 1, the value of the contract be increased to a capped 265.5 million. So that gives you the 166 million success fee. And then the allowance for the contract period to accommodate the successful conclusion of the funding and hedging agreements with CDB and JP Morgan in order to effect the remuneration in brackets success or risk-based fee to regiment's capital. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, something that arose in Mr. Garma's evidence was this. You signed this recommendation on the 19th of May 2015. Do you see that?
That is correct.
He only signed it on the 16th of July 2015. See that?
That is correct.
And as I understand it, you authorized payment of this money in the intervening period before he had actually signed the memorandum.
When was this thing paid? I think at 1053, you see an invoice which I initialed and said approved by the Acquisition and Disposal Committee, but there's no date on it. I'm not too sure when this was actually paid.
All right. I could just have a second, please, Chairperson.
Okay. Well, should we take this opportunity to take a 10 minutes adjournment?
No, I found what I need, if I could, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
As you would appreciate, Mr. Singh, when you refer to the evidence of other people, often those documents are in their bundles and when they're actually in yours as well. So you're looking at page 1053. There's the invoice.
Yes, 105.
We can't see at 1053 when you authorized it. But if you go to 1061,
1061.
there's a payment advice dated the 11th of June 2015,
That is correct, sir.
signed by you.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
That is correct.
Now that was before Mr. Gigaba signed the memorandum at 1052.
That is correct, sir.
In fact, yes. And Mr. Gigaba could think of no reason why you would have authorized this payment before he signed this memorandum. What was the rush?
I don't think there was a rush, Mr. Chair.
But what it does mean is that unless there is some other written document we are not aware of, is that you authorized payment before there was written approval from him of the memo. And one wonders why.
Well, Mr. Chair, the authorizing authority in this case was the ADC. Was the Acquisition and Disposal Committee,
Yes.
which is recorded on page 1047.
Yes.
And if you look at the recommendations there, that gave rise to the approval that occurred on the 11th of June. And as I approved, I said it, as I attached my initial to the invoice, it said approved by the Acquisition and Disposal Committee. The
Sorry,
document...
where is that part?
Oh, sorry, sir. On 1053.
I'm looking for the part that where you say as you signed.
If you look at my initial, Mr. Chair,
okay, now I see that.
It says approved by ADC.
Yes.
So the approving authority, Mr. Chair, for this transaction was the ADC.
But I mean, that's a board committee, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
But would the board committee get involved in the signing of paperwork?
No, hence, Mr. Chair, I signed as the CFO the invoice, approving the invoice, noting that the ADC had approved this payment.
But Mr. Mybeck's question would still arise because obviously the memo contemplated that Mr. Gama must approve as well.
No, Mr. Chair, the purpose of the memo was, if you look at 1048, was to request the acting GCE to approve the contract addendum. So this was basically a document that was submitted to Mr. Gama on the 19th of May, subsequent to the approval of the ADC, to approve the contract amendment.
But what would have happened if he didn't?
Sorry?
What would have happened if he didn't approve it? Then you have had no contract, and then there would have been
No, but this
a
was
dispute as to whether there needed to be payment.
This was consequent to the ADC having approved the.
But then why was there a need for this memorandum to Mr. Gama?
Because as Mr. Chair had highlighted, is that the ADC wouldn't sign contracts.
Well, but that's precisely the point.
But they have
Because
already
if
You needed a signed contract by Mr. Gama. That was the legal instrument, that was the contract. I mean, there was a contract variation here. What would have happened if he didn't sign it?
I guess, Mr. Chair, that we would have gone back to the decision taken by the ADC. I'm not too sure. I didn't really think of the contract amendment when I approved this payment, I assume.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I don't know how much longer you would like me to go on with Mr. Singh. I'm told by some of the stuff is quite.
Yes, no, I understand. And tomorrow evening, you're not involved in the evening session.
No,
If there is any, there might not be any. So if we break now at 4, can we accept that tomorrow, if there is no evening session arranged with any other work stream, we can go beyond 4 to try and finish?
Chairperson, again, we're not trying to frustrate you,
Yeah.
but unfortunately, I've got commitments tomorrow evening too.
Yeah,
So
well,
we understood from the arrangements that we sit from 10 to 4 every day, and that's why.
No. I haven't said how much into the evening. It might be 5, it might be 6. It doesn't necessarily mean it's as late as it sometimes is. So I'm just checking whether there is a possibility that we could go beyond 4 o'clock. I haven't spoken about how much into.
I can inform Chairperson tomorrow morning if it's possible. I will endeavour to make arrangements, But I must be upfront and honest with you. My situation is that I've made alternative arrangements, work commitments, so
Please do the best you can for tomorrow, because I would like us to finish with Mr. Singh's evidence tomorrow. Okay, we will adjourn now with Mr. Singh's evidence, and as soon as, well, the evening session, people are supposed to be here at 4, and if they need to wait, they wait until 5 o'clock while we finish. So hopefully they are here. But tomorrow, let's try and finish. Okay, all right. We'll now adjourn the day session. We adjourn.
I just want to see where we go. So it's at the end of his bundle.
Good evening once again, Mr. Mybeck. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Chairperson.
Before we start, I just want to make an announcement that I was planning to only make tomorrow morning, but I understand that somebody has put in the media something that I was still to announce, and I never gave authority that it should be done. The president was going to appear before the commission on Monday and Tuesday, that is 31st May and the 1st of June. I have moved that his appearance to later in June, so that he would come at the end of the oral evidence. So another date, I will announce another date or 2 dates in the course of June. So he will no longer appear before the commission on Monday and Tuesday, but he will still appear before the end of June. Okay, all right, so let's continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't know if it's necessary to administer the oath again to
Yes,
Mr.
let's do
Gigaba.
that. Let's do that. Please administer the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Malusi Gigaba.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No,
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
yes,
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Solomon is appearing virtually. Mr. Solomon, are you there? Well, let's start because I'm sure, or I hope he can hear. Okay,
Thank you, Chairperson.
let's start, yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gigaba.
Good afternoon.
I just
Mr.
want
Chairman.
to finish off on...
Good afternoon, Mr. Gigaba.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to finish off on Mr. Gaba. I want to refer you to one document, if I may. Can you go to your exhibit 24? So this is Transnet Bundle 7A, Chairperson. And could you please go to page 979?
Page 1979.
Chairperson, I'm told there's a technical problem with the Zoom connection. 5 minutes is required to sort it out.
Oh. Sure. Yeah, we are losing a lot of time today. Okay, we adjourn.
Sound check. Hello, Mr. Solomon.
Hearings venue, I can hear you now.
All right.
Can you just test from the DCJ and test from the SC on site?
Okay.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, but it should be fine if you can hear us now, Weda.
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, but Tamani, are you on? Just speak from DCJ's chair, just to make sure. Please. Because the camera, we can't see now which direction is pointing.
Check, Weda. You can hear us now.
We can hear, but just speak slowly because it's just like a bit of an echo.
It should be fine. I'm wearing a mask on.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Solomon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. Thank you.
Oh,
The other people on the Zoom, Ms. Raw, Mr. Gum.
There is
What is the page number?
979, Chairperson.
Okay.
What you find at 979 is a letter from Temba Longa,
Yes.
Longa attorneys. Those were Mr. Gama's attorneys. I just want to direct your attention to paragraph 2 at page 979. It says, "We confirm that when this matter was settled, it was agreed in writing with the then Minister of Public Enterprise that the costs incurred by Mr. Gama, our client, would be borne by Transnet." You want to comment on that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's the first time I see this letter. It was not brought to my attention because this letter is submitted, it's dated 25 June 2014 when I was Minister of Home Affairs. The Department of Public Enterprises did not bring it to my attention to query whether there was or there had been such an agreement written to Langa attorneys. There was no such an agreement. I was not involved in this thing. There was no written agreement, and if there was, it would have been presented to me, because the Department of Public Enterprises would have queried why the minister had made such a written agreement with attorneys of a client that was in dispute with an SOE. Now, the minister could not enter into such an agreement in any possible way.
One second, Mr. Gigaba. Registrar. Yes, you may continue.
Thank you. The Minister of Public Enterprises doesn't enter into legal contracts that are binding on state-owned companies. The Establishment Acts of these SOEs would not permit that, as well as the Companies Act, the Shareholder Compact. There is no legislation which creates such a precedent. Now, any letter that is written officially from a minister to an SOE first goes through the various divisions in the department where it is approved by the relevant officials in the department, right up to the Director General, before it is submitted to the minister for signature. And the department would certainly not have drafted or authorized the drafting of such an agreement, because they would have clearly said to me that, Minister, this is not within your powers. And therefore, there was no such advice submitted to me, either in the form of an internal memorandum by the department or in any other form that would have sanctioned me agreeing in writing to such a matter. This matter was an internal matter within Transnet. Let me also add, Mr. Chairman, that ministers are executive authorities. They are not accounting officers. I approve the budget insofar as it is consistent with the policy framework which has been decided at that time. But the minister does not enter into contracts, does not commit funds for any function whatsoever. And therefore, to this extent, the minister would have been acting or would have acted way beyond their powers. And the Director General would have surely protested to say, Minister, this is not within your powers. You are committing funds, which is the function of the accounting officer. And therefore, I did not write any such letter to Langa attorneys. I did not meet Langa attorneys to make any commitment that they were going to be paid for representing their client.
So, Mr. Gigaba, I mean, I think we're probably all in agreement that if you had done that, it would be irregular.
Yes,
But perhaps I can just ask you, do you have any idea where Mr. Langa would have got this from?
I think he was just trying to drop my name in order to solicit their payment.
Could I then ask
I'm sorry, just repeat that answer, I missed it.
I said, Mr. Chairman, he was dropping my name in order to solicit payment. And it is very strange to me that he would submit this letter to the department when he knew I had left the department, because by the 25th of June, it had been a whole month since I had left the Department of Public Enterprises. If there had been any commitment by myself to this effect, this letter, in all sincerity, would have been submitted whilst I was still the Minister of Public Enterprises.
But he's not submitting it to the department, he's submitting it to Transnet's attorneys.
Even then, the answer still stands. the letter is submitted to Transnet attorneys when I was no longer Minister of Public Enterprises, and it still defies logic why it would have, such would have been done.
Now, I then want to move to a different topic, and this deals with
Well, before you move to a different topic, Mr. Maybeck, I think it is important to get your view, Mr. Gigaba, on the defensibility or otherwise of the settlement agreement that was reached by the Transnet board with Mr. Gama. Because that was a board that was appointed, at least the majority, I would imagine, appointed during your term, number one. And number two, it was during your term as Minister of Public Enterprises. Number three, of course, there is the history relating to Mr. Gama that I highlighted to you as given by Ms. Barbara Hogan in terms of her version being that Mr. Zuma was insistent that the position of Group CEO of Transnet would therefore not have to be filled until his disciplinary processes were completed. I think it was indicated to you last time that Mr. Mkwanazi, who was the chairperson of the board, conceded that the settlement agreement that they reached with Mr. Gama was indefensible. Now, it may well be that somebody might say it is defensible. It's difficult for me to see how anybody can say it is defensible. Now, obviously, being Minister of Public Enterprises at the time, you would have an interest in boards of SOEs under your jurisdiction, performing their duties in a way that really advances the interests of the SOEs. Now, let me ask, have you seen that agreement? Are you familiar with its terms, that settlement agreement? I think you would have. Now I remember it was sent to you, I think, at some stage for you to comment. The settlement agreement between Transnet and Mr. Gama.
Mr. Chairman, it was sent to me, and in my view, the matter involving this settlement agreement would have been difficult for me to comment on post facto, given the fact that by the time it was brought to my attention, the agreement had been reached, the parties had negotiated it. So it would be difficult for me to argue with any conviction that it can be defended or cannot be defended. I think the views of the people who were involved, who studied it, and those who perhaps, because of the responsibilities which they carried at the time, the views that they would express on the matter would be much more authoritative than mine, given the lapse of time since then and the fact that the matter really at the time did not serve before me in any way, and certainly the contract, the agreement was not brought to my attention since Mr. Gama was the divisional CEO, I had left it to the board to deal with the matter and resolve it.
Well, you see, I think last time you said we took quite some time with Mr. Gama or with Mr. Mkwanazi on this issue, and you are right, we took quite some time. And certainly from my side, it's because of the unusual features of this agreement, because you have a situation where, a very senior position that's supposed to be filled at Transnet is not filled for close to 2 years. Actually, it wasn't filled for 2 years. And more than 1.5 of that 1.5 years, it wasn't filled because on the version of the person who was minister at the time, the president at the time said, I want so and so and nobody else to take this position. And then this person was dismissed at the end of the disciplinary process for extremely serious acts of misconduct. And when the settlement agreement was reached, reinstating him, he was admitting that he had committed these serious acts of misconduct. He was no longer disputing Mr. Gama. There is a very comprehensive judgment that was done by the chairperson of the disciplinary hearing, a senior counsel at the bar in Joburg. So at the time he was reinstated, he was not disputing that he was properly found guilty of those acts of misconduct anymore. And yet, here is this board which takes him back. Not only that, gives him full reinstatement, full back pay for the period that he had been dismissed. Not only that, it looks at litigation which he had brought in the High Court where he was challenging his suspension by Transnet before he went through the disciplinary process, which he lost. And the judge in the High Court said he must pay Transnet costs for that litigation. Not only do they say, and they don't say, okay, don't pay the costs, for whatever reason, maybe, don't pay the costs. They say instead, we, Transnet, who won the case against you, we are going to pay you 75% of your costs. And then they say, in regard to the case that was pending at the time, which he had brought, the unfair dismissal case which was pending in the bargaining council, they say, we will pay, I think, 75% of your legal costs. And that is somebody who is admitting that he was properly found guilty of these very serious acts of misconduct. And apart from that, they say, okay, we'll give you a final warning. But this final warning is not going to be operational when you arrive back. It will be deemed to have been given more than a year ago, and it will be deemed to have been for 6 months. So therefore, when you come in, when you come back, you'll have a clean disciplinary slate. It's just something unheard of. So, if we have spent time trying to asking Mr. Mkwanazi about this, and we asked Mr. Gama, but not as much as we asked Mr. Mkwanazi, because Mr. Gama did not reinstate himself, He was within his rights to ask for as much as he may have asked for. The people who had the responsibility were the board. So if we spend time on this, it's because it's such an unusual situation. It calls for an explanation to say, why would a board that is properly looking after the interests of an SOE enter into this kind of settlement? It makes you want an explanation that there must be something else. It can't be. That's what goes on in your mind, because it's just something very difficult to understand. And of course, Mr. Maibek draws to your attention what Langa attorneys wrote, talking about the Minister of Public Enterprises having, or they having reached agreement with the Minister of Public Enterprises, simply because even that is a strange feature to say what was going on. So, but I thought I must just raise this issue again because it happened after you were brought in as Minister of Public Enterprises, the settlement agreement certainly seems indefensible. You might wish to say something, but it's something that I thought you would be quite concerned about by virtue of you having been Minister of Public Enterprises when this board entered into it, even if it wasn't shown to you before they signed it.
Well, let me state, Mr. Chairman, that the chairman is an authority on labor law, of which I'm not. I can be an authority on a few other things, but I will not contest the chairman's authority on labor law. I'm not privy, sir, to the full contents and context of the board's discussions on this issue. Perhaps, as the chairperson explains it, the board could have handled it differently. And I leave that to the Commission's discretion to make that determination. Whether the settlement was defensible or not. I think you will be in a position to look at the processes of the disciplinary process and the full discussions of the settlement agreement and its content, and to decide on that basis. I think the chairperson seems already to be of the view on that matter. The letter by Langa attorneys was a total fabrication. It had no basis in fact. As puzzling to the chairperson as it is also to me, because I entered into no such an agreement. The department would certainly have said to me, no, don't do this. If I had done it, the department would have ensured that we write another letter, but it would have been impossible for me to write a letter that hasn't emanated from the department. I would not have done that myself. And so I leave it to the Commission to make that determination, but given the explanation that the chairperson is outlining, and given that the chairperson probably already has at sight of the full discussions of the board at the time, I think that perhaps the board could have handled the matter differently and ensured that they protect the interests of the company.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Maibek.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Gigaba, could we please go to page Transnet Bundle 7A, page 996.
Sorry, Transnet bundle?
The same bundle.
Oh, page 996.
996.32. Towards the end of that.
What's the page number?
996.32, Chairperson.
Okay. Yes, I'm there.
So, no, I'm not sure you are. You go to 996.
Yes,
There's a whole lot of pages after that.
yes.
Okay? You can go, if you can trace your way, so I think you're at 996.3.
Yes.
You need to go all the way to 996.32, 32.
Oh. Yes, I'm there.
So this is a transcript, an extract of a transcript of the evidence of Mr. Riaz Saluji, the then CEO of Denel. And what Mr. Saluji says, and I'm going to just take you to what I think is the core part of this and ask you to comment. At 996.32, at line 14, he says, and then he picked me up. Now he's talking about Mr. Essa. He's talking about being picked up at a coffee shop.
Yes.
And we drove. And then he drove me to the Gupta residence in Saxonwell. I was not aware that that was the residence at that point in time, but he informed me that it was and said, don't worry. Again, he said, this is the support of the very top. The council asks, and this is after you had gotten into his car and you're driving towards Saxonwell. Mr. Saluji, yes. So then we get to the place and we go inside. And I'm taken into a room and I'm introduced to Tony Rajesh Gupta. That's council, yes. Mr. Saluji, it's the first time that I met Tony Gupta. Had you met any of the Gupta family prior to this? Not? Yes. And then the key paragraph that I want to ask you to comment on. So we engaged in pleasantries, and he obviously says, how are you, and whatever else. And then shortly after that, Tony escorts me into another room. Okay, so we leave the room, we go into another room. In that room, he introduces me to and now he says, this is my brother. And he doesn't say who the brother is. He just says, this is my brother, and the brother greets me. He says, hello, Riaz, how are you? And I said, I'm fine. And then he turns around, and in the room was also Minister Malusi Gigaba. And then he says to Minister Gigaba, Minister Gigaba, this is the new CEO of Denel. This is the new guy, Riaz. And all Minister Gigaba says was, hello, how are you, Riaz? And that was it. And there was no further exchange. And I mean, there was no discussion about Denel or anything of that sort. It was just an introduction. And if I recall, Minister Gigaba said, these are my friends. He hopes that at some point, if there's anything you can do with them, it would be good. And that was it. Chairperson, please just repeat that. He said what? Mr. Saluji, he said, if at some point in time there's anything that you can assist them with, that's fine. That would be good. Chairperson, that is the one that I'm missing, the earlier one. Did he say these are his friends or something like that? Mr. Saluji, these are his friends. And if at some point there's something you can do together with them in Denel, it would be good, something to that effect. Chairperson, okay. Mr. Saluji, the meeting was very short. And this person, who I later found out was a tool, was talking, asked me, how's Denel, how's it going, and whatever else. And I said, it's fine. I'm settling in, and whatever else, and we shook hands, and we left. And Essa took me back in his car to the coffee shop. You want to comment on that?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In the first instance, Mr. Chairman, I deny emphatically that I was ever in such a meeting. It is implausible to me that someone who would have agreed to be picked up from a coffee shop, driven to a destination they don't know about, but still felt comfortable to come to that destination and meet the people he did not know about, that he can then say, I did not have a pre-existing relationship with these people. It's implausible. Secondly, it's implausible to imagine that the person who submitted the cabinet memorandum for your appointment would then have to be introduced to you when they would have considered the cabinet memorandum. Because when you submit a cabinet memorandum, you also read the CV, because cabinet is quite rigorous in its scrutinization of the people who are being brought before it. Of course, Mr. Salucci, when he was appointed, came with a high reputation, having been in the industry and in the military industry and the military itself prior to his appointment as CEO of Denel. It therefore sounds strange to me that this course of events would happen, which result in him being introduced to me or me being introduced to him by someone else other than the board of Denel, which had the responsibility to do that. Now, when you move on with his testimony, he then comes to a point further where he says that he had a subsequent meeting, at which meeting I was not there. There were other people who were there. They discussed a number of things. It seems also bizarre that if he felt still comfortable to return, to talk to the same people, and at this meeting at which I was not present, they then discuss whatever else that was discussed. I think what is important to bear in mind is that Mr. Salucci does not say that there is anything else that I ever said to him, besides the meeting that I refute as never having taken place. But there is nothing else which I came to Mr. Salucci to say, do this, do that, for the following people. But I think, as he says, they were open to meeting various business people, various stakeholders. And at one meeting with the chairpersons and CEOs of SOEs, I made it very clear that, in my view, even to the extent that I myself may say to you that so-and-so would like to talk to you, please never take that as an indication on my part, because there's a lot of such people who come. They either come, they come to ministers and claim that the president has said this, that, and the other. They come to chairs and CEOs of SOEs and claim that the minister has said this, that, or the other. But when that happens, please keep it in mind that you are under no obligation whatsoever to do anything. If somebody says something to you, please verify it with me first, so that I am able to indicate whether I did say that thing. Now, name dropping, including by the Gupta family, or especially by them, was quite prevalent at the time. And I think that's why, even on my part, I subsequently became very uncomfortable, especially when I was now minister of such important assets. I became quite unhappy and uncomfortable with my name being dropped at various places, which led to the cooling of relations at some point.
See, perhaps I could just point out one or two things to you, Mr. Gigaba, and get your comment.
Yes.
there's other evidence before the commission that this is really how Mr. Essa operated. It was his modus operandi. He would find senior people, sometimes CEOs of big parastatals, and he would take them to meetings at the Guptas. I mean, I'll give you an example of Mr. Gama. Mr. Essa arranged what Mr. Gama thought was a business meeting with him and gave him the address. And he drove there only to find out that it was the Gupta compound, and that the purpose of the interaction was not to meet with Mr. Essa, but was to meet with the Guptas. This is what Mr. Essa did. And the other thing I want to put to you is, I don't quite understand when you say that there would be no need for you to meet and be introduced to Mr. Saluji, because that's not what he says happens here. He says what happened here is that you said that these are my friends, and he hopes that at some point, if there's anything you can do with them, it would be good. That was the purpose of the meeting, so he said.
Oh, am I expected to comment now?
Please do.
Oh, thank you. Firstly, with regard to the modus operandi of Mr. Essa, I can't speak for him again. I don't know whether he acted this way, or I don't know whether he also acted the same way prior to my appointment, and whether he continued to act this way after I had left the Department of Public Enterprises, and I certainly don't know if he acted the same way with regard to other SOEs or entities. If this is how he used to behave, he obviously was abusing his position to project himself as influential, powerful, connected, in order to advance his business interests. But that certainly was never sanctioned by me. And as I have responded in a related prior matter, that had the person brought to a meeting brought it to my attention, I would have said to them, don't go. But I think it was quite prevalent, and it probably still is, that people would be brought to meetings under pretext that the political principal approves of such a meeting taking place or of such issues being discussed. But that certainly was never approved by me, and that is why, as I said earlier, in one of the meetings with the chairs and CEOs of SOEs under my reporting line, I made it clear to them that please don't do things that I have not said you must do. If anybody comes to you, please verify with me, because my discussions with you are confined to policy issues. Secondly, with regard to what Mr. Saluji says, I dispute the meeting itself. So it's not for me to respond to whether I said these are my friends, help them in any way. I'm saying the meeting did not take place, therefore I did not say these are my friends and help them in any possible way. It would have been bizarre of me to say that, given that I would not have formally met Mr. Saluji. He says himself in this memo that he had not met me until then. And therefore, for me to say, prior to me meeting him now, you can't meet a stranger that you don't know and just suddenly start saying things that they may go out and talk about or report to the police or elsewhere. I would have been stupid to do that. So the meeting did not take place.
All right, and do you then still maintain that the only time that you ever met Mr. Essa is when the board of Broadband Infraco was introduced to you?
Yes, I still maintain that.
And do you still maintain that the only time that you ever went to the Guptas was for social and cultural functions?
Yes.
Well, you are not suggesting, are you, that Mr. Saluji has fabricated this story? Are you saying he may be genuinely mistaken? Would he have a reason to fabricate it as such? Is there not a possibility that you might not remember that you did meet with him at this residence, but maybe him being a new CEO of Denel, which would have fallen under you, he remembers, you just happen not to remember? Because when you look at what he says about you, there is not much other than he says, you said, these are my friends, help them if there is a need to help them. And that doesn't necessarily mean you, even if you said that, that doesn't necessarily mean you meant he should help them about illegal things, you know. So I'm wondering whether it's possible that you may have met with him under the circumstances he mentions, but you can't remember. Maybe he has a reason to remember. Because if it's not that situation, it seems to me it would have to be that he is fabricating the whole story, that he met you at the Gupta residence. And if one says he's fabricating that story, one would have to look for what reason would he be wanting to do that. Whereas maybe if it's a question of maybe he has a better memory, or maybe he has a good reason to remember and you can't remember, maybe it did happen, it might be different. What is your position about it?
Chairperson, 2012 is a bit of a long period of time from now. And it has happened that some people have presented versions of events that were not actually accurate. For example, a suggestion that I had a meeting about Transnet on the 30th of October or the 31st of October. I presented here that on those 2 days, I was not in Johannesburg. Actually, when I came back on the 31st, I went straight to Pretoria from the airport and remained in Pretoria until the 1st of November. So it is possible that for one reason or the other, and I am quite cognizant of what the chairperson is saying, that Mr. Saluji is not suggesting that I said he needs to do anything illegal, because certainly I never asked him to do anything illegal subsequently. I continue to hold him in high esteem throughout my tenure as Minister of Public Enterprises, because I left before he did. But the meeting, according to my version, did not happen because, as I say, leaving out the first part of going to a meeting that he was not aware of, there was no need for anybody to say, Mr. Gigaba, this is the new CEO of Denel. I certainly would have taken the memorandum to cabinet. I would have looked at the CV and seen the copy of the identity document of the person whose CV I was taking to cabinet. And therefore, nobody would have, I think it would have been quite adventurous for anyone to say to me, this is the new CEO of Denel, and then I turn around and say, hi, these are my friends, do something for them.
Well, Mr. Mybeck mentioned something about what appears to have been Mr. Salim Essa's modus operandi.
Yes.
But let me say this to you. I have an impression based on evidence that I've had over the past 2.5 to 3 years here. I have an impression that certainly Mr. Tony Gupta, maybe the other Gupta brothers, but at least him, because there's been a lot of evidence about him, that his modus operandi might have included bringing Mr. Duduzane Zuma to a lot of meetings where he wanted to get certain deals from government officials or SOE officials, because the overwhelming evidence so far is that he would have a meeting with somebody from the government department or SOE to discuss whatever he wanted to discuss, and he would make sure Duduzane Zuma was there. But almost all the people who have testified who have ever been in meetings with Tony Gupta in the presence of Duduzane Zuma say Duduzane Zuma would not say anything really other than the pleasantries, greeting and so on. Tony Gupta was the one talking. And it may well be that part of bringing him was to send a subtle message to the people he was talking about, that look, you see, this is the president's son. So in a way, send some, influence them or try to influence them, because one doesn't understand why Mr. Zuma, Duduzane Zuma would always be there, but make no contribution to the meetings. Mr. Jonas said the same thing. His evidence was to that effect in regard to his meeting at the Gupta residence. Mr. Dukwana, one of the meetings he testified about, where he met with Tony Gupta, he said Duduzane Zuma was there, but he hardly said anything. Tony Gupta was the one doing the talking all the time. General Poison, I think, said the same thing. He was taken by Duduzane Zuma to a meeting with Tony Gupta, but during the meeting, Duduzane was present but hardly said anything. I think Mr. Kona, if I'm not mistaken, who used to be SAA, also gave evidence along the same lines in a meeting, relating to a meeting he had with Mr. Tony Gupta, with Mr. Duduzane present. There may have been others, I'm just mentioning a few. So it may well be that, let us say, maybe without your knowledge, Mr. Tony Gupta decided that the new CEO of Denel should know that you go as far as coming to their residence. They are close to you. You might not have known. You might have come there for a different reason, and he took this opportunity to send a message to the new CEO of Denel that, you see, the minister comes to our residence, we are close to him. I'm just mentioning those things. It might not mean that you were party to the scheme, but it might mean, if the meeting did take place, if you are mistaken in terms of your memory and Mr. Saluji is not mistaken, it might mean that they took advantage of your presence. So I mention all of these things to go back to the question whether you don't think you might be mistaken about the meeting having been there, because Mr. Salucci doesn't say much about what you said, it's just that one or two lines.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman or Chairperson, your outline of the modus operandi and related incidents is quite comprehensive. I want to start by saying I had no reason for anybody to introduce a CEO of my entity to me or me to them. I was not party to a meeting where such happened, even just incidentally. I did mention that there was a lot of name dropping, which tends to be prevalent in the environment of business. And I think part of what the commission must, or part of what the commission would probably address itself to is how to address, because on the one hand, as a minister, you don't want to be viewed as so inaccessible to the business and other social partners that you turn down meetings with them. But on the other hand, you have the dilemma that your accessibility could either be misconstrued or even abused, with or without your knowledge, particularly without your knowledge. And how do you manage that terrain? I don't think that even the commission has got a foolproof solution with regards to that, because it is a fact that there are various social partners, and from time to time they want different access to ministers, either as a collective or as individuals. But here the issue is, I had no reason to be introduced to somebody whose appointment I had taken to cabinet, and the meeting, in my opinion, did not happen. I think Mr. Salucci was mistaken in locating me at the meeting. Perhaps they did say to him that we are close to Mr. Gigaba, blah, 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 but the meeting did not happen, and I did not say to him that he needs to help them in any way, because it would have been bizarre for a first meeting. If I was meeting him for the first time, or if he was meeting me for the first time, it would have been bizarre for me to say, these are my friends, help them in any way. I think I would have rather confined myself to saying, hi, Mr. Salucci, how are you? Best of luck with what you have to do.
Thank you. Mr. Maibek?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Gigaba, can I just hand up to you a page? Chairperson, you'll recall last time we put forward a bundle of 8 affidavits that I took Mr. Gigaba through. We don't,
Yes,
unfortunately, tonight have that bundle here.
Okay.
But we have managed to make a copy of what was page 10 of that bundle.
Yes.
And this is Annexure SMA 1 to Mr. Matlangu's affidavit. Do you have the bundle?
Well, it looks like I do have.
All right. Well, then if you could go to page 10.
Yeah, but I look at the page you
All
have.
right. Mr. Gigaba, so you're familiar with this email, SMA 1. It was attached to Mr. Matlangu's affidavit. Remember, he sent you two emails that we went through. I just want to, I know that the chairperson might have asked a question in relation to the first bullet point. I just wanted to pick up on that. Mr. Matlangu said to you, I've been invited on a trip to India on 24 January to 1 February 2010. Although this is a private excursion, it promises to be of great political value. I therefore suggest that we take full advantage of it. I therefore request leave to undertake this sojourn. Did you give Mr. Matlangu leave to undertake this sojourn?
I did not. And with hindsight, I think I should have been firm in saying no. I did not respond to this request, Mr. Chairperson, and I did not give him leave undertake the sojourn.
Because perhaps you could confirm, I mean, he had only been an advisor to you for a month or so before this.
You will remember that part of what he says, to his memory, I had indicated to him is that there is a number of the people who seem to be close to the ANC. Please manage them for me. Because as far as I'm concerned, I didn't want to do the management of those relations. I wanted him as a legal advisor to manage them so that, especially because of his understanding of the legal framework, so that if there are any things which are compromising, he would be able to deal with that. So it would seem to me that this was the context in which he thought that he needs to do this. The family has been reported by some of the previous witnesses were donors to the ANC for election campaigns, conferences, and so on, and therefore they were quite prominent within the ranks of the African National Congress. And I think this is the context in which he thought that participating in this excursion would be of great political value to the extent that it would benefit the African National Congress. With hindsight, I should have very firmly said to him, just don't go.
Because I think the question that I'd asked you is, when did he start working for you?
Yes.
When was that?
Oh, he started I think in late 2010.
Yes.
Yes.
And did you notice his absence from the 24th of January to the 1st of February?
Yes, I did notice his absence and became aware that he had gone on this trip.
I see. So let's turn to the trip. Could I ask you to go to bundle 7A and turn to page...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mybeck, before you move away from this page, there is that second bullet point in that same page of his email.
Yes.
Either I or Mr. Mybeck probably may have asked you previously about this, I'm not sure.
Yes, we did.
He says, I understand that Transnet may be nearing a settlement with Gama. I will obtain the details of the settlement and brief you accordingly. And then he suggests that you socialize the president. Would you agree that he seems to be somebody who thinks you would be interested in the settlement details?
In my response previously, Mr. Chairperson, I indicated that he was new to the job.
Yeah.
He was actually new to government. So, and was new to the job of special advisor. And was still trying to grapple with the parameters of his mandate.
Okay.
And that's why in the email, he raises a whole range of things. Money may be nominated by certain quarters in the board, meetings with senior editors. I mean, those are functions of the communications department, division in the department. The issue of the nominations of people to the position of Transnet GCE was not our business. We didn't have to know who is being nominated, and so on and so on. I mean, you can see in the email that he raises quite broad-ranging issues, some of which belonged to other divisions and some of which were just completely independent of us.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Mr. Mybeck.
thank you. Just going back to the India trip, do I understand then, from what you're saying, is that having asked you for permission to go on the trip, and you not having given it, he just went in any case?
Well, he did go. I became aware of it, and then I discussed it with him upon his return.
Could we then go, please?
I assume you would have been the only person who could give approval for his leave.
Especially, yes.
Yeah.
Could we go to page 996.54, please?
996.54.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes.
What we see here is at the bottom of the page is an email from Jet Airways dated the 19th of January 2011, the day after Mr. Mthlangu wrote to you, and it's addressed to Ashu at Sahara, that we know is Mr. Shwala. Says, "Dear Ashu, please find attached your Jet Airways air ticket and invoice for short payment of ZAR 13142 on the barter agreement." You then go to the attachments over the page at 196.56. This is the first e-ticket. And you will see the passenger name there, Mthlangu Tiabonga. And you will see that what it reflects is a premier class ticket to Mumbai, Delhi, Mumbai, Johannesburg. It's left on the 24th of January.
I'm sorry, Mr. Maibeg, I'm trying to look for the name, Mthlangu.
So on the left-hand side, Chairperson, there's a few headings: e-ticket heading, booking heading, and then passenger detail heading. Under that passenger name, Mthlangu,
We are still at 996.54.
56.
Oh,
Do you have it, Chairperson?
I don't know why my eyes don't see it.
Right. So do you have a Jet Airways ticket there?
I've got a Jet Airways ticket.
So at the
yes.
top left-hand side in bold, you see air ticket.
Oh, yes,
e-ticket,
now I see, now I
and
see.
then booking details, then passenger details.
Yes, no, now I see.
So this is a flight really from Johannesburg to India and back, leaving on the 24th of January and returning on the 2nd of February. Do you see that? Mr. Gigaba?
Yes, oh, sorry, I thought you were still talking to the chairperson.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, if you go over the page, you'll see an identical e-ticket. This is at page 996.58.
Yes.
Yes, I can see
It's an
it.
identical ticket. But this one is issued in the name of Zuma Duduzani. You see that?
Yes, I see it.
So did you come to learn that your special advisor, that this sojourn involved a trip to India together with Mr. Duduzani Zuma, and on the face of it funded by Sahara Computers?
I did not know who else was on the trip. So it's the first time I see that Mr. Duduzane Zuma was also on that trip.
So when you addressed Mr. Mthlangu on his return, what did he relate to you?
Well, I reprimanded him. I reprimanded him for undertaking the trip. I said to him that I think he should not have gone. He should have informed me of actually the arrangements that were being made. And I said to him that there are governance regulations with regard to employees of government undertaking trips abroad without permission, and that especially when they are funded by people with business interests in the SOEs, it would be much better that we don't participate in such trips. I didn't ask him any further details as to who was there, what did you discuss, who did you, all of those details, I didn't discuss them with him.
Of course, the regulations you're talking about, would they apply if it was a personal trip, or do they only apply if it's an official trip?
If it's a personal trip, Chairperson, you need to still apply for leave.
Yeah.
at least let it be recorded officially that you are on leave for personal reasons. But the issue of the sponsorship of the trips becomes important because we need to know who is sponsoring so that we can be able to determine whether there is no conflict of interest along the way.
Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, thank you. So did you inquire of him what he was doing in India?
As I've indicated, I didn't ask him, what did you do? I just reprimanded him and said that we should not do this again.
Did you not find it strange that somebody who had just started in a new job would take leave without approval from somebody who is supposed to approve it? It just seems, I mean, I don't know, maybe you are still on probation, if there was probation, for somebody to take such a trip without satisfying himself that the principal or whoever is supposed to approve the leave has approved it.
You know, I would have expected him to have spoken to the Chief of Staff, who is the administrator of the office of the minister. And when I had a discussion with him, it became apparent that he had not spoken to the Chief of Staff because the Chief of Staff at the time also did not know that Mr. Mahlangu had gone abroad. I think where I say I take responsibility in not being firm was in the fact that the email was sent to me and I did not respond. I should have responded. I should have said to him, no, excuse yourself from that trip. Don't be part of it. And that's what I reprimanded him about afterwards and had a discussion with him about.
But would you accept or would you not that it's quite strange that somebody who has just started this new job thinks they can just go without, be away for what, a week? Without the approval of the minister when they are working so closely to the minister? You would accept that?
Sorry, Chairperson, for interjecting.
Yes.
My apologies. Yes, it was strange, and that's the issue that I addressed with him.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Mybeck?
Thank you. I want to turn to a different topic, and that relates to Mr. Sharma, and in particular, the attempt to have him appointed as the chairperson of the board of Transnet.
Yes.
Mr. Gigaba, you've dealt with this in your affidavit, so
Yes.
I'm just going to go to what I think are the key passages. Just to begin with, you, as I understand it, appointed Mr. Sharma as a director originally. That would have been in December 2010.
2010, yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Mafika Mkhwanazi?
At the same time.
At the same time. And we know that he then became the chairperson.
Yes.
We've dealt with that. With that, by way of background, perhaps just to speed things up, could I ask you please to turn to page 355 of the bundle? And at 355 in paragraph 23,
Yes.
you address the topic of the alleged attempt removal of Mr. Mkhwanazi as chairperson of the Transnet board in May and June 2011 in order to appoint Mr. Sharma as the chairperson.
Yes.
Perhaps I could then fast forward to paragraph 23.3 at page 356. You say that in May 2011 I received a decision memorandum MG31 from the acting Deputy Director General Transport, Ms. Lupule.
Yes.
The said decision memorandum advised me and recommended the proposed appointment of 4 new non-executive directors and that Mr. Sharma become the chairperson of the board. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if you go to page 358 at paragraph 23.6, you say the reason for the proposed appointment of Mr. Sharma as the chairperson of the Transnet board was related solely due to his skill and profile, which served before me at the time of his proposed appointment. Is that right?
Yes.
And then what we do know is that that proposal was unsuccessful.
Yes.
At paragraph 23.8, at paragraph 359, you say, I might add that at the time of the proposed appointment of Mr. Iqbal Sharma as the chairperson of the board, there were no facts before or known to me to the effect that the proposed appointment of Iqbal Sharma, sub 1, would weaken the board, sub 2, would give rise to unlawful activities occurring at Transnet as a result thereof, including inter alia fraud, corruption, and state capture. And sub 3 was connected to the Guptas. You see that?
Yes.
Now, I really only have one thing I want to ask you in this regard. Could you please turn to page 996.17?
.17.
I had last time
Yes.
more legible copies of this Business Day article. Do we have them?
Yes, I'm there.
Chairperson, could I hand these up, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, could I ask you, please, at the first page of this article, you see there Chairman of Transnet, Eskom, and Denel to go.
Yes.
Then right at the foot of that piece, where just before it says continued on page 2, it reads, it is understood nevertheless that Mr. Gigaba did not have it all his own way at the cabinet meeting yesterday. Now, this newspaper was the newspaper of Thursday, 9 June 2011. Now, it's understood nevertheless that Mr. Gigaba did not have it all his own way at the cabinet meeting yesterday. You then go to the second page. His proposal to replace, can you then go in sort of the middle towards the bottom, the article continues, change at Transnet Eskom. So it continues. His proposal to replace Mr. Mkunazi at Transnet with Iqbal Rafiq Sharma was shot down and a new candidate will have to be found. Mr. Sharma, a former senior official in the Department of Trade and Industry, was appointed to the Transnet board last December, shortly after Mr. Gigaba took up the new job. But cabinet colleagues are thought to have been uncomfortable with appointing someone relatively inexperienced and unknown to the capital markets. There are also fears that he may be too closely identified with the wealthy Gupta family, friends of President Jacob Zuma. You see that?
Yes, I see it.
Now, is that an accurate or inaccurate report of what transpired at Cabinet?
It's a fabrication. It's inaccurate. The reason the cabinet presented for not agreeing to our proposal was that we had only appointed the new board of Transnet in December the previous year, that it would undermine our very intentions, because when we appointed the new board in December 2010, we said we wanted to establish leadership certainty in the company at both board level as well as executive level. And so cabinet felt that the change to the chairperson would undermine that leadership certainty. Secondly, cabinet felt that the reasons we presented for the proposed changes to the board, to the position of chairperson, which included the fact we were saying two things. One, that Mr. Mkwanazi was too close to the administration, that there seemed to be a difficulty in separating his role as an executive director, which was his previous experience, from his role as the chairperson of the board, particularly when circumstances had coerced us in December to also appoint him an executive chairperson when there was no CEO. Cabinet felt that could be addressed and that we were in haste and impatient in seeking to resolve that dilemma by removing Mr. Mkwanazi as chairperson. Cabinet further felt that Mr. Mkwanazi, because we wanted to also appoint him on the board of ESCOM in order to ensure that there is alignment, because if you read the report of the Presidential Review Committee on SOEs, which was published in 2012, among the many observations it makes, Chairperson, about the SOEs is the absence of collaboration among SOEs, especially on mutual projects. Now, what we were trying to do without the existence of a legal framework was to ensure this alignment and collaboration between Transnet and ESCOM, particularly with regard to the road-to-rail migration, which was viewed as an important step to improve the conditions of our roads, but to also improve the mutual support between two major SOEs, because ESCOM relies on coal supply, much of which is supplied by road, especially for those coal mines that are far away from power stations. And the result of that, if you go to areas like Emelo, has been drastic devastation to the roads. So we're trying to ensure that there is collaboration between the two companies to implement the road-to-rail migration. And Cabinet felt that no, but you can appoint Mr. Mkwanazi, even as he remains chairperson of the board of Transnet, into the board of ESCOM, which is what we then subsequently did. So what is written here on Business Day was the opinion of the sources of Business Day, not the decisions of Cabinet. And if you understand how sources function, I think the Commission has been a subject of such sources. They don't report the truth. They will inform their journalists what's going to happen and provide reasons which are not the genuine, accurate reasons for a particular decision to be taken.
So I take it there must then be a record of the actual reasons.
Well, the cabinet memo the cabinet decision of that date would have the records.
You didn't, unless I missed it, you didn't put that up in your affidavit.
The cabinet decision.
Yes.
Unfortunately, ministers don't keep cabinet decisions with them. As soon as you resign from cabinet, you leave all cabinet because they are confidential documents. They don't belong to you privately.
And what would you say to the proposition that it was quite obviously inappropriate, as Cabinet, you say, found, to seek to make a newcomer to the board the chairperson?
I beg your pardon?
Wasn't it quite obvious, as Cabinet found, that it was inappropriate to make a newcomer to the board the chairperson?
Mr. Mkwanas was also a newcomer to the board of Transnet when we made him the chairperson. He had only been a board member previously in his capacity as an ex-officio member. But you can go to many SOEs. There are many instances where chairpersons of boards are newcomers to those boards.
All right. But Mr. Mkwanazi had a track record, didn't he, at Transnet, a preceding track record?
Yes, he had a track record, a preceding track record.
Now, I think I might have mentioned to you before, but as it turned out, there's evidence before the Commission, and there's more to come, that Mr. Sharma had a matrix of business relationships with Mr. Essa. You want to comment on that?
Chairperson, as I have indicated previously, I've never been a business person. I'm not a business person. I don't know what business people do or how they operate. I think the issues which are being brought before the Commission are of interest to all of us. And to that extent, my knowledge of Mr. Sharma's business operations or dealings with Transnet and other SOEs were not known at this time. And I'm only getting familiar to them on the basis of the evidence which is being brought before the Commission.
Well, before you propose to Cabinet that he be appointed as chairperson of the board of such an important SOE, one would have thought that some checking would have been done to say, who is this person? Where has he been? Who is he associated with? Are we not going to appoint as chairperson of such an important board somebody who really shouldn't occupy such a position in an SOE? Had that not been done, which may have revealed his business connections?
The department does do such a vetting of people and verification of their CVs, but the department focuses on the CVs of the people and what they present, their experiences. Remember, the same person we are talking about had been head of the Trade and Investment South Africa, so he came and had been a DDG in the Department of Trade and Industry. So he came with good credentials in terms of both government and state entities, because as head of TISA, he would have had some extensive experience in international trade and market issues. Now, that was done, and many of the people who are appointed on the boards of SOEs have business connections of one sort or the other. You are aware of that, and you make them take an oath that they are not going to use their board membership of SOEs to benefit their private interests. And so it's done with all of them. All of them, you would find they serve in various company boards, not only Gupta-related boards, but very many boards, some of which companies are listed on the JSE. So you appoint them. At the time of appointment, you do not have any prior knowledge that they will or might do anything that is wrong in the future.
Well, maybe I was just looking at the date of the business day article. I see it's June 9, 2011. It may well be Is my date correct, Mr. Maybank?
Yes, I also, without wanting to interrupt you, I wanted to make a point, which I think is
okay.
important.
Yes, yeah, make
Is
a
that the
point.
evidence that we have, I don't want to be seen to have misstated the facts. The evidence that we have is that it doesn't go as far as to establish that there were connections between Mr. Sharma and Mr. Essa in 2011.
Okay.
The evidence is that there were business connections between them at the time that Mr. Sharma was the chairperson of the BADC in 2013 and 14.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Of course, another point, which is what I was thinking of, may be this, that maybe even if somebody became aware of his connections with Salim Essa or the Guptas at that time, mid-2011, it may well be that that would not have caused people to be so concerned about it as they would have been a few years later. So that might be something that one might have to factor in.
Sorry, do you want to comment on that, Mr.?
No. I think the chairperson has a valid point. I think it's very important to understand the context because it changes over time. Knowledge of individuals and instances develops over a course of time.
I then want to turn to the appointment of Mr. Molefe as the Group Chief Executive. This is also something that you have dealt with in your affidavit, and I think that we can deal with relatively quickly. Could I ask you please to go to page 352 of Bundle 7A?
Yes, I'm there.
And what you say, you deal with this at paragraph 22.
Yes.
And at 22.3, you say that I have the benefit of the Cabinet memorandum dated the 14th of February. And then essentially what you go on to do is to state what is recorded in the Cabinet memo. Perhaps we could go to that memo that you find at page 928.
I'm there.
So this is the memo of the 14th of February 2011, and the purpose is recorded as for Cabinet to note the appointment of Mr. Brian Molefe as the Group Chief Executive of Transnet and as an ex officio member of the Transnet Board of Directors. And then in your summary, you say the Transnet Board undertook a process to fill the Cabinet vacancy of Transnet Group Chief Executive. Consequently, Dr. Gunshow, Mr. Molefe and Mr. Selinga were identified as suitable candidates for the position. The board recommended any of the three candidates for appointment. Cabinet is requested to note the appointment of Brian Molefe as the most suitable candidate for the position of Group Chief Executive of Transnet. Mr. Molefe has extensive senior management experience and experience in asset management, etc. And then over the page dealing or under the heading discussion at 5.3, you say a comprehensive interview process was undertaken, and you repeat that the board recommended three candidates, and they then named, and you go on to record that the board indicated that any of the three candidates are highly suitable for the appointment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we see at page 932 that you signed that memorandum on the 14th of February,
Yes,
2011.
yes.
Now, Mr. Gigaba, we've put up some documents in relation to this. Could I ask you to turn, please, to page 992?
Yes, I'm there.
In fact, let me start by asking you to go to page 982. This is a letter that was addressed to you.
Yes.
Now,
I'm there.
I beg your pardon?
I was saying
All
I'm
right.
there.
Let me summarize what it reflects. No doubt you've looked at it. If you want to look at it further, I'll take you there. But what it shows, you probably have seen this, is that what we see from the documents is that Mr. Malefe was nominated for appointment by Mr. Sharma, who we've just been speaking about. And Mr. Sharma also sat on the selection panel. And there was a view that that caused a conflict of interest, which resulted in the scores that he had given the various candidates being removed. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not aware of who nominated him. I'm only aware of the concerns that were raised by other board members with regard to the process.
All right, so let's have a look at page 987. So 4.5, and I haven't gone into all the detail because it's captured here. Consolidated summary of ratings and ranking of all candidates interviewed for GC of Transnet after withdrawal of scores of one panelist. That was Mr. Sharma. And what you will see is that after his withdrawal and his scores, Mr. Gansho, in fact, Dr. Gansho, had the best overall ranking. Do you see that?
Yes.
Followed then by Mr. Malefe, and followed then by Mr. Selinka.
Yes.
And then if you go to 989, the recommendation, as you recorded in your cabinet memo, was that you approve appointment of any three of the recommended candidates.
Yes.
Now, what I just want to ask you about is, you will see at 990, there you addressed Mr. Mkhwanazi and you provided him with guidelines for the appointment of chief executive officers. Do you see that?
Yes.
And those guidelines were attached, and you find them at page 992. And perhaps I can direct your attention then, please, to page 993 at paragraph 2.5.
Yes.
It says there that the board shall, through its governance and nomination committee, submit a minimum of 3 shortlisted candidates and their preferred candidate to the shareholder minister. You see that?
Yes.
So the board didn't comply with these guidelines, correct?
Yes.
Why did you not go back to the board and say, well, you've given me a short list of 3, but I want to know who is your preferred candidate?
Well, I don't recall why we did not do that. But what we understood the board to have complied with was the submission of 3 shortlisted candidates. The minister would not have done any further assessment or interview with the preferred candidate. I think probably had the board submitted to us who their preferred candidate was, maybe we would have done this, but we thought that we would not want to go over what the board would have done because they were best suited to undertake the nominations process.
Yes, but they didn't complete it. The process involves providing you with a short list of 3 and telling you who they believed was the preferred candidate. I mean, it's seems an important part of the process, not so?
Well, it is an important part of the process, Chairperson, but it also remains a fact that the minister would still have the discretion upon assessment through departmental processes to either review the process or to forward to cabinet the recommendation that they would think or deem necessary.
Yes, absolutely. You would have had the discretion, but they didn't provide you with the information that they were obliged to. I'm not suggesting to you that if they said our preferred candidate is Mr. Gunshow or Dr. Gunshow, that you have had to appoint him, but you didn't have all the material facts before you.
The material facts, Chairperson, were there. The board submitted to us how they had undertaken the process. The only thing they did not do was to say, this is who we prefer.
No, I think you and Mr. Mybeck are on the same page, because I think at this stage he's talking about the failure of the board to tell you who their preferred candidate was. And what he hasn't said, it's implied in what he's saying that they did not comply with the guidelines. And as I understand it, those were guidelines that were issued under you.
Yes.
And obviously a need had been identified to give guidance to the boards of SOEs to say, if you are going to, if there's a vacancy in these senior positions, these are the guidelines, this is what you must follow. So here is a board now which is supposed to comply with these guidelines and say, this is our preferred candidate. They don't do that. You go ahead and you appoint somebody. You also don't say, but hang on, we have issued guidelines. These guidelines are still fresh in our minds. This is what you're supposed to do. Go back, do comply.
Chairperson, we probably with hindsight, we did not think this to be of such materiality that it would prevent the process to move on. When we submitted the memorandum to cabinet, you will note that I say on the first page, the summary, let me go to the
that the board said any of the 3 would be suitable.
The summary of the memo where I say to cabinet, therefore cabinet is requested to note the appointment of, cabinet corrected me and said, we don't note. The cabinet must approve. So you've not appointed anyone. You are actually recommending to cabinet the appointment of Mr. Mulife. And cabinet can still exercise its mind. It was the first time I was a minister, and it was the first time I presented a memorandum appointing or recommending the appointment of a CEO. And so cabinet said to me, no, minister, the department should have informed you that you don't appoint and let us note. You recommend that we approve the appointment of. And even then, we can say to you that the recommended candidate is not suitable, that we prefer the others. And that's why when you submit to cabinet a memorandum, you submit it with the annex charge so that ministers can apply their minds informed by the annex charts that are presented there. I note what the question about the board not expressing their preferred candidate, but we did not take that to be so significant that it could stop the process because they had submitted to us the document of the report of the board nominations and of the board nominations committee, governance and nominations committee, entailing all the three candidates and how they had performed.
Mr. Maibach?
Did you, just one last thing, did you know that Dr. Gansho had scored the best?
Yes, I was aware. We noted that, we discussed it, and we arrived at the decision that we need to recommend Mr. Molefe based on his recent experience at the PIC and what qualities we thought he would bring to the board of, to the Transnet SOC Limited.
Well, but the one thing which it appears you didn't tell Cabinet in your memo about is exactly that although the board said any of the three is suitable, there was somebody who got the highest points in the interviews, and he was not the one you were recommending. And then comparing the two and justifying why you didn't go for number one. That part I think you didn't do in your memo.
Yes, Chairperson, we didn't do it in our memo for two reasons. The first one, and perhaps the smaller one, is that the supporting affidavit, the supporting annexures, sorry, I've been submitting a lot of affidavits to the Commission. The supporting annexures to the Cabinet memo would have entailed that report. But secondly, perhaps the most important one, which needs to be borne in mind at a broader level, is a strategic issue of the ownership and governance of our state-owned companies. I think I would like to draw the attention of the Commission to the PRC report, the Presidential Review Committee on SOEs, because it raises these issues. There has been, and I think I note in some of my submissions, that there has not been standard practice with regard to the appointment of boards. I made some reference to this in my last week's appearance. There's not been standard practice. The absence of a shareholder governance model, governance framework in South Africa for SOEs ensures that there is no standard practice with regard to the appointment of boards, the appointment of CEOs, the establishment of board committees, and the various roles of ministers, the ownership role of ministers over the SOEs. And that creates a problem that government grapples with on an ongoing basis. Now, that is an issue which needs to be attended to. Insofar as we undertook this process, we did not do anything wrong. We followed the procedures which we had outlined, we presented to Cabinet, and as I say, the Cabinet said to us, don't submit a memo to us to note, submit it for us to approve. And that's why I think the Cabinet minutes of that date would indicate that Cabinet therefore approves the appointment of Mr. Brian Molefe, but ministers would have had sight of the annexure of the annexures of the reports of Transnet as well as the CVs of the candidates.
But don't you accept, would you not accept that this was such an important feature of the whole process that it should have gained a place in the memorandum rather than rely on ministers going through all the annexures to say, look, here is something important here. There was an interview in terms of during which the candidates were scored. The candidate we are recommending didn't get the highest points. It's somebody else who got the highest points. This is the person, but nevertheless, here are our reasons why we are going for number 2 and not number 1. Don't you think it should have deserved a place in the memorandum?
It probably, Chairperson, with hindsight, would have been an important thing to mention, but it was not hidden from Cabinet because the annexures were there to provide that background. But to the extent that And I think part of what this process is doing is to assist government to establish that shareholder governance framework so that going forward, such issues are dealt with, as we suggest, in a manner that will strengthen the shareholder governance and in a manner that will ensure greater transparency going forward so that nobody thinks that there is anything which has been concealed in the documents submitted. But certainly there was no intention on our part to conceal anything from Cabinet because Cabinet reserved the right to ask for all documents, and we did submit some of the critical documents which included the report from Transnet.
You see, part of the, excuse me, part of the difficulty is this, that you have a situation where the group CEO of Transnet is not appointed for 2 years, the position is vacant. At this stage, we have only Ms. Barbara Hogan's explanation. We don't have anybody else's explanation as to why that happened. Then, after she has left the department in December 2010, the New Age says Mr. Brian Molefe is going to be the new boss of Transnet. 3, he gets nominated by Mr. Sharma, who we now know had connections with the Guptas or the Gupta's associates. 3, he doesn't get the highest points in the interview. He's number 2. But nevertheless, he gets appointed to this position. So I'm just saying that this is part of what one is looking at. You might not be able to say anything. I'm not forcing you to say anything, but I'm just enlightening you what one is looking at to say what was going on here.
Honored Chairperson, we separate between the suspicions of what might have happened and the actual reality of what we were doing. I was not privy to an instruction, I was not privy to an instruction that don't appoint the CE, the group CE of Transnet until you've resolved the Gamma issue. Nobody told me that. Secondly, I was not privy to the nomination of Mr. Molefe. I was not privy to that, so I didn't know who appointed him. I think what we dealt with was the reality of the process that served before us and weighing up the scales as to who to appoint. I think over time, Transnet, turned around, posted positive results, was able to announce a market demand strategy which drastically expanded its capital expenditure program as directed by the shareholder, and was able to implement a number of improvements on rail, port operations, and even to announce port rebates to assist the exporters of manufactured goods. So to that extent, Honorable Chairperson, there have been commendable progress in how the company operated. Now, as a result of the decision we took, it could very well be that there were these other factors that we were not aware of that are now coming into the light. But certainly nobody said to me, don't go ahead until the Gamma issue is resolved. Nobody said to me that I only want Gamma as the CE, as the group CE of Transnet.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Perhaps I could just end by asking you, why do your guidelines provide that the board must advise you as minister of their preferred candidate?
As I say, Chairperson, there has not been a standard practice insofar as the appointment of CEOs of SOEs, including, most importantly, that provides directive as to the governance responsibility of the owner and or shareholder of an SOE. The CEOs of SOEs or the SOEs play dual roles, which are not played by private entities. A private entity has only one mandate, to maximize value for its shareholder, to deliver value for its shareholders. The state-owned enterprise has a dual mandate. On the one hand, to fulfill its business mandate of generating revenue so that it can either support the national fiscus or undertake other functions. But on the other hand, it has to execute developmental responsibilities. And you need a leadership at board and executive director level that can understand that responsibility. And that's why it's not only peculiar to South Africa, but it pertains to a number of SOEs across the world, that the government, as the owner or shareholder of these entities, would want to have a say, even if it's not direct and overbearing, over the appointment of the CEOs, so that it ensures that they are aligned with the national developmental strategy. In other countries, that is undertaken not by shareholder ministries, but it's undertaken by agencies, central agencies, which are created for that purpose, and there are regular sort of seminars or lectures or something like that for these CEOs of entities, which helps them on an ongoing basis, at least at a conceptual level, to be aligned with the thinking of government in regard to economic and development priorities. So that is the only reason.
Yeah, I think we're missing one another, Mr. Gigaba. Why is it that you, in terms of the guideline as minister, want to know who the preferred candidate is?
Because the minister has to submit this to cabinet.
Yes, but you weren't able to do that because you didn't know the preferred candidate. That's simply the point.
We were able to submit because, Chairperson, we were given a list of 3 people. And we knew that these are the 3 people that the SOE is recommending. With hindsight, it was not only the responsibility, yes, let me say it was the responsibility of the shareholder to go back to say, so tell us who your preferred candidate is. But we thought that the SOE had complied overall with the guidelines which we had presented.
Well, let me put the question this way. There must have been a good reason why you thought the guidelines should include saying to the SOE boards, it's not good enough for you not to give me your preferred candidate. You must give me a preferred candidate. If there was a good reason for that, what is that good reason?
It was only to know, Chairperson, because we, as we say here, that once we knew the preferred candidate, we would undertake further assessment of that candidate. And we say in the next paragraph 2.6 that the shareholder reserved the right to disagree with the board and to actually forward to cabinet a different candidate. I think we can discuss the question whether the preferred candidate was submitted or not. But I think in the end, we undertook the process that was presented to us, minus obtaining from the board who their preferred candidate was, so that we could further assess them.
Well, I would have thought that the reason why you would put in that requirement would be that as far as possible, you want the board to be the one that identifies a candidate that they think should be appointed, not because the shareholder is going to be completely bound by that, but because the board will be accountable for a lot of things about running the SOE. You don't want the board to turn around and say, well, don't blame us if there's no performance because you chose the group CEO. We didn't choose the group CEO. You want to be able to say, as a general rule, I give you the group CEO that you preferred, unless I have good reasons to depart from that. Then obviously, if you have good reasons, then you depart. I would imagine that would have been the rationale to say, these people are accountable for the performance of the SOE. Let them indicate their preference. I'm not going to say I must be bound completely, but I will depart from their preference if they are really good reasons.
I think, Chairperson, you are absolutely correct. And I think this process, therefore, you are exposing the weakness of this process in that it doesn't provide sufficient space between the recommendation of the board and the forwarding of a cabinet memorandum for decision by cabinet, because that in itself, between 2.5 and 2.6, would require rigorous engagement between the department, between the company and the shareholder department, not unless the shareholder department is in agreement with the board in regard to the preferred and recommended candidate. So I take the point that you are saying. I think as a process point, it is a weakness that hopefully, if it has not been corrected by now, would need to be corrected. But the fear is always there, Chairperson, that once the board undertakes, the leakages in South Africa are enormous. Everything leaks. Even cabinet decisions leak. Every entity would say we are battling with leakages. And you could see from some of the media reports that already in 2010, as I had arrived, and going into 2011, I was grappling with these leaks, and you try to take a decision as speedily as possible so that you don't create unnecessary public discourse, uncertainty in the markets, uncertainty in the group about which decisions are being made. So whatever decision you have to make, you have to try to make it with speed, so that the announcement is made officially by the responsible authorities. Otherwise, it's going to leak. But that notwithstanding, I think a mechanism can and must be found for the resolution of this process so that it complies with its letter.
Well, one last comment I want to make is, I noted in the memo that was sent to you, which is here, that recommended that you should pick Mr. Molefe rather than the candidate who had got higher marks. My recollection is that although points were stated, which sought to emphasize Mr. Brian Molefe's strong points, why he should be preferred, that memo, if I recall correctly, didn't do the same exercise in regard to the candidate who had got more points than Mr. Molefe. Because if I am number one and you are number two, and somebody says, number two must be taken because he has or she has 1, 2, 3 points, they must also look at the other one, whether he doesn't have that. And my recollection is that that memo didn't do that. It just said, we recommend that Mr. Molefe be chosen because of this and that and that. And for all one knows that other candidate may well have had comparable experience or even more, but there was silence about what about the other candidate. So I don't know whether you noted that when the memo was, when you considered the matter or not.
I did not take note of it, Chairperson, but as you are presenting it, it's a valid point. I think it goes back to saying, how do you reconcile 2.5 and 2.6? To make the process rigorous, not to disadvantage, especially should the preferred candidate by the shareholder not be the one preferred by the board.
Yeah.
So how do you reconcile that process so that the board is also taken on board and you are able to engage with it? And as you move to cabinet, you move at one without creating any lag for leakages, because it tends to ruin the reputations, the corporate, professional reputations of the people, of the individuals involved.
Yeah, Mr. Maibek.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to turn now to the evidence of Ms. Ngoma. I've provided you with another copy of the schedule that I've produced. Mr. Gigaba, do you have it?
Yes.
I wonder, Mr. Maibek, whether this might be a convenient time for a 10 minutes break, because you are moving on
Certainly.
to
Thank you,
something
Chair.
else. Let's take a 10 minutes break. We adjourn. particularly because it's something that happened after you had left public enterprises, that the question that arises with some of these matters is whether decisions that were taken within government departments, within government, were not being controlled or unduly influenced by people outside of those government departments and outside of government. Apart from what I've said to you about some features of Mr. Mulefe's appointment, I would have mentioned to you previously, I mention again, that in 2014, the evidence I've heard is that Mr. Salim Essa told Mr. Henny Pester that Mr. Mulefe was going to be the next boss of ESCOM. Of course, in 2014, Mr. Mulefe was at Transnet. But indeed, he did become the group CEO of ESCOM the following year. And not only that, the guidelines for the appointment of group CEOs that you had issued were not followed in appointing him as group CEO of ESCOM, in that, as I understand it from the evidence that has been conceded by, I think Dr. Ngubane was chairperson of the ESCOM board, there was no competitive process. They just said, as far as Dr. Ngubane is concerned, he said we had found our men. So there was no need for us to look elsewhere. We had found our men. We had confidence in him. But I think your guidelines contemplated that there should be some competitive process leading to the appointment of a group CEO of an SOE. So of course, in the context of ESCOM and SOEs, I can also tell you that with respect to the suspension of executives at ESCOM in 2015, and again, you were no longer Minister of Public Enterprises at the time. Board members, some board members of ESCOM at the time have conceded, to say the least, that it looks like decisions that were supposed to be taken by the board were being taken from outside of ESCOM and then being given effect to within ESCOM. As I say, you might not want to say anything, but I'm just saying these are some of the things that one is looking at to say what was happening.
Mr. Chairperson, indeed, excuse me, one has had those allegations, and one would not be able to comment, I think, for the period when one wasn't there. To the extent that one can comment, I would say during my time, and I am not passing a slight on my former colleagues, but during my time, we would not allow anyone outside the board. I think that's why whenever I met the boards, I made it very clear to them that you take the decisions. If anybody comes to you and says, I spoke to the minister said I must come and do this. And I think in some of my affidavits, because there have been allegations with regard to some of the policies that we adopted in two of our entities, I have made it very clear what informed those policies and what the intentions of those policies were, as compared to the allegations that were being made, that we were being influenced by things which then subsequently happened 2 years or even 3 years after we had left public enterprise.
Thank you, Mr. Maibek.
Thank you. Mr. Gigaba, I want now to deal with the evidence of Ms. Mangoma and your response to that. We have the benefit of your affidavit, and I understand you have the schedule that I prepared. I'm going to take you through aspects of your affidavit and allow you to comment on key aspects of Ms. Mangoma's version. But perhaps I could ask you, if you would like, to broadly summarize your version, and you needn't go into each of the various topics now. We'll address them. But broadly, what do you say in response to Ms. Mangoma's version?
Chairperson, I think this was the part of this process that I found most difficult. Difficult because in the first instance, it involves a person with whom I have been married for 7 years. Well, for 6 years, if you exclude the fact, if you want to be pedantic, you know, the anniversary is in August, so that will only be in August when we complete 7 years, but it's almost 7 years now. And so it's a person who would, at the face of it, sound more believable than all other witnesses who have come before the commission. Secondly, you are dealing with a person with whom we are undergoing a divorce, the details of which she has misrepresented before the commission under oath. She claims in her affidavit that she's the one who initiated the processes of the divorce, and I prove in my in one of the annexures I attached to my response to her initial affidavit that in actual fact that's not true. The process of that divorce involves, in my opinion, great bitterness about the settlement that is probable given the contract under which we are married. And I thought the commission was, in some instances and to a great extent, turned into a forum to solicit settlement, to canvass issues which should be canvassed during the divorce process. Thirdly, you are dealing with a case of extensive lies, very extensive lies that characterize the personality of the person who presented the affidavit and the dilemmas through which they are going, not only at the present moment, but dilemmas they have been going through several times. I think my wish would be, to the greatest extent possible, to be able to respond to this affidavit without being dragged into attacking the personal character of the witness of the commission in an environment where my own character has been so severely attacked, demeaned, degraded, that ordinarily I would be justified to be so angry as to want to go pound for pound. But I hope that in our engagement, we will try to separate fact from fiction. And not go into issues of a personalized nature that are going to rather detract from the business of the Commission rather than the issues that the Commission has to deal with. All the affidavit is based on I heard, I overheard, I saw, but I have no evidence, which is quite difficult to engage with. But nonetheless, I think tonight is my opportunity to respond to those issues and to deal with them. And to the extent that I may on occasion sound like I am attacking the personality and the character of the person, I wish the Commission to excuse me. It will not be with malicious intents. It will only be to make my point in response to the issues which have been tabled here. And so I am very happy for this opportunity tonight to have to respond to this, because I think it has been very damaging to me and my family. It has gone to the extent of demeaning my late father and my late brother-in-law. I think in any setting, in any household, one is expected to be able to distinguish between the dead and the living. And when somebody has no respect for the dead and the living alike, it creates such emotional strain and sometimes anger that it becomes difficult to deal dispassionately with the issues which have been raised. But further to that, Chairperson, the wholesale attack on my family is a reflection not of the claims made, but of a relationship gone sour over the years. And that is unfortunate. I think we should have tried to keep our families out of this and not come to portray them in negative light. And perhaps finally, because I'm still going to respond to specific issues, the Commission would be well advised to bear it in mind that I still am intent on protecting my children. I am very intent on protecting my children. I do not believe my children should be dragged through public degrading and spoken about in any manner that is going to undermine and demean their integrity and their dignity. They are too young. And I would like to still plead for my children to be protected even by the Commission, even though the Commission did say earlier that it is not a court of law. But nonetheless, the Constitution in Chapter 2 does say that the interests of the child are superseding on any matter relating to the rights and interests of the child. And I want to plead for the observance of that constitutional principle. Thank you. I'm willing now to get into the nitty-gritty of these issues.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gigaba, it seems to me that Ms. Mangoma's affidavit, or there's a series of headings in it, I've got 10. She deals with meeting the Guptas and visits to the residence. She deals with meetings at our home. She deals with prior knowledge of appointments. She deals with tensions rising in your final days as DPE Minister. She deals with your return to the Department of Home Affairs, deals with Gupta naturalization, your appointment as Minister of Finance. She deals in some detail with cash and benefits. There she deals with wedding gifts and cash collected from the Guptas. She deals with Zondo Gigaba. She deals with renovations. She deals with the ATM machine that she says she saw. Then she deals with the confiscation of devices and the loss of passports. Now, I mean, having read your affidavit and read hers carefully many times, it seems to me that there's almost nothing that you agree upon. Would that be a fair summary?
Absolutely correct. There is nothing I agree with insofar as her affidavit. Mrs. Gigaba approached me in January this year. I think it must have been the first week just after the New Year. She had come back from her home and she, from holidays, having spent 2 weeks at her home, and she put to me that she would like us to finalize to find agreement on our divorce settlement. I said, I'm listening. It's always been my willingness that we should find an amicable divorce. She then made several propositions to me, Chairperson. The first proposition was that, Mr. Gigaba, I would like you to offer me something. She said, we married in terms of the antenuptial contract with no accruals, and I cannot just walk away without anything. I would like you to offer something financially. I said, yes. She said, proposal number 2, I would like you to withdraw the case at the Pretoria High Court or wherever it was in Pretoria, which involved her damaging a vehicle which had been lent to me by a friend. I said to her, I'm listening. She said, thirdly, I would in return, through my attorneys, stave off the attempt by the Commission on state capture to come and to invite me to make evidence, to submit evidence, to submit an affidavit about you. She said, then I suggest that you talk to your attorneys to talk to mine for such an agreement to be arrived at. We had a conversation there. I said to her, I can't withdraw the case against her because I'm not the one who laid the charge. I only reported the vehicle to be damaged and made a statement so that we can be able to claim if the insurance would accept that. But it was important for me to take that step in order to demonstrate to the owner of the vehicle that I did not condone the damaging of his vehicle. I then said, the Hawks are the ones that have laid the charge against her, not me. She made me speak to a lady who is a public prosecutor, who is her friend, who has been advising her on legal issues. And this lady said to me, no, Mr. Gigaba, you can withdraw the charge. I then said, I will talk to my attorneys and seek their advice. I said on what to give you, I will talk to my financial advisor so that we can find something. I said to her, I'm willing to sack you. Then I said to her, insofar as the commission is concerned, it's not the commission that just picked on you. You are the one who went to an interview on ENCA and City Press and offered yourself to the commission. So the commission is responding to your invitation. You said you want to go, so it's not for me to advise you to go or not. She said to me, she showed me some SMS exchanges with, I think, some of the representatives of the commission and said, you see, this is all what they are saying, but I can talk to my attorneys so that this is staved off and it doesn't go ahead. I said, that's your business. But insofar as an amicable divorce settlement, I am all for it. So I then was to talk to my attorneys the following day, and I spoke to my attorneys. The following day, she came to me again, a bit agitated, and asked me, but why did you say to your attorney that I had approached you? Because you should have said to your attorney that we both had agreed on this settlement which I was proposing. I then said to her, no, it makes no difference because the outcome will be the same anyway. We discussed some details as to what she wanted, and she spoke about this when she was here, which was again an untruth, a falsification. I said to her, it's okay, let them talk, let the attorneys talk, and we will come back to this. Subsequent to that, she then went on City Press and made an interview there, where she claimed that I had offered money, and so on, in order for her not to come to the commission. I'm trying to bribe her not to come to the commission. And I called my attorneys and said to them, you see, this thing was a trap in the first instance. This is what she wanted to do. And so all talks with her attorneys on this offer we thought we were discussing based on her proposal are now off. We're no longer talking to them. We will use the normal procedures of divorce. The commission then finds itself in a position where it is being used to solicit a divorce settlement that unfortunately will obviously have to be engaged with through the divorce court and the divorce processes. I thought that background was necessary as we then begin to get into these issues, the 10 broad topics, Chairperson, that have been identified. And I obviously still am going to say a little bit more on these issues.
So if we could then turn to the first topic, you could go to page 4 of the schedule, dealing with meeting the Guptas and visits to the Gupta residence. Mr. Gigaba, I'm not going to obviously take you to every single paragraph. The chairperson has your affidavit. It will all be considered in evidence and when time comes to analyze everything. But I wanted to start off at paragraph 13 and deal with what I think are the more material issues. Ms. Mangoma said that about 2 or 3 months before you were appointed to the position of Minister of DPE, you arrived home to tell her that AJ Gupta had said that you would be moving from the Department of Home Affairs to the DPE, and you were very excited about that. Now, we have seen and we know what your response is. In a nutshell, it is that you were advised by the former president on the 31st of October 2010 that you were going to be appointed, and then you were sworn in the next day, as I understand it. Is that correct?
It is correct, Chairperson. Even though I think that the preceding paragraph 12 is also important because it gives context to the falsifications of the witness. The witness is an extensive liar. She's an accomplished liar, and tries to fabricate issues and put dates together in order to make a point, which unfortunately she cannot substantiate. But the fact of the matter is that I was never advised, I was never told by Mr. Ajay that I would be Minister of Public Enterprises, and I certainly never came home excited on the basis of that. The fact remains, as I state, that the first time I heard of this was on the 31st. In actual fact, it came as a complete shock to me because not even in my wildest imagination, I think there have been two appointments which surprised me completely. The first was public enterprises, the second was national treasury. Those two appointments surprised me completely because I had not considered myself a candidate for such appointments.
So you are right. I mean, that goes hand in hand with what Ms. Mngoma says about the Guptas, and that you considered them to be your advisors. And if you look at paragraph 14, she goes on to say that your visits to your advisors became more regular when you were the minister of the DPE. Now, do I understand from your evidence, because this is an issue that she deals with quite thoroughly. As I understand your evidence, Mr. Gigaba, you did not consider the Guptas in any way to be your advisors, and you've told the chairperson previously and thus far in your evidence that you only went to the Guptas on a few occasions, and that was for the purposes of cultural and social events. You never had occasion to otherwise have a meeting with the Guptas at all. Is that correct?
Yes, it is true. And I certainly never on a single occasion, even jokingly, referred to them as my advisors. And Mr. Msomi was also not my advisor, nor was he my chief of staff. He was only the head of my office as the deputy minister at the Department of Home Affairs. He only became an advisor. He only became my chief of staff in November 2010, when I now assumed the role of full minister. So all of this is a fabrication just to try and make a point which is otherwise a lie.
Mr. Mybeck, you mentioned that Mr. Gigaba had said he had been to the Gupta residence a few times. Maybe he did say that, and I haven't checked in his affidavit now, but I do recall that when it was put to him what Ms. Mngoma had said, namely that it had been more than 20 times, he was reluctant to, that is Mr. Gigaba, he was reluctant to say how many times, but he did say it was not more than 20 times. So I'm just saying, and I say he agrees, but I don't know whether he noted that part about few. Maybe in his affidavit he did say, I just want to make sure that we get it right.
I think that your recollection is correct. You will remember that when I started questioning and leading Mr. Gigaba's evidence, I asked him about his relationship with the Guptas and how many times he had gone to Saxonwell. That was outside of the context of the affidavit.
Yes.
But perhaps I could deal with that, Mr. Gigaba. Perhaps you can just refresh our memory. I mean, I have notes of what you said, and that is what I recall is that you say you went there on social and cultural events. You mentioned, for example, Diwali, and you said, well, after all, the food was good. As I had it, you visited there.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Maybek. Mr. Gigaba is from KZN. So I suspect that the food that he says was good may have been curry. Please continue, Mr.
I think when I might have been pressing you unfairly for an actual number. But I mean, perhaps you can refresh our memory. Have you got a sense of how, I think I asked you how often you would go there each year, etc., and you weren't able to give us an exact or even an approximate number, I don't think.
Yes, Chair. I was not able to give you an exact number of times. And I don't know these 20 times.
Or an estimate.
The estimate, yes. I'm still not able to give you the estimate. I would need to think hard and try to recollect year to year for me to arrive at that estimated number. But, you know, the number of 20 times, the suits that are 200, the trip to India in 2010 to discuss issues about SAA, which only became topical for me in 2011 or 2012, and then the sudden change of the date to 2015 based on my affidavit, and yet the agenda of the trip in 2015 remains the same, to discuss SAA even when I had moved to Home Affairs. These should all be considered as part of somebody who is fabricating. I mean, think about this. She doesn't say these 20 times stretch between what time and what time, and does not say that owning 200 suits basically makes you a department store. Even if those suits are 100, I took a bit of time to look at some of the shops that sell suits and stuff, and they don't even have 100 suits in their shops. But I'm supposed to have between 100 and 200, and I don't run a department store. So I think the Commission has got to take into consideration that these are lies, and the Commission was being taken for a ride by somebody who had a sole intention to come here and lie. So I'm saying very concretely, on the issue of the visits, I still reiterate what I had said. There were social and cultural visits. I don't have reason business with any family, and well, especially not with the Guptas, I did not. And if any business person had sought to discuss business with me while I was minister, I would have referred them to the department or a relevant entity and said to them, don't discuss this with me, go discuss it with those, because they probably know what is going on with regards to that, because I was not in business and I still am not in business right now.
Well, what do you say to the proposition that the number of visits could not have been too few? Because if there had been too few, it would be easy to remember, or at least to make an estimate whether one is talking about 5 or 6, as opposed to 20, actually she said more than 20. And that it must mean that there were more than a few, if you can't remember.
There were more than a few, Chairperson, because you're talking about a period stretching between the first time I knew them, when I was president of the ANC Youth League, to probably around 2013, 2014, when I pulled down because I was concerned about name dropping and other such issues. They were not too few, but I don't think we also
There are more
need to
than 20.
exaggerate them. Yes.
Well, of course, the other, you have just repeated something you said earlier on, which I think at least seems to coincide with part of what she said, namely, as I recall, she said from a certain time, and I think she may have talked about 2014, your relationship with them started cooling off, and you were no longer so close to them. And I think she went further to say you would not take Ajay Gupta's calls sometimes. But I want to confine myself to the cooling off of the relations, because I think 2 times you have also said the same thing. Yeah. So I guess at least that part of what she said, maybe you are not disputing that from a certain stage in 2014, your whatever relationship you may have had with them started cooling off.
That is true, Chairperson, and I did say last week that it happens with all acquaintances and friendships, that at a certain point, you know, their nature changes, their form changes, and this happened too. Though it would strike me as surprising that if somebody calls me, then somebody would know that it's so and so who is calling and you are not picking up their call. But I think that's a subject for another day.
Yes, okay. And talking about 20 times, of course, I think she may have spoken on the basis of starting from 2011. I'm not sure, 2011. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm connecting that. I don't know when the two of you started living together, but I have an impression that whatever visits she was talking about were not earlier than 2011, but maybe they were. But if one is talking about starting from 2011, going to 2014, that's what, 3 years? Three years, depending on whether you start in the middle of 2011 or whatever. So that might be an average of 5 times a year. Does that sound too many to you? So maybe when one says 20, it looks high, but if you look at how many times a year on average, maybe it might not look that high. What is your sense?
Look, it could be possible, Chairperson. It could be possible if you look at it that way, but I think it's an unnecessary and perhaps pedantic discussion, so to say, because what I have not disputed is that I knew them, that I did visit them, and they never visited me at home, and that I met them not only at their residence, but also at various other functions, be it state functions, state dinners, or maybe attending New Age SABC breakfast programs where I was either presenting or I was supporting the person who was the person or people that were presenting. In this case, there would have been 1 or 2 instances where the president was invited. I think there was one time he was doing the SABC, a New Age breakfast program. We were in Port Elizabeth to to open something in PE. It was quite a major project for Transnet, and the president came to talk about that, outline it. I was there to support him and to outline, because some of the questions that the audience would ask, the president would not be aware of them. And there would be instances where in 2014 I supported the top 6 officials of the ANC in Nelspruit after the January 8th rally of the ANC, and we were launching the manifesto of the ANC for the 2014 general elections. And as someone who was heading the election campaign at the time, I was there with various other members of the National Executive Committee to support the officials as they were leading a presentation. And my recollection serves me well. There was a question which was asked, to which I responded, but they were there also. So I would have met them at various functions. If you talk about those various other activities, yes, sure, you would talk about a number exceeding 20, like many other people.
Mr. Mabek.
Yes, perhaps I could just clarify something. Ms. Mangome's evidence was that she went with Mr. Gigaba approximately 20 times herself to the Saxonwell compound. She didn't suggest that Mr. Gigaba only went there 20 times, and that's the topic that I want to come to now. And perhaps we can go to paragraph 16, Mr. Gigaba, because...
And perhaps, Chairperson, if we may say, she says that that started in 2009.
Oh, okay.
She says it started in 2009.
Yes. Which
when I still only knew her and we were not in a relationship.
Oh, okay, Mr. Mabek.
So I just wanted to get your comment on this, because I think there's a sort of high watermark of her evidence, Mr. Gigaba. It paints the picture of what she says, and I know you have a different view, but I need to get your comment on this. She would say that during the time of sittings of Parliament, Mr. Gigaba would usually fly down to Cape Town on a Monday evening or Tuesday morning to attend Parliament, return home on Thursday evening or Friday morning. During this time, he would inform me of his visits to the Guptas on the Mondays preceding his trip to Parliament, and on the Friday evenings or sometimes Saturdays following his return from Parliament. When Parliament was in recess, the meetings took place on any day of the week following receipt of a telephone call. I understand that it was usually Mr. A.J. Gupta who would phone him. So the picture that she paints, or the version that she advances, which I'd ask you to comment on, is that you literally frequented the Gupta residence on an ongoing basis regularly.
Let us go into this logic.
Maybe before
Mr.
you
Chairman.
proceed, please don't forget your answer. Don't forget your question. I see Mr. Mabek in paragraph 17 on page 8 of the same memo that she says, I first met his advisors and learned of their identity during 2011.
Yes.
Yes. I'm going back to 2009. I thought she said 2009.
Well, I think my colleague has pointed out to me that Ms. Gigaba's evidence was that she started frequenting the Gupta residence from 2011 onwards, as I understand the testimony, and that there was then this cooling off in 2014.
I think somebody must just double check, because in this paragraph 17 it says, I first met his advisors
Yes.
in 2011 or during 2011.
Yes.
Yeah, so somebody can check.
So I'm actually going to come to that
it,
paragraph in a moment.
Yeah, but we can continue.
Mr. Gigaba, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to look at this from a sort of an overall perspective and comment on the degree to which she says you went there, leaving aside the alleged visits where you accompanied her.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I was still responding to that. If you consider that a year has 52 weeks, and I were to go to the Guptas every Monday. So it means that each year I went there 52 times. But it was not only the Mondays. There would also be, as she suggests, Friday evenings or sometimes Saturdays, and when Parliament was in recess, the meetings took place on any day. Already in 1 year, she has exceeded her own 20 that she outlined in her previous statement. This cannot be correct. It's absolutely ridiculous. Just mathematically, it does not make sense. Mr. Chairperson, between 2012 and 2017, I was a member of the National Working Committee of the ANC. And every fortnight, we would have meetings of the National Working Committee. They usually would last until 6, 7, 8, or even at night. Now, from there, I would come home. At 6 a.m. on Tuesdays, I would fly to session because there would be meetings of the Governance and Administration Cabinet Committee which started at 8:30. So you would fly, take a 6 o'clock flight to land at 8 and hurry through traffic to get to Cape Town. On the Mondays when we were not in the NWC, every Monday is considered by the ANC as an ANC day. But of course, sometimes ministers, because of the pressure of work, do government work, finish late, and that's when on those Mondays we would be holding meetings of the what we called it, the Ministers' Management Committee meetings. But that's when the minister, I would meet with the top officials of the department and the deputy minister. Those meetings usually take place the whole day. By the time they are finished in the evenings, you are tired, you've looked at a whole range of things, you go home, you prepare to go to Cape Town. And depending on what is happening in Cape Town the following day, you try to squeeze in the late flight to Cape Town so that you arrive in Cape Town the night before, you sleep over, and you are early in Parliament the following day for your activities. The presidents, all of them, don't take kindly to ministers either arriving late to cabinet and cabinet committee meetings or being absent without a reason. So already this is irrational because 52 times, 52 visits, a visit to one family every Monday is irrational and cannot be justified by anything imaginable in terms of your program. Could it be that you went there on Friday evenings or even sometimes on Saturdays? But by Friday evenings, these are weekends that are reserved for, these are days reserved for political work, your deployment in provinces. And I always have argued that I've got a young family. And when I have been away from my children, from home, I would want to squeeze in every little time I have to spend with my kids, play with them, be there for them, and participate in their lives. On Saturdays, I would be out doing ANC work, and so this paragraph 16, is upset and is not true. It's not true at all.
Could I ask you then, let's deal with...
And sorry, Chair, as I say in my response, it beggars belief that every time I had to go to Parliament, I would first rush to meet the Guptas and report back to them on my return. For what? Who does that? You know, just even at a logical level. You know, nobody does that. Now, because I'm going to Cape Town, let me rush to report to the Guptas that I'm going to Cape Town. When I return from Cape Town, I rush back to report to them that I'm back from Cape Town, and this is what happened. If this happens every Monday, it's already 52 times a year. If it happens on Thursdays and Fridays as well, it's now 104 times. It's ridiculous.
So, Mr. Gigaba, what is dealt with in paragraph 17
Yes,
is the allegation that you took your son together with Ms. Mangoma to be introduced to the Guptas, and also that he was gifted a gold jewelry necklace. As I understand your version,
yes.
you accept that your son was gifted a gold jewelry necklace, but you say you didn't take him there to meet the Guptas together with Ms. Mangoma. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can I take you back to the number of visits just to get to see if this would do? Although you are not able to indicate about how many times you have been to the Gupta residence, are you able to say, I have nevertheless been there several times? I just don't know how many times. Would it be fair to say several times? Or would it not be fair?
Several times, Chairperson, to the extent that it means more than once.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, twice can't be several times, I think.
What does it mean? What does several
I don't think I have an exact number, but I don't think once is several times, twice is several times. But I would imagine that several times should not be less than 4, and may well be much more than that, but maybe not 20, and maybe not 15. Maybe that's too much. But I just thought there may be a way of giving a picture that you would be comfortable with, to say, look, I'm saying not more than 20 times, but I'm not saying it was 3 times, but maybe it was, if one says several times, then there might be disputes about how many times, but I wouldn't quarrel if somebody says, I've been there several times.
I think, Chairperson, I've already somewhat agreed with the Chairperson's earlier version that, you know, it could be 5 times a year, then you add it up over a period, it amounts
Yes.
to. So, several times, yes, because what I do not dispute is that
you
I
went
knew
there.
them and I went there.
Yeah.
That I don't dispute. That is a fact.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
Now, I think the fundamental difference, apart from the numbers, is also the characterization of the meetings.
Yes.
Mr. Gigaba's version is that when you went there, it would be for social and cultural events. You didn't go there to have so-called, inverted commas, business meetings. You never had any such meeting.
No. Sure.
Well, the social part, I wanted to ask about that. To me, it gave me the impression that you were going to socialize. Is that a correct meaning to the social part?
Yes.
It's a correct meaning? Okay.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Maibek.
Then at paragraph 18, the allegation is also made by Ms. Ngoma that your second son, you also visited the Guptas together with him. That I understand you also deny.
Yes, no. I did not visit their residence with the second son. No, I did not visit the child with them. I did not visit them with the child.
But you accept that your first son was gifted with a gold jewelry necklace.
When a child is born, Chairperson, I don't know about other cultures. When a child is born, if a friend of mine says, hey, I've got a child, I would bring a gift. could be a washing basin with bath towels for the baby, bath oils for the baby, a number of things. And so when our child was born, they gave him a gift of a necklace, and as part of many other gifts that the child received. And I took it in that light. I didn't think it was on their part any act to solicit anything.
And your second child wasn't given any gift by the Guptas?
Yes, he was not. And I did not ask them why, because naturally it's rude to ask a person, why are you not giving my other child a gift? You know, if they want to give a gift, they give a gift. If they don't want to, they don't.
Well, I wanted to say that talking about a newly born baby or child being given gifts, I know that certainly among Amazulu, there is even a particular term for it. You can't, traditionally, you can't see a newly born child or baby without giving him or her something. And there is a specific term for it, and it's only in the Zulu language. You only use it for the child, for giving the child the present.
Wikunga.
Ogwikunga, yes. Now you know it. So there is that.
So, Mr. Gigaba, how did it come about that they gave you this gift?
I don't understand the question.
Well, did you go to Saxon World to receive it? Did they come to your office? I mean, you've mentioned to us, as you say, that if a friend of yours has a child, it could be a range of gifts that you might give that person. Can you recall how this gift was handed over, where it was handed over?
It was handed over to me at their residence. It's just a gold necklace, nothing fancy about it.
So was this an occasion where you went to their residence for a social or cultural function?
Yes, one of those occasions.
And what became of that gold necklace?
I don't actually know, Chairperson, what happened, what became of the gold necklace. I last saw it a couple of years ago. I haven't seen it since then. And the difficulty with the necklace is that it's also very easy to lose. Especially because I don't wear necklaces. I don't like gold artifacts on me, so I didn't use it, so I don't exactly know what happened of the necklace.
Now, Ms. Mangoma then goes on to deal with the Sun City wedding. You, as I understand it, accept that you attended that wedding.
Yes.
She gives a version about the fact that there was some sort of media hype and that caused you to leave the wedding and not stay there overnight. Do I understand your version correctly, that your intention was never to stay overnight at Sun City?
Yes, Chairperson, and the Commission must bear in mind, Chairperson, that Ms. Ngoma's version of this wedding changed significantly over time. From me taking her, she claims that she met persons that I identified as members of the Gupta family from India 1 or 2 days before the wedding. And then she says, I told her that I needed to assist them by welcoming and fetching some of their guests at the Waterkloof Air Force Base who were arriving from India, which I don't know when it says here which I did, but I did not. And then she says, I left her to sit inside the building while she met with the Guptas. This is a very confusing statement. But I presume she's suggesting that I left her, I don't know where, to go inside the building. This is 1 or 2 days before the wedding at Sun City. This is a lie. It's a complete lie. There was no such meeting. No, I was never at Waterkloof Air Base to receive the aircraft. I saw the aircraft landing on TV as everybody else. I was as aghast as everybody was when we saw that, and no report from government or anybody who was involved in this incident places me at the scene of the arrival of this aircraft on the date that it arrived. Why does she make such lies? Or put differently, who made her to make such lies as to try to implicate me in something in which I was obviously not involved? As I say in my response, I only left here, we left, I think in the afternoon, to go to the wedding. The wedding had started earlier. I was busy in the morning. I went there to the wedding. I arrived when there were now performances, and I think it was the reception. We sat for the reception. The reception finished. There was dinner, and I said, let's leave. And we left. There were other ministers that were there. I think 1 or 2 slept over there. But insofar as I, Malusi, am concerned, I did not sleep there. I only arrived in the afternoon in time for the reception and left immediately after the reception so that we were back in time in Pretoria, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I was traveling the following morning.
I just wanted to ask you to have a look at paragraph 51. So that's on the right-hand side. This is, I think, on page 11 of the schedule, where you say, I do not believe that...
Paragraph 51.
51 of your response. So it's just the next page?
No, okay. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Page 11.
Yes.
I thought this is quite an important statement by you. You say, I do not believe that Nomshula met the Guptas on more than 4 occasions when we attended social functions such as the Sun City wedding, Diwali celebrations, and a cultural luncheon at their invitation. Is that as you have it? Do you stand by that statement?
I stand by this statement. It's my recollection.
So the Sun City wedding you've spoken about, you say that she accompanied you only to one Diwali celebration, maybe 1 or 2, and then a cultural luncheon.
Yes, the one Diwali celebration, I think, ended up at Lenasia with some fireworks, and there would probably be one more, and there was a cultural luncheon that we attended together with her.
So that's as you have it, 4 occasions.
Yes. It could be more, Chairperson, but these are the incidents which I recall.
Then, as you know, from paragraph 22 onwards.
Her paragraph 22.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms.
It gets a bit confusing, Chair, because we move from paragraph 21 to paragraph 51.
Yeah.
When I try to find paragraph 51 on page 29, only to find that it's my paragraph.
It's a lot less confusing though if we went from one file to the other. I can promise you. But let me try and be as clear as I can. So from paragraph 22 onwards, Ms. Mangoma deals with the procedure that would be followed when she attended the Gupta residence together with you. And she deals with the fact, and perhaps I just wanted you to comment on this, that she or all people were made to turn in their cell phones. What do you say to that?
Mr. Chairperson, again, so just look at the sequence of events. So you must submit your cell phone because the meeting there's going to be a sensitive meeting. And then somebody comes and outlines the agenda of this sensitive meeting for which you had to leave your phone outside because the meeting is sensitive. And then she gets left out of that meeting, that the agenda of which she now knows. And then she can then go fetch her cell phone because she is bored and come back to sit with it and play with it. Again, it's absurd. If the meeting was sensitive, she would not even be told, she would not even be there for the outlining of the agenda of the meeting. If she was told to leave her phone outside, she would not be allowed to go fetch it. But where did she leave the phone? Who kept it? Who advised, who wrote this? Because clearly it's not her. Somebody wrote this thing and coached her on how to try and put this thing in such a manner that it makes sense. But unfortunately, it doesn't make the sense because she claims a sequence that is irrational. Leave your phone, the meeting is sensitive. But you get briefed about the agenda of the sensitive meeting in which you will not participate. And then you are allowed to fetch your phone again subsequently because you are now bored. But if you were told to leave the phone outside, why are you allowed to fetch it? If you are not coming, if you are not part of the sensitive meeting, why do you leave your phone outside? And where is outside? And who is keeping your phone? I'm saying, Chairperson, this thing is irrational. It's not true.
Well, two things. To be fair to her, one, I didn't understand her to be saying that the briefing that happened in her private presence was part of a pattern. I may have misunderstood. I got the impression that she said maybe on some occasions, on one occasion, that is what happened. But also, I need to say to you, my recollection is that a number of witnesses who said they had been to the Gupta residence gave evidence to the effect that upon arrival there, they were asked to hand over their cell phones. So I haven't checked who and who, but in my mind, I think Mr. Jonas may have said so. I don't know how many, but I think there are a number who may have given that evidence as well. So I just mentioned that for what it's worth.
I would like to say, Chairperson, in the light of that it is therefore possible that she was rehashing something she had heard from other witnesses. Because in my recollection, to go and celebrate Diwali, partake in the prayers and go watch fireworks, you certainly don't have to leave your phone because your phone is not dangerous to the fireworks. The fireworks happen out there and you're sitting here, even if they were nearby. the phone is not dangerous insofar as the fireworks, unless I am advised otherwise. But in all fairness, the sequence of these events, even if she would say it was on a few occasions that she was asked to leave the phone, if she was not part of a sensitive meeting, why would she be asked to leave her phone outside?
Mr. Myberg.
Yes. I think perhaps in fairness to Mr. Gigaba, what she's describing here at paragraph 22 and further is not what happened when she attended the Diwali function. It's what she says happened when she attended meetings that you held with the Guptas.
The problem, Mr. Chairperson, would be with that version that she was never a part of any meetings. She was never a part of any meetings, and I think somebody, if I had not come to attend any meeting, unless she is now arguing that she came on her own to attend meetings, but if she says I was there, I never came there to attend any meetings.
I think you understand that. Thank you. Then
Of course.
you've already touched on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Myberg. Of course, you have a situation based on your evidence. You would have gone there as well, just to socialize. So I don't know whether her evidence is that each time you went there, it was for meetings, formal meetings, or whether it was, sometimes it was just visits.
I think, Chairperson, she says, and she doesn't say on some occasions. So I think we should remove the notion that she said on some occasions. And because she leaves this open.
But let me say the some occasions that I was referring to earlier was when she was saying on some occasions, or on one occasion, I can't remember which one, Ajay Gupta briefed you about a meeting in her presence. I thought that was the one. It was not about the cell phones. I think about the cell phones, my understanding was that she was saying each time the two of you went to the Gupta residence, it was required that the phones be,
Perhaps
didn't keep them.
Perhaps then, Chair, she might have said that in one of her three oral testimonies.
Yes.
Because in the affidavit, she doesn't make reference to some occasions.
Okay.
She says Mr. Gupta would arrive to greet me, and after some small talk, he would brief Mr. Gigaba on the meeting that they were about to hold in an adjacent private meeting room. We would often find either Mr. Mahlangu or Mr. Msomi. And all of this is a lie.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Gigaba, from paragraph 25 onwards, she deals with these briefings, and I think you've already addressed it. She lists various topics that she says you were briefed on. And you make the point at paragraph 65, where you say a lot of what is described here are matters that have been in the media for a number of years and would account for Nomshuma's knowledge thereof. I deny that during my 10 years DPE I've ever intended, etc. But it's really the first sentence that's important. Is that what you say in response to her saying that you were briefed on a variety of issues?
I never had meetings to discuss these issues with Mr. Ajay Gupta.
Yes.
And in my paragraph 63, I emphatically deny it.
Yes.
And I say that she picked these things up from the media. And I say in my capacity, you are correct. I had no authority to deal with tenders. I think I have said this earlier. even when I was referring to the so-called written commitment to settle the Langa attorneys bill, that I've always insisted that as a minister, I must be confined to my executive function. And I have never tried to extend my responsibility to the responsibilities of the accounting officer, either of the department or of the entities. And so I would not sit to discuss any of these things. And, you know, when I was Minister of Home Affairs and the department wanted to brief me about tenders coming up in the department, I told them that no, don't even start. This topic must be taken back to the department. It must be handled by the accounting officer. It doesn't belong to me. And I have said earlier that if somebody came to me to say, Minister, I would like to discuss the following thing relating to that SOE or your department, I would refer them to the relevant person, whom I would have told that whoever I refer to you, I do not do so for the purpose of instructing you to do anything wrong. I am saying to you, you can outline to them or even advise them what processes to follow in terms of what they are raising, but you can even refer them to junior officials if you think so. But insofar as I'm concerned, I'm not going to be discussing tenders relating to departments and especially SOEs. They are far removed from me.
Well, you said you didn't discuss business with the Guptas. Did they ever try to get to discuss business with you or tenders and so on, or departmental issues? Did they ever try and maybe you resisted, or did they never try?
You know, it would be, I think the instances I would remember would be when we are having those TNA SAPC breakfast programs. Because then I would usually be the main center of attraction, and there would have been specific programs that I have spoken about. And so they would raise those issues, not to solicit a tender from me. I am also quite a stubborn person when it comes to certain things. And if anybody would try to raise things of that nature, I would tell them that this doesn't belong within my purview. So any discussion about SOEs would really arise there, because in the other events, there would be many other people, and the discussions would range from cricket to various other things, politics generally in the country, politics generally in India, and it would be about that.
Okay, Mr. Mike.
And then at paragraph 26, perhaps I could just ask you to comment on this.
Mine.
No?
Yes.
Ms.
I think
Mangoma's
you must always indicate.
So I think, Mr. Gigaba, you can accept that, unless I tell you otherwise, I'm referring to Ms. Mangoma's. We're picking our way through this.
Okay.
So at paragraph 26, she says that Mr. Gigaba told me that AJ Gupta wanted him to get rid of Mr. Damas. Now you say that's a total fabrication. Is that correct?
And then she goes on to embellish her own importance by claiming that having met Mr. Damas, she asked me why. This is irrational. It's just completely irrational. When she met Mr. Damas, what was she meeting Mr. Damas for? What was she discussing with him which led her to arrive at the conclusion that she could advise me that no, Mr. Damas is a good guy? And then I responded by saying that the Guptas don't like him because there are things he was supposed to do, but he did not do. I have made it very clear, Chairperson, that this is a lie. And I am on record, I think, in one of my submissions relating to the affidavit, to the evidence led by Mr. Tsotsi, on how I managed or handled the resignation of Mr. Dames, and that Mr. Dames' resignation was based purely on his differences with the board. I held a different view. I held Mr. Dames in high regard, and I still do. I believed that given the variety of challenges, the delay in the build program, Medupi, Kusile, and Ingula, the need, the large government guarantee framework that ESCOM had, and the need for ESCOM to raise money in the markets to fund the completion of these projects, I believed that Mr. Dames, being highly regarded in the industry and in the markets, it was untimely and unwise of him to resign. I tried to resist it. I even facilitated meetings between the chairperson of the board and Mr. Dames, Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Dames at my residence in Pretoria to try and resolve this. And it was only, I think, very late or very early, very late in 2013, that Mr. Dames called me to say, Minister, I think with all your best intentions, and I don't intend to disappoint you, but I would like to resign. And I said to him, I accept it with a heavy heart, and then instructed the board to start the process. All of these things that Ms. Mngoma is saying here are honestly fabrications based on nothing but an intention to lie.
Well, of course, to the extent that she may be saying, because I think she does say somewhere that when Mr. Dames left, your preference was for him to stay, or you wanted him to stay. That might be true.
That is true.
That part, yeah.
That is true, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Maibe?
At paragraphs 28 and 29, Ms. Mangoma deals with two occasions where she says, Mr. AJ Gupta visited you at your home. What do you say to that?
He did not. That is not true.
And then she talks about the fact that the two of you held meetings at your home. What do you say to that?
Well, I've already denied it, Chairperson. There were no such meetings. As I have said, and I want to reiterate it, I do not and did not discuss SOE tenders with anyone. It was not my business, and therefore, if anybody had intentions to discuss tenders, they needed to go to the entity involved, because I was far removed from the supply chain process and the procurement process, not let alone in the SOEs, but in the department itself. And so there was no such a meeting. Mr. Gupta never came to my residence, never came to discuss any tenders with me that related to Transnet or ESCOM. And I also don't know what was this ESCOM project that was giving me a headache. The biggest headache that I had relating to ESCOM was about Medupi and Kusile, the delays in the construction of those projects. I spent the rest of 2013, well, not the rest, a great part of 2013 trying to resolve that problem because the country was experiencing electricity shortages. The Medupi and Kusile had been awarded prior to my appointment as Minister of Public Enterprises. The primary contractors of those two projects were the ones responsible for the delays. I had tried to resolve the labor dispute at Medupi. I had tried to resolve the delays by meeting with the primary contractors. I summoned them to Pretoria, where I met with them. And so those were the main headaches I was having with regards to ESCOM. I don't know which other headache I was having at ESCOM.
In paragraph 30, Ms. Mgoma goes on to deal with a trip to India. She initially said it was in 2010, but you know she's corrected that to 2015. You want to comment on that?
There was no such meeting at my residence
Yes.
to discuss the trip to Mumbai and Delhi. As I have said, I mean, in the first instance, she makes the claim that the meeting was in 2010, which is not true. Then she turns around and says it was in 2015, but leaves the contents of the meeting, of the so-called trip in 2015, the same as of the initially alleged trip in 2010. Now, in 2015, I would not have gone to Delhi and Mumbai with the Department of Home Affairs to discuss the SAA route to Mumbai. We were discussing something else. And all the planning sessions for such a trip with the department officials would have been in the office, and they took place in the office. None of them took place at my residence.
And then you mention in your response that on your 2015 trip you conducted business in line with your portfolio as the Minister of Home Affairs. Is that correct?
Yes. It was to deal with it was mainly to resolve the visa issues that were troubling business in India. Those issues were raised with me by the South African High Commissioner to India, as well as by the Indian Minister of Home Affairs. And so we went there. I met with Visa Facilitation Services. I met with the Minister of Home Affairs. We tried to resolve those issues. So those were the issues that we were dealing with.
Did the meeting, on your version, have anything to do with the South African Mumbai route?
Absolutely not. I was not Minister of Home Affairs. I mean, I was not Minister of Public Enterprises in 2015. The Minister of Public Enterprises would have been really offended if I undertook a trip to India to go deal with issues which belonged in their portfolio. And the President would not have authorized the trip, because for any minister to travel abroad, you first must obtain the permission of the President, during which application for permission you state the purpose for your visit. And the issues here that we were dealing with had to do with visa facilitation, particularly between BRICS countries and South Africa, in order to promote tourism, to increase the numbers of travelers from India, from China, Brazil, and Russia, and to ensure that we iron out the impediments to such visa facilitation, given also that at the time South Africa was implementing visa reforms and they were creating problems. There was a shortage of staff, especially at the Delhi office, that we needed to deal with. There were complaints by Indian business people in Mumbai that we needed to deal with, and so these were the total package of the issues I was dealing with. All of those had nothing to do with the South Africa, Johannesburg-Mumbai route.
Did you, during this trip, meet Ajay Gupta in India?
In India?
Yeah.
No.
Did he arrange any meetings for you to attend in India?
No, it did not, the person.
Can we then move to the topic of prior knowledge of appointments in state-owned enterprises? At paragraph 31.1, Ms. Ngoma says, after one of the New Age breakfast sessions, Mr. Gigaba told me that Brian Malefe was going to be moved from Transnet to Eskom. What do you say about that?
This is not true. Chairperson, when I was Minister of Public Enterprises, the fact is, Mr. Mlife was CEO of Transnet and there was no plan to move him from Transnet. It's not on my side. I've heard the earlier version that was presented apparently by, was it Mr. Esa talking to Mr. Bester? I've heard about that, but to my knowledge, because even as the board, after I accepted Mr. Dames's resignation, Mr. Mlife was not one of the applicants. The board were not considering him as the chairperson, as the CEO of Eskom. Mr. Matuna, as facts stand, would be appointed as the CEO of Eskom, obviously after I had left the Department of Public Enterprises, and he remained in that position for, 6 months to a year.
Months, yeah.
Yes.
A few months. Yeah.
He remained in that position for a few months. And so when I was there, Mr. Mlife was not in the running for the position of Group CEO. Where this comes from, I don't know.
So your term as the Minister of Public Enterprises, that ran until the end of May 2014, is that correct?
Yes.
You correct in recounting the evidence of Mr. Bester, because it seems that he says in that month, certainly it must have been after the end of April, it probably was in the month of May, that he was told that by Mr. Essa, that Mr. Malefe would be moving.
Yes, that's what I've heard here, Chairperson. And as I say, in my understanding, there was someone else that the board was recommending as the CEO of Eskom.
Then at paragraph 31.2,
Maybe, and I put this no higher than this, that maybe there may have been an intention in certain quarters that Mr. Mlefe should go to Eskom earlier than he actually did, and somebody else was appointed, and that person, maybe that might explain why that person wasn't allowed to stay too long. He only stayed for about 5 months or so, and then had to leave, was suspended, and so on. I'm not saying that you had any knowledge of that, but I'm just saying when there had been, on Mr. Bester's version, which has now been corroborated by somebody else who was in that meeting with Mr. Salim Essa, when there was that evidence that Mr. Salim Essa said in 2014 already that the next boss of Eskom would be Brian Molefe, and we know that the next boss wasn't him but Mr. Matona, but he didn't stay too long. He left under certain circumstances, and then Brian Molefe was appointed and he took over. So it may well be that Mr. Matona was not the planned boss of Eskom, and that's why he had to leave after a short stint.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't. You might not be able to say it.
I would not
but
know.
one is trying to make sense of some of these things.
Yes,
You-
I understand.
Okay, all right.
at paragraph 31.2, she goes on to say that Mr. Gigaba also told me that Mr. Gama would be appointed as the Chief Executive Officer of Transnet. In her evidence, she corrected that to the effect that you told her that Mr. Gama would be reinstated as the CEO of Transnet Freight Rail.
I said I told Ms. Ngoma that Mr. Gama would be reinstated.
Yes, and that's
No.
what she says.
No, Chair, that is not true. That is not true. Ms. Ngoma portrays a picture here of me reporting to her everything. This is the same person who has claimed at one occasion to be responsible for the smart ID card at Home Affairs. This is the same person who has claimed to have an IT degree, to hold a management advancement program, to have an IT degree from Vega, and so on. She has the ability to embellish her CV and her own importance in events. And it's quite clear to me that all of these issues that are stated here were deliberately constructed. That's why they took so long. Were deliberately constructed to portray a picture of believability, when in actual fact they are not. There's absolutely no way that I would have, reported to her all of these things. In the line of my work, I believe, I am sworn to secrecy. I have to treat things as confidential until they are officially communicated. And that swearing to secrecy applies even in the family environment. Because if you go and speak, whether to your wife or your children, you don't know how that information is going to be utilized, especially in an environment where you already know that a person you might be briefing has no ability to hold secrets and could actually use this information to bolster their own importance. And so this is not true. I never told her about Gama being GCE of Transnet, nor did I say to her he would be reinstated as the CEO of Transnet Freight Rail. In actual fact, many of these corrections to her original affidavit happened because she had sight of my affidavit, and now she was trying to reconcile her original lies with my response so that she appears to be credible, when in actual fact, even in the attempt, she failed dismally.
So can we then, to understand your evidence correctly, that you never discussed your work with Ms. Ngoma at all?
No.
So whatever...
And to the extent, Chair, sorry to jump into your mouth, to the extent that I would have told her anything, it would be something that's already in the public domain, that is already out there, known by everyone. But to come and discuss confidential issues, that is not true. But I deny emphatically that I knew, let alone discuss with her, that I even knew that Mr. Gama would, in 2015, act as CEO of Transnet, or that Mr. Mulife would be appointed as CEO of ESCOM. Those things I did not know, because at the time I left the Department of Public Enterprises, the processes were going in a completely different direction.
She goes on to say at paragraph 31.3 that Mr. Gigaba also told me that he intended to speak to Mr. Gama to appoint his sister, Ms. Gugu Gigaba, to Transnet. She says, to the best of my knowledge, Gugu Gigaba was appointed and remains employed there.
This is very prejudicial to my sister. My sister is a professional in her own right. She's qualified, in what she does as an analytical chemist in project management, and had extensive experience at SAPI, Umkomas, where she worked until she resigned because of health issues, moved to Johannesburg, and spent a bit of time in Johannesburg looking for employment until there was an opportunity for which she applied at Transnet, and a due process was undertaken. How do I feature? I feature only in assisting, in assisting to forward her CV, because she was experiencing technical problems. So she asked me, can you please assist me to forward my CV? Meanwhile, and then I said to her, Ish, I know someone, Mr. Malusi Gigaba. I will forward it to him. And this is 2016, when I have long left public enterprises. I forwarded it to Mr. Gigaba, and I say, can you please forward this CV to wherever it needs to go? And he said to me, yes, I will, but Minister, I do not want to be seen by my subordinates to be influencing them in any particular direction. But I will forward it, and they will take it from there. I will brief them as such. And I took it in good faith and left it there with him. And then the process unfolded. That is why there is that time lag between me forwarding the CV and the actual processes of the shortlistings, the interviews, the appointments taking place, because there was no attempt on my part or Mr. Gigaba. I never spoke to Mr. Gigaba about it, for my sister to be appointed. Now, why is this lie being made? Because of the bitterness, the anger, the bitterness, the vindictiveness, the attempt that if the marriage fails, then everybody related to this guy must then be dragged through the mud, destroyed, in order for me to get my revenge. It's unfortunate, but I want to put it emphatically that I never spoke to Mr. Gigaba, and I only forwarded the CV to Mr. Malusi and said to him, I think as the email said, njengoba ngikuluma indlebe, as I had spoken to you.
So, Mr. Gigaba, what makes you say that what Ms. Mangoma says at paragraph 31.3 was, on her version, when you were at the DPE?
I beg your pardon?
You say that at your paragraph 83, given that I'm constrained to deal with these allegations, I must immediately deny that I told Nomshuda that I intended to speak to Mr. Gigaba to appoint my sister to Transnet. My sister was appointed at Transnet long after I left DPE, after following due process. Are you suggesting that Ms. Gigaba is saying that this happened whilst you were at the DPE?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I am putting context to the process of her application and the fact that it cannot be claimed that I used my position either at DPE or my knowledge of Mr. Gigaba to ask him for a reward for having been reinstated as CEO of TFR.
All right. Do you know that Mr. Buthelezi was, of course, Mr. Gaba's COO?
Yes, I am aware.
All right. Can we just go to the documents you've already...
But Mr. Buthelezi is not Mr. Gigaba. The two people are two separate individuals and should be treated as such.
Can I ask you...
said, I'm sorry, you said after you sent me the CV,
yes,
he said he would forward it to his subordinates. He didn't want to be seen to be influencing them. I think that's what you said.
Yes, that's what he said to me.
Yes, but I think you also said he would brief them.
No.
thought you said he also said he would brief them.
No, Chair.
Did I not hear properly?
I did not. He did not say he would brief them. He said, I will forward it. Or to the extent that he said, I will brief them, he was saying, I will brief them that there is no pressure or expectation. They need to follow due process. So that was all.
So if you go to page 996.2 of your bundle,
Well, I'm looking at a wrong file, sorry. No. Sorry, I was looking at the right file.
Oh, okay.
Yes, 996.2. Yes.
so this is the email string, right?
Yes.
So the Gugu sends you her CV,
Yes.
and you then send it on to Mr. Buthelezi.
Yes.
And here with the issue, we got an English translation just for the purpose of the record. You'll see at 996.3,
Yes.
the translation is the matter I told you about.
Yes.
So here with the matter I told you about, or the issue I told you about.
Yes.
And then Mr. Buthelezi forwarded the CV to Mr. Ravi Nair,
Yes.
who, as I understand it, was then the CEO of Transnet Freight Rail. And he says, thanks, Chief. That's correct?
Yes.
Now, can we then go back to the schedule?
Yes.
And deal with this heading tensions rising. Perhaps I can just summarize for you what is said by Ms. Mangoma in paragraphs 32 and 33. She starts off by saying that as your tenure as Minister of DPE progressed, you often told him, or you often told her, that the Guptas were putting pressure on you for various reasons. And then at 33, she says during early 2014, the relationship became strained. She refers again to the fact that the Guptas wanted you to get rid of Mr. Dharmas, and she explains how you, on her version, started avoiding telephone calls, etc. And I suppose that the sting in the tail is the ending, where it's contended towards the end of paragraph 33. She says, Mr. Gigaba also told me that AJ Gupta told him that if he wanted to run the DPE as he wished, he would move back to the Department of Home Affairs. I understood that Mr. AJ Gupta would often tell Mr. Gigaba that he should remember why he was appointed at the DPE. Now, your answer or response to that is, this is once again a total fabrication. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, Chairperson. You see, I've already outlined this, and the lie, the falsification that it is. Let me start by saying, becoming Minister of Home Affairs is not punishment. In actual fact, to be minister in any department is an honor. There is no department, in the system of government in South Africa, there is no department that is above all others. The seniority of ministers in our government is determined by the year on which you were appointed minister. It is not determined by the portfolio that you hold. It is people's perceptions that there is a ministry that is above others, senior to others, Minister of Finance or Minister of this, Minister of International Relations. No. Not in the South African system of governance. So it's everybody who doesn't understand, or anybody who doesn't understand the system of governance in South Africa would then arrive at the conclusion that, no, if you are Minister of Home Affairs, I read even in the media, when I was appointed Minister of Home Affairs in 2014, some media were saying Gigaba demoted. So it was not only, Miss Mngoma who thought I was demoted. The media, some in the media were saying Gigaba demoted to the Department of Home Affairs and provided all sorts of reasons for why that would have happened. The fact of the matter is that becoming Minister of Home Affairs was not punishment. Secondly, there was never an instance where Mr. Ajay Gupta would say to me that I must remember that they appointed me at public enterprises, or that if I don't do their bidding, I would be sent back to Home Affairs. This thing has been a well-trumped up allegation in the media, often repeated as if it was true, and that is where Ms. Mngoma most certainly obtained this, so that again she can embellish her importance by claiming that I told her this, I told her that, I told her the other thing, without any basis in fact.
Can we then turn to the heading, Mr. Gigaba's relationship with Ms. Mnieni?
Before you do that, Mr. Mybeck, Mr. Gigaba, we established earlier on that on your version as well,
Yes.
your relationship with the Guptas cooled off in 2014.
Yes.
Now, as I understand what she says here, that's something similar that she's saying. So maybe it wasn't true that this paragraph is all total fabrication. Maybe there is something that's true, but maybe then on your version a lot of what's in the paragraph is not true, but there seems to be something in terms of that at least. Would you agree?
The only thing, Chairperson, that is true is that the relations cooled off.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. But the reasons for the cooling off
Yeah.
are a fabrication.
I can't remember I think you did say what the reasons were earlier, but I can't remember. What were the reasons that made the relationship to cool off on your version? Because she gives her own reasons, but you say those are not true. Why do you think it cooled off?
They cooled off, Chairperson, I think largely because of name dropping, and there were rising concerns about the family, and so I decided that it's important for me to also just take a step back. But the reason for the cooling off, I think the commission should rely more on my version as the person who had the relationship than her version, unless she is talking about her relationship with them. Then I think she can be an authority to talk about her relationship with them rather than to talk about my relationship with them.
So one, you say they were using your name in terms of name dropping, number one. Number two, their image had become tainted because of what was is being said about them in the media. Is that it? That is what caused the relationship to cool off?
Not only my name, Chairperson, but the names of various other people, the president, they were using the name of the president, you were picking up that they are using the names of other ministers and other leaders, either DGs or CEOs. And you know, one thinks that your credibility could also be on the line, and because you don't know where your name is being used and for what purposes. And given all the concerns, the public concerns that were being raised, one thought that it's necessary to step back.
Okay, Mr. Maibach.
Thank you. From paragraph 34 onwards, Mr. Ngoma deals with your relationship with Ms. Mnyeni. I want to ask you to comment on her allegation that Ms. Mnyeni facilitated our honeymoon trip to Mauritius. And as I recall her evidence, it actually was a trip to Mauritius before your wedding. What do you say to the allegation that Ms. Mnyeni facilitated this trip?
Chairperson, I would not be aware of this. You see, when I met Ms. Ngoma, she projected to me an image of a high-flying individual who was from a very well-to-do family. She had told me that her father was a businessman living in New York City, that she herself regularly visited New York City, or on occasion would win awards from Mark Shuttleworth. That would require her to go to do some work in New York City. She would come to see me in different vehicles that she said were hers, including an ML 320 vehicle, a BMW 120 series vehicle, and so on, white vehicle that she claimed was hers. I'm sorry, I'm no longer sure whether it was white or another color, but she brought that vehicle. It was a 120 series. Now, I knew her to be this high-flying IT executive who had worked at IBM, who had worked at various other top-notch, well-paying IT companies. Around 2011 or 12, I think around 2011, she then told me that her father in New York City passed away and left her a very, very handsome inheritance that was held on her behalf by her uncle called Mtogo. I've never met this Mtogo. And so my understanding was that this was a very wealthy woman from a well-to-do family whose relatives were living in New York and various other places. She had lived with her father in Musgrave in Durban while she was a student at Natal Technikon or ML Sultan Technikon, which turns out was also not true. So after our wedding, I was in a meeting in Johannesburg when she came and said, we have to go on honeymoon. I didn't question her. I don't think anybody questions, you say you question your wife when they say, and you think they have the means. When they say to you, I have a surprise for you, I'm taking you on holiday. Remember that Mauritius is also not, it's a 5-hour trip away by SAA, which would be quite affordable, even by somebody of a modest salary of a minister. But in this case, this was my wealthy wife. And so I went on holiday in Mauritius, which was our honeymoon. we enjoyed ourselves. I can't remember whether we spent 2 or 3 days and then we came back. So that the trip was facilitated by Miss Mien, I only heard it for the first time from Miss Ngoma, because all along I had presumed her to be responsible for the trip, and that she paid for it from her inheritance and wealth.
So do you accept that this trip was facilitated by Ms. Mnyeni?
No, I don't accept it. I have no reason to accept or not accept it, because I was not aware that it was facilitated by Ms. Mien. As I have explained in my long response, my understanding all along until I read it here was that it was facilitated by Ms. Ngoma as part of her means, because she had projected herself as a woman of means.
Mr. Mybeck, I see we are at 9. Now, we were going not to have Monday and Tuesday available because the president was going to be testifying. I'm wondering whether we should not explore the possibility of continuing, if everybody is available, at some stage, either on Monday, maybe not starting in the morning, because I think I've got an evening session, because what might be left might not be a lot, I'm not sure. So maybe starting in the afternoon, subject obviously to Mr. Gigaba's availability and his legal team and your own situation.
I'm available. I thought we'd be questioning the president, so I'm certainly available. I suppose we just find out from Mr. Solomon if he would be.
Mr. Solomon, what's your situation about that?
Chair, yes, Monday afternoon would be fine.
Monday afternoon would be fine.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Gigaba, what's your situation?
I'm at your disposal, Chairperson.
Okay. What's your estimate, Mr.
I don't think it'll take more than another 2 hours. I suppose we must just bear in mind, as I have it, Ms. Mangoma's cross-examination is set for 4 o'clock, so I think it probably would work well if we started at 2 and then flowed into that.
Mr. Solomon, we're thinking of 2 o'clock. Is that fine?
That's in order, Chair. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, no, that's fine then. Let's adjourn for today, and then we will proceed on Monday at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to everybody for all your cooperation, for us to be able to sit until this time. Thank you very much. We now adjourn.